In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons acting individually or in combination with others in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent, Robert McNeil.
Good evening. This may be one of the most extraordinary days in many years of congressional investigations. In the replay, you are about to see the number 2 man in the Nixon re-election campaign, Jeb Magruder, makes an apparently complete confession that he took part in planning the Watergate burglary and then systematically lied about it for fear the truth would affect Mr. Nixon's re-election chances. He also firmly implicates a host of other campaign or White House officials in the Watergate operation or the cover-up, including former Attorney General John Mitchell. For months, we have been reading bits of evidence, charges, allegations, rumors. Tonight, one of those central to the whole Watergate scandal lays it out in a way so damning and so complete that it will take extraordinary agility by many people to wriggle out of his accusations.
There are apparently 2 reasons Magruder decided to talk. First, as he explains, the cover story was rapidly losing credibility. And second, he was offered a deal by the prosecution. In return for telling all he knew about the situation, he will only be hit with 1 charge, thereby greatly reducing his jeopardy. Well, here tonight to talk about this type of deal that result in testimony of this kind is John Kramer of the Georgetown University Law Center, who watched the hearings with us today. Mr. Kramer, how common is this kind of deal that Magruder made?
The deal to plead guilty to 1 count of an indictment is a very common matter wherever white-collar crime is concerned. Indeed, it's probably the only way you can ever make a case. As you can see here, somebody has to break, somebody has to tell the truth, and in this case implicate many, many others, as you'll see later this evening. Of course, the deal is a funny kind of deal. It's not like a contract that you might sign. It isn't really binding. As a matter of fact, it cannot technically even be mentioned in the courtroom, although, in fact, apparently Mr. Magruder has agreed to plead guilty to 1 felony count of a conspiracy to obstruct justice. When he goes into court to make that plea, the judge will ask him whether he's been promised anything or any kind of deal has been made, and Mr. Magruder will say no. That's the only way the guilty plea will be accepted, so there'll be a little charade in court when that goes on. Of course, Mr. Magruder also testified under a limited use immunity, so that nothing that, if in fact the deal fell through, nothing that he says today in these hearings could ever be used against him in open court. He would have to be convicted out of the mouths of other people like Mr. Strawn or Mr. Dean, but not out of his own mouth.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back at the end of tonight's broadcast to discuss these and other issues. Also, at the conclusion of tonight's broadcast, Peter Kay will have an interview with Committee Chief Counsel Sam Dash about the future course of the Watergate hearings when they resume next week. All right, the committee seems almost as curious about the question of motivation as it does about the break-in and the cover-up themselves. Magruder said there was a climate created in the White House and at the re-election committee that permitted discussion of such plans, a climate caused by the reaction to those who opposed the Nixon administration by breaking the law in many ways, failing to report for military duty or publicly burning draft cards.
I saw people that I was very close to breaking the law without any regard for any other person's pattern of behavior or belief. And I believed as firmly as they did that the president was correct in this issue. So consequently, and let me just say, when these subjects came up, and although I was aware they were illegal, and I'm sure the others did, we had become somewhat inured to using some activities that would help us in accomplishing what we thought was a cause, a legitimate cause. Now, that's absolutely incorrect. 2 wrongs do not make a right. For the past year, I've obviously had to consider that, and I understand completely that was an absolute incorrect decision. But that is basically, I think, the reason why that decision was made, because of that atmosphere that had occurred. And to all of us who had worked in the White House, there was that feeling of resentment and of frustration at being able to deal with issues on a legal basis.
Today's testimony contains so much new and crucial evidence that it's difficult to break it into parts, but we'll try, and here is our usual hour-by-hour viewing guide. In the first hour, Jeb Magruder says he believed the president did not know of the bugging plans, adding, "Some of us failed him." He also details how the intelligence plans evolved in meetings with John Mitchell, John Dean, and Gordon Liddy. In the second hour, Magruder admits that he knew the bugging plans were illegal at the time they were approved. And under questioning, he repeats that he had no dealings with the president either before or after the break-in. In the third hour, Magruder says that he learned from John Dean that he would not be indicted in August by the Watergate grand jury. He says Dean got the information from Justice Department sources. Also in that hour, Magruder tells about going to talk with H.R. Haldeman in January of this year. He says he told Haldeman then that he would commit perjury at the Watergate trial. In the fourth hour tonight, Magruder tells the senators, "I developed the cover-up, and there was no opposition to keeping the truth a secret." Under more tough questioning from Senator Ervin, Magruder says promises of jobs and executive clemency for the Watergate 7 were aimed at keeping people from talking. In the final hour tonight, Magruder testifies that John Dean prepped him before his grand jury appearance in August. And when he finally told John Mitchell he was going to tell the prosecutors the whole story, he says that Mitchell said he could not go along with that. Well, with that rundown of today's developments, here is Senator Sam Ervin, the committee chairman, calling the committee to order.
I would like to state, for the purposes of the record, that Mr. Magruder has appeared in person and by counsel in an executive session before the chairman of the committee and the committee staff. And at that session, he was required to testify, notwithstanding his constitutional privilege, under an order of immunity entered by Judge Sirica. And for that reason, I'd like to find that all of the testimony which Mr. Magruder has heretofore given to the chairman and the committee staff, and that all of the testimony which he will give to the Senate committee on this occasion is given to him pursuant to an order of immunity entered by Judge Sirica, pursuant to sections 6002 and 6005 of Title 18 of the United States Code. Mr. Magruder, will you stand up? Do you swear that the evidence which you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Magruder, will you state your full name and address?
Jeb Stuart Magruder, 4814 Fort Sumner Drive, Bethesda, Maryland.
You are accompanied by counsel at this proceeding.
Yes, sir.
Will counsel please identify himself for the record?
James Bierbauer, Washington, D.C.
Mr. Magruder, what is your present position?
I'm a consultant.
And are you a private consultant? Do you have a firm name?
Yes, I Metropolitan Research Services, and I'm a private consultant.
Prior to that position, did you hold a position at the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
Yes, I was Deputy Campaign Director.
And prior to that time, did you hold a position at the White House?
Yes, I was Special Assistant to the President and Deputy Director for Communications of the Executive Branch.
When did you have that position at the White House? Over what period of time?
From October 1969 till May of 1971.
And is it at that time that you went over to the campaign activities for the re-election of the President?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us the circumstances which led you to take on the responsibilities of the campaign?
We had begun discussing the 1972 campaign in early 1971. Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman particularly were concerned and responsible for the campaign at that early stage, and it was decided that certain White House staff members and other individuals would begin the preparatory work for the campaign. It was agreed that it would not be done at the White House, but would be done outside, and consequently In May of 1971, myself and a number of others began the activities for the committee to re-elect the president.
Who particularly made a decision that you were to go over to be active in the campaign?
I would consider it a joint decision between Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell.
Now, what was your first position in the campaign activities?
Basically, I was responsible for the planning and the general administrative activities relating to what I might consider the inside activities of the campaign, the advertising, the direct mail, a telephone, the press and public relations, the surrogate program, the inside activities.
There came a time, did there not, when there was a more organized committee for the re-election of the president, and you did hold a particular position. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, that's correct. Approximately in March of 1972, when Mr. Mitchell became campaign director, I was named chief of staff. And in July of 1972, when Mr. Magruder became campaign director, I became deputy campaign director.
Briefly, Mr. Magruder, from the time you went over for the campaign, could you tell us what Mr. Mitchell's role was and what Mr. Haldeman's role was?
Well, from the beginning, Mr. Mitchell was responsible for the campaign, and I reported
When
directly...
you say beginning, what date would you put that on?
That would have been May of 1971. He was responsible for the campaign. I reported directly to him. Mr. Haldeman was basically our liaison, and his liaison activities were primarily related to him through Mr. Gordon Strawn at the White House.
Now, under whose directions did you operate in your role at the committee?
Mr. Mitchell's.
What position did Mr. Gordon Strawn have from January 1972 to June 17, 1972?
He was a staff assistant at the White House. He was Mr. Haldeman's aide and liaison to our committee.
And how did he play that liaison role between the committee for the re-election of the president and the White House staff, and particularly Mr. Haldeman?
Well, he played a very direct role with all of the members of the staff, particularly myself and other senior members. He consolidated our work for Mr. Haldeman for whatever needs Mr. Haldeman or the President needed the information from the campaign committee. He received copies of all our documents and worked very closely with us.
Would it be true, Mr. Magruder, that aside from any direct contacts that Mr. Haldeman would have with you or the committee, that any communications the committee would have with the White House would be through Mr. Strawn?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did there come a time when Mr. Gordon Liddy joined your staff?
Yes.
When did that happen, and how did this occur?
In December.
Mr. Dash, Mr. Chairman, could he read a brief statement that we overlooked?
All right.
It fits in here.
Thank you. I had the statement. I did want to read at the beginning. I did help organize a committee for the re-election of the President beginning in May of 1971, and I remained there throughout the entire campaign. Unfortunately, we made some mistakes in the campaign which have led to a major national concern. For those errors in judgment that I made, I take full responsibility. I am, after all, a mature man, and I am willing to face the consequences of my own acts. These mistakes were made by only a few participants in the campaign. Thousands of persons assisted in the campaign to re-elect the President, and they did nothing illegal or unethical. As far as I know, at no point during this entire period, from the time of planning of the Watergate to the time of trying to keep it from the public view, did the President have any knowledge of our errors in this matter. He had confidence in his aides, and I must confess that some of us failed him. I regret that I must today name others who participated with me in the Watergate affair. This is not through any desire to implicate others, but simply to give you the facts to the best of my recollection. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Magruder, again, the question. There came a time when Mr. Gordon Liddy joined your staff, and would you tell us when that happened and how did this occur?
He joined our staff in December of 1971. At that point in time, we had been needing the assistance of legal counsel in many areas, primarily in filing for the 23 primary campaigns the President was going to enter and relating to the new election law. Before this time, we had been using basically John Dean and his legal staff to assist us, and John was looking for an attorney to assist us. We had gone through a number of names. In December, John Dean indicated to me that he had found an attorney that was acceptable to the then Attorney General, and he brought G. Gordon Liddy to my office on a Friday early in December. He discussed with me his legal abilities and the General Counsel's activities, and he also indicated that he would be the individual to engage in intelligence gathering operations, that he had considerable background in this area. Mr. Dean and I and Mr. Mitchell had discussed the intelligence gathering situation previously, and Mr. Dean brought Mr. Liddy over for both those purposes. Approximately a week later, I think December 13th exactly, on a Monday, he joined our staff as General Counsel.
With regard to these intelligence operations, which Mr. Liddy now was going to undertake, could you give us some of the context of the earlier plans on the intelligence operations that now Mr. Liddy was going to fill?
In September of 1971, we had a luncheon meeting. John Dean called and asked me to join he and Jack Caulfield for lunch. At that time, they had envisioned a private investigating firm being formed by Mr. Caulfield. They called the project Sand Wedge, and the idea would be Mr. Caulfield would leave the White House, form this private investigating firm, and this firm would be available then for the committee to re-elect the President. In November of 1971, it was indicated to me that the project was not going to get off the ground, and consequently, G. Gordon Liddy came into the picture after that.
When Mr. Liddy did come into the picture, were you aware of his prior relationships in the White House with the so-called Plumbers Group?
No, I was not.
Were you aware at all of his activity with Mr. Hunt and others in the break-in of the Ellsberg psychiatrist's office?
No, I was not.
Who finally approved Mr. Liddy's position at the committee?
Mr. Mitchell.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Liddy tell you about an intelligent operation that he was authorized to plan?
The next week, the week he began work for us, we met on a Tuesday and discussed basically the new election law. And at that time, he indicated to me that he had discussed a broad-gauged intelligence plan with members of the White House staff. He mentioned particularly Mr. Dean. He did mention other individuals, but I cannot recall their names. Indicated that he had been told he would have approximately $1 million budget. I indicated to him at that time that $1 million budget was a sizable budget, and that he should prepare the background documents necessary to justify this budget, and that he would then have an opportunity to present the budget to the Attorney General.
Now, did there come a time when Mr. Liddy did present his plan to the Attorney General, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. In February, I set up an appointment with Mr. Mitchell and John Dean on February 27th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
On February?
The first meeting was February 27th.
Now, refresh your recollection, Mr. Magruder, you mean February 27th or January 27th?
I'm sorry, excuse me, January 27th, 1971. And we had a meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as I recall.
Now, who attended that meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office on January 27th?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. Liddy, and myself.
Prior to the meeting on January 27th, did you know any of the details of the plan that Mr. Liddy was going to present on that day?
No, I did not.
Could you describe now in detail what occurred on January 27th in Mr. Mitchell's office?
Mr. Liddy brought with him a series of charts. They were professionally done charts and had color, some color on each of the charts. As I recall, there were approximately 6 charts. Each chart contained a subject matter and was headed by a code word. I cannot recall many of the code words. The one I do recall is gemstone. I think one was called target, but I cannot specifically recall the other code words. Each chart had a listing of certain types of activities with a budget, and as I recall, there was one chart that totaled up the activities and the budget totaled to the $1 million figure that he had mentioned previously.
Now, Mr. Liddy was presenting this in a form of show and tell operation?
Yes, that's correct.
What were the size of these charts?
As I recall, they were approximately probably the size of the chart that is on the display stand.
And were they on an easel or display stand in the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
Do you have any idea where these charts were prepared or who prepared them?
No, I do not.
You say that the charts dealt with various projects and they had code names on them. Could you give us, to your best recollection, what some of these projects were?
There was, of course, the projects including wiretapping, electronic surveillance, and photography. There were projects relating to the abduction of individuals, particularly members of radical groups. We were concerned about the convention in San Diego. And Mr. Liddy had a plan where the leaders would be abducted and detained in a place like Mexico, and that they would then be returned to this country at the end of the convention. He had another plan which would have used women as agents to work with members of the Democratic National Committee and at their convention and here in Washington, and hopefully through their efforts they would obtain information from them.
Now, with regard to these women,
I'm going to ask the audience to please refrain from laughter or any kind of demonstration.
with regard to the use of these women as agents, did this involve the use of a yacht in Miami?
He envisioned renting a yacht in Miami and having it set up for sound and photographs.
And what would the women be doing at that time?
I really could only estimate, but...
Well, based on his project, as your recollection,
well,
what did he indicate in this?
They would have been, I think you could consider them call girls.
Do you recall any project dealing with a mugging project involving demonstrators?
I don't specifically recall that.
Now, what was the total budget that he presented at this meeting?
Approximately $1 million.
How long did Mr. Liddy's presentation take?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Mr. Magruder, what was Mr. Mitchell's reaction, Mr. Dean's reaction, your own reaction when you heard this presentation?
I think all three of us were appalled. The scope and size of the project was something, at least in my mind, was not envisioned. I don't think it was in Mr. Mitchell's mind or Mr. Dean's, although I can't comment on their state of mind at that time. Mr. Mitchell, in an understated way, which was his method of dealing with difficult problems like this, indicated that this was not an acceptable project.
And did Mr. Mitchell give Mr. Liddy any instructions at the end of this meeting?
He indicated that he should go back to the drawing boards and come up with a more realistic plan.
So it would be true that Liddy at least left that meeting without being discouraged from continuing to plan an intelligence operation?
I would say he was discouraged, but he was given the right to come up with a more reasonable plan.
Did you have any discussion with Mr. Liddy after the meeting?
Yes, he met with John Dean and I on our way back to the committee and indicated his being disturbed because he had assumed that everyone would have accepted this project at face value. We indicated that certain of these things were inappropriate and that he would have to redo them and come back at a later date.
Did you make any report of the meeting to anyone after the meeting?
Yes, I made a report to Mr. Strawn at the White House.
Now, did you disclose everything concerning that meeting to Mr. Strawn?
I don't recall at that meeting whether Mr. Liddy had these charts put into 8.5 by 11 size to hand out. If he had, I would have sent those over to Mr. Strawn. I do remember discussing it. I don't recall in this meeting whether we had working papers, and so I can't recall specifically. I think I just, on the phone, discussed the general nature of his proposal.
Was this telephone conversation with Mr. Strawn, in which you did report the general nature of the discussion, consistent with your general reporting to Mr. Strawn, as you did from time to time, matters that should get to the White House staff?
Yes, everything that I did at the committee, everything that we did was staffed to Mr. Strawn so that he could alert other officials at the White House as to our activities.
Was there a second meeting on the Liddy plan, Mr. Magruder?
Yes, the following week in February 4th, as I recall, we met at 11 a.m. in the morning.
Now, how did that meeting come about? Who attended it?
Mr. Liddy indicated he was ready to discuss a reduced proposal. I alerted Mr. Dean, and we set up an appointment with Mr. Mitchell, and we reviewed a reduced proposal.
Where was this meeting?
At the Justice Department.
And was it in Mr. Mitchell's office?
Yes. We met in Mr. Mitchell's office. He did not have charts this time, but rather had...
You mean Mr. Liddy did
Mr. Liddy did not have charts. He had them reduced on 8.5 by 11 pages, and the scope and, of course, budget was reduced considerably. Was reduced to $500,000.
Well, at this time, what was in and what was out concerning this?
I cannot recall specifically what was in or out. I do know that the discussion mainly after his discussion with us related only to the wiretapping and photography, not to any of the other projects. They had been basically discarded.
I think you may have testified this, but if you haven't, who was present at this second meeting, Mr. Magruder?
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. Liddy, and myself. Mr. Dean came in approximately 15 so minutes late, but was there for most of the meeting.
And at this time, as you stated, the project primarily dealt with wiretapping and photographing. Were any targets specifically mentioned either by Mr. Liddy or anybody at the meeting?
At that meeting, we did discuss potential targets. We discussed the potential target of the Democratic National Committee headquarters, primarily because of information we had relating to Mr. O'Brien that we felt would be possibly damaging to the Democratic National Committee. We discussed the possibility of using the electronic surveillance at the Fontainebleau Hotel, which was going to be the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and we discussed the potential of using the same method at the presidential headquarters. At that time, we did not know who the candidate would be, so it was simply an indication that that would be a target of interest. Also at that meeting, Mr. Mitchell brought up that he had information, as I recall, and I think it was Mr. Mitchell, it was either Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Dean, that they had information relating to Senator Muskie that was in Mr. Greenspan's office in Las Vegas. He was a publisher of the newspaper in Las Vegas. And
do you know his full name?
As I recall, Mr. Henry Greenspan, I think Greenspan or Greenspun, I think is his name. He's the publisher of the Las Vegas newspaper. And Mr. Liddy was asked to review the situation in Las Vegas to see if there would be potential for an entry into Mr. Greenspan.
Potential for what, Mr. Magruder?
Potential for an entry into Mr. Greenspun's office.
Do you know what it was that they were looking for in Mr. Greenspun's office?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the information was that Mr. Mitchell mentioned concerning Mr. O'Brien?
Yes. We had information from reliable sources that at the Democratic National Convention, they had a business exposition. The business exposition was being put on by by a separate business exposition company. It was our understanding that the fee the business concerned paid to this business company was then kicked back, or partially kicked back, to the Democratic National Committee to assist them in the payment of their debts.
Aside from that kind of information, what was the general information or general kind of information that you would be looking for in these break-ins or electronic surveillance?
I think at that time, the we were particularly concerned about the ITT situation. Mr. O'Brien had been a very effective spokesman against our position on the ITT case, and I think there was a general concern that if he was allowed to continue as Democratic National Chairman, because he was certainly their most professional, at least from our standpoint, their most professional political operator, that he could be very difficult in the coming campaign. So we had hoped that information might discredit him.
All right, how did that meeting end? What was Mr. Mitchell's reaction to this presentation at the second meeting?
It still was disapproval, or let's say, I should say, we agreed that it would not be approved at that time, but we would take it up later, that he just didn't feel comfortable with it even at that level.
But again, would it be true to say that at least Mr. Liddy was encouraged to continue in his planning?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now, after this meeting, Mr. Magruder, did you report to anyone about the meeting?
Yes, I sent the documents that Mr. Liddy had given us at the meeting to Mr. Strawn.
And again, was this in your normal course of using Mr. Strawn as liaison to the White House staff people, such as Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, I automatically sent all documents to Mr. Strawn.
And did those documents contain all of what Mr. Liddy had presented at that meeting?
Well, certainly all of the specific discussion. They did not contain, as an example, the discussion on targets, because that was a discussion and that was not in the documents.
Did you have a telephone conversation with Mr. Strawn concerning that meeting?
Yes, I indicated the general context of that meeting.
And did that include Mr. Mitchell's suggestion concerning the Las Vegas mission?
I cannot recall specifically that point, but I would assume that I probably discussed the key targets that we had discussed.
And that would include the Democratic National Committee headquarters and Mr. O'Brien. Did you discuss the meeting with anybody else, either at the committee or the White House?
I can't recall discussing it with anyone else.
Was there any special role that Mr. LaRue played at the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
Mr. LaRue was an advisor to Mr. Mitchell. He was a close friend of Mr. Mitchell's. He had become a close friend of mine. He was someone who worked with all of us. We all felt he had an astute political judgment, and we worked very closely with Mr. LaRue on literally all matters that concern the committee.
Did there come a time after the second meeting that you had some difficulty with Mr. Liddy and Mr. LaRue played some role in that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Approximately mid-March, I had requested certain things from Mr. Liddy, I think relating to his legal work as general counsel, and they had not been forthcoming, and I met him, ran into him in the third floor of our building, and asked him would he be more cooperative in producing the work that we needed quickly. He indicated some disturbance with me at that time. I went upstairs and was somewhat agitated, and asked him to come upstairs and discuss this matter with me, and at that time Mr. LaRue sat in part of the meeting. At that time we agreed that Mr. Liddy would terminate from our committee completely at first.
What was the difficulty that did occur, and what was the altercation, if you could be a little more specific?
Well, I simply put my hand on Mr. Liddy's shoulder, and he asked me to remove it, and indicated that if I didn't, serious consequences could occur.
Was he more specific than serious consequences?
Well, he indicated he would kill me, but I want to make it clear that I don't regard that, and I do not now regard that as a specific threat. It was simply Mr. Liddy's mannerism. I think he was indicating to me that he did not care for his relationship with me. That was all.
Yeah. Where actually did this particular meeting with you and Mr. Liddy occur?
The altercation or the meeting?
The altercation.
In the lobby of the third floor of the reception area of the committee.
And thereafter there was a meeting with Mr. Liddy and
Yes.
Mr. LaRue came up?
Yes.
Where did that occur?
In my office.
What happened at that time?
Well, at first we agreed, Mr. Liddy and I, that he would terminate completely from the committee all activities. Then we discussed the intelligence gathering, and He indicated at one point that possibly Mr. Hunt could become involved directly in this area, or that we could cease any consideration of that. At that time, as I recall, Mr. Liu indicated it would be best if we retain Mr. Liddy at least in that area. But he was not overly specific. He just thought it was best that we keep things cool and not get too excited about the situation. And what we then agreed to was to terminate him from our committee as general counsel, but retain him in the area of intelligence gathering.
Well, now, at the time, Mr. LaRue was anxious to have you keep Mr. Liddy in the intelligence gathering. Did Mr. LaRue know what Mr. Liddy was planning to do?
I think, again, Mr. LaRue sat in on many of our meetings, and he and I have and are still very close friends, and we discussed, I'm sure, in general terms, Mr. Liddy's proposal. I could not recall a specific time sitting down with Mr. LaRue, though, and telling him exactly what Mr. Liddy's proposals were.
By the way, did you know at that time that Mr. Hunt was working with Mr. Liddy?
At that time, I think by that time, I had been encouraged by certain staff members at the White House to be sure that Mr. Hunt was not employed by us directly, but employed by Mr. Liddy, and so I think I was aware at that time he was.
What staff members at the White House made such encouragement?
Mr. Howard, Richard Howard.
Who was Mr. Richard Howard?
He was Mr. Colson's assistant.
And what, if anything, did he say to you? What kind of encouragement did he give you?
Well, he indicated that Mr. Hunt had completed his assignments at the White House, and that since we were now engaged in intelligence activities, he thought I would find Mr. Hunt very valuable. I had only met Mr. Hunt once, so I was not really quite sure in what terms he would be valuable. So I indicated to Mr. Howard that he should refer Mr. Hunt to Mr. Liddy and that Mr. Liddy would employ him. I did not know at that time that he and Mr. Liddy had worked together before.
Now, also concerning this altercation you had with Mr. Liddy and your decision to terminate his employment, did you receive any communication from any other person from the White House concerning Mr. Liddy?
Yes. Evidently, Mr. Liddy, after he left my office, went and saw Mr. Dean and then Mr. Strawn. I received a call from Mr. Dean encouraging me not to become personally concerned about Mr. Liddy, that I should not let my personal animosity and his get in the way of this project. And then I went over to the White House and was working with Mr. Strawn on normal campaign matters, and he brought up the same subject. And as we walked back to the committee, it was a Friday afternoon, I recall, and it was raining. He indicated that although he had the same personal difficulties with Mr. Liddy, that probably Mr. Liddy was quite professional in this intelligence gathering, and we should retain him in this area.
Did Mr. Eagle Krogh ever talk to you concerning Mr. Liddy or Mr. Hunt?
Mr. Krogh did talk to me about Mr. Liddy and mentioned a number of times that we should keep tight control over him, but that he was very effective.
Did you know at any time of Mr. McCord's participation in Mr. Liddy's plan?
No.
After the February 4 meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office, when the plan was not still approved, did there come a time when anyone else in the White House urged you to get the Liddy plan approved?
Yes. Mr. Charles Colson called me one evening and asked me, in a sense, would we get off the stick and get the budget approved for Mr. Liddy's plans, that we needed the information, particularly on Mr. O'Brien. He did not mention, I want to make clear, anything relating to wiretapping or espionage at that time.
But in that discussion, did you have any idea, did you get the impression yourself that he knew what the Liddy plan was?
Again, I want to be careful here. I think I knew that Mr. Hunt was a close friend of Mr. Colson's. He had been referred to me earlier by Mr. Colson. I did make the assumption that he did know, but he did not say that he was aware of the specifics, and never did say that to me at any time.
Would Mr. Colson be one of those persons who would be in line of communication to whatever Mr. Strawn was communicating to the White House?
I think Mr. Strawn worked closely with Mr. Colson, but his line of command was through Mr. Haldeman.
Now, was anybody present when you received that telephone call from Mr. Colson?
Mr. LaRue was.
Were there any further contacts that you had with Mr. Howard, Mr. Colson's assistant, concerning the call that Mr. Colson made to you?
Mr. Howard and I were fairly good friends. He had worked for me at the White House, and a number of times we discussed the general intelligence gathering situation, and he did indicate what he thought was the professionalism, particularly of Mr. Hunt, and the need to gather this information. But I'd like to make it clear there was a general, I think, atmosphere in the White House and the committee of the need to gather information. This was not necessarily information that would be gathered illegally.
Right, and was Mr. Howard's discussions with you also urging you to try to pursue the Liddy plan?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time when you had a third and final meeting with Mr. Mitchell on the Liddy plan on or about March 30, 1972?
Yes, we had, there had been a delay in the decision-making process at the committee because of the ITT hearings. Mr. Mitchell was on vacation at Key Biscayne. I went down to Key Biscayne. Mr. LaRue was there, and we met and went over approximately 30-some decision papers, mainly relating to direct mail and advertising, the other parts of the campaign. The last topic we discussed was the final proposal of Mr. Liddy's, which was for approximately $250,000. We discussed it, brought up again the pros and cons. I think I can honestly say that no one was particularly overwhelmed with the project, but I think we felt that the information could be useful, and Mr. Mitchell agreed to approve the project, and I then notified the parties of Mr. Mitchell's approval.
What was the form, by the way, of the memorandum or decision paper that was presented to Mr. Mitchell at this meeting?
It was unlike our normal decision process where we had an approve, disapprove comment line at the bottom. It was simply the same 8.5 by 11 blank sheets typed up with the basics of the plan, the number of people he would have to hire, the number of electronic surveillance equipment and amounts he would have to purchase, and so on. And I used a system which I think Mr. Reasoner has discussed, where I made 3 copies of each document that I would discuss with Mr. Mitchell. 1 copy went to Mr. Strawn for Mr. Haldeman. The other 2 copies I brought with me to Key Biscayne. I gave Mr. Mitchell the 1 copy. He did some marked up some of it. I cannot recall what he marked on these papers. Indicated his approval, did not indicate it in any formal sense by initialing it or writing it, just indicated
well, now, then prior to you going down to Key Biscayne, you had sent over a copy to Mr. Strawn of this.
My normal method of dealing with Mr. Strawn was at their request, we sent the decision papers to them initially before I discussed them with Mr. Mitchell, so if there was any point in those papers, he could, Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Strawn could get back to us and indicate their opinion on a subject.
All right, now this $250,000 project that you say Mr. Mitchell approved in Key Biscayne, what was that project specifically, as you recall?
It was specifically approval for initial entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, and that at a further date, if the funds were available, we would consider an entry into the presidential contenders headquarters, and also potential at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami.
When you returned to Washington, Mr. Magruder, did you communicate to anyone that the Liddy plan on the $250,000 budget was approved?
Yes, I attempted to reach Mr. Liddy while I was in Key Biscayne because he had indicated time problems. I was unable to do so, so when I came back to Washington, I indicated to Mr. Reasoner that Mr. Liddy's project had been approved, and would he notify Mr. Liddy. I called Mr. Strawn and indicated to him that the project had been approved, and I indicated to Mr. Sloan that Mr. Liddy would be authorized to draw $250,000 over the entire period of the campaign, but that he probably would need a sizable amount of that initially.
Now, when you say that project that was approved included the entry of the Democratic National Committee headquarters and perhaps other entries, that also include the use of electronic surveillance or bugging?
I'm sorry.
When you said the project that was approved in Key Biscayne...
To Mr. Strawn, I discussed it in detail. To Mr. Sloan...
No, I'm not talking about Mr. Sloan. I'm talking about the project Mr. Mitchell approved in Key Biscayne. I think you said the project included an approval of the entry into Democratic National Committee headquarters. Did it also include use of electronic surveillance and
It
bugging?
included electronic surveillance and photography of photographing of documents.
Now, Mr. Sloan was told what?
That Mr. Liddy was allowed to draw $250,000.
But Mr. Strawn was given a fairly complete report on what was approved.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Sloan questioning an initial large sum of money, $83,000, which Mr. Liddy requested after the approval of the plan?
Yes.
Could you tell us what happened and how that was resolved?
Well, he called me and said that Mr. Liddy wanted a substantial sum. At that time, I didn't recall the amount, but Mr. Sloan indicates it's $83,000, and I would assume he's correct. I indicated that Mr. Liddy did have that approval. Mr. Sloan evidently then went to Mr. Stans. Mr. Stans went to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell came back to me and said, why did Gordon need this much money? And I explained to him that this was, in effect, front-end money that he needed for the equipment and the early costs of getting this kind of an operation together. Mr. Mitchell understood, evidently told Mr. Stans it had been approved, and the approval was complete.
Did you receive, Mr. Magruder, any progress reports now after the approval by Mr. Liddy?
No, I did not.
Did you know that there was to be an entry in the Democratic National Committee headquarters?
Well, I assumed there would be. I did not know specifically when Mr. Liddy would do that, as I recall. I don't remember that he discussed the exact date with me, no.
Well, do you recall a discussion that you had with Mr. Liddy concerning an effort to enter the McGovern headquarters?
Yes. I think as I recall, it was after the first entry into the DNC headquarters. Mr. Strawn and I were in my office, and Mr. Liddy came in, not in a formal meeting sense, it just came in and indicated that he had had trouble the night before, that they tried to do a survey of the McGovern headquarters, and that Mr. Liddy indicated that to assist this, he had shot a light out. At that point in time, both Mr. Strawn and I became very concerned because we understood from Mr. Liddy that he would not participate himself, nor would anyone participate in his activities that could be in any way connected with our committee.
Now, when there was this entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters, which we've had testified before this committee, occurred May 27th, around the Memorial Day weekend of 1972. Did Mr. Liddy report that to you?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Liddy tell you when he reported that?
He simply indicated that they had made a successful entry and had placed wiretapping equipment in the Democratic National Committee.
Did he report to you at all that he had a monitoring station at the Howard Johnson's motel across the street?
My understanding, my recollection was that he had it in a truck somewhere, but I guess he did not. That's my recollection, was it was in a truck, but I gather it was in the Howard Johnson.
Were you aware at any time of Mr. Baldwin's participation in this?
No, sir.
When did you get any of the fruits or the results of this bugging and photographing operation?
Approximately a week and a half after the initial entry, I received the first reports. They were in two forms. One were capitulations of the telephone conversations. They were done in a form in which you would know they were telephone conversations, but they weren't direct references to the phone conversations. And the second were photography, the pictures of documents that they had taken at the Democratic National Committee headquarters.
Was there any special feature about these photographs?
Well, the famous fingers were on the photographs, the rubber gloves with the fingers.
Now, the documents in which you say the capitulation of the telephone conversations, where were they? What was the form of those documents?
They were under the gemstone stationery. You have seen it since I have.
Well, perhaps you can identify this for us.
I can see it. I haven't seen it since June 19th, but
Well,
that is...
take a look at it, and it's an exhibit that is entered into the record. Is that the form of the
That's
document?
correct.
Do you recall seeing an envelope of this kind?
I think that it did come in that form. I remember seeing the envelope. I can't recall whether the gemstone material did come in that envelope, but it could have very well.
Now, you say you received it in two installments?
Yes, sir.
And were the installments both installments which included typewritten telephone conversations and photographs?
As I recall, they both included that.
Did you show these so-called gemstone materials with the photographs to anybody?
Yes, I brought the materials into Mr. Mitchell in my 8:30 morning meeting that I had each morning.
Now, at that time, you say into Mr. Mitchell. Where was Mr. Mitchell's office located at this time?
Well, he was now in the campaign, and he had an office in the campaign committee, and he had an office in his law firm, and we would meet in either office depending on his schedule. And at that time, I showed him the documents in his, I think as Mr. Reasoner's discussed, I always had two files. He, as I recall, reviewed the documents, indicated as I did that there was really no substance to these documents. And at that time, and as I recall, it was at that time we called Mr. Liddy up to his office, and Mr. Mitchell indicated his dissatisfaction with the results of his work.
Well, did he tell him anything more than he was dissatisfied? Did he ask for anything more?
He didn't ask for anything more. He simply indicated that this was not satisfactory, that it was worthless and not worth the money that had been paid for.
Well, Mr. Magruder, did he mention anything about the fact that of the O'Brien information? Did he not see any of the O'Brien telephone?
There was no information relating to any of the subjects we had hoped to receive. And he indicated, Mr. Liddy indicated that there was problems with one wiretap and that one was not placed in the proper phone, and that he would correct these matters and hopefully get the information that was requested.
Did you show these documents, the so-called gemstone documents, to Mr. Strawn?
As I recall, because of the sensitive nature of these documents, I called Mr. Strawn and asked him would he come over and look at them in my office rather than sending a copy to his office. As I recall, I only had one copy of these documents. As I recall, he did come over and look over the documents and indicate to me the lack of substance to the documents.
Now, in fact, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Liddy, Mr. Hunt, and others did go into another break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the early morning hours of June 17, 1972. Where were you when this occurred?
I was in Los Angeles, California.
Were you aware that this break-in was to take place?
No.
With whom were you in California?
I was with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Porter, Mr. Marty, and we had a number of political activities in California that weekend.
What took place in Los Angeles when you first learned about the break-in?
Well, I was at breakfast at the Beverly Hills Hotel. There were a number of us, probably 8 or 10 of us at breakfast. I received a call from Mr. Liddy. He indicated to me that I should get to a secure phone. I said that there was no way I could get to a secure phone at this time. He indicated that there had been a problem the night before. I said, well, what kind of a problem, or something of that type, and he indicated that our security chief had been arrested at the Watergate. And I said, you mean Mr. McCord? And he said, yes. I think I blanched, to say the least, and said, I'll call you back immediately on a payphone to get more detail. And I did that. I went to a payphone and called him back, and he gave me more detail, which was simply that the 5 people had been apprehended at the Watergate and that Mr. McCord was among the 5.
Now, did you report that back to anybody?
Yes, I first talked with Mr. LaRue and indicated the problem, and Mr. LaRue then talked to Mr. Mitchell, and then Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, and I discussed it again together. We knew that Mr. Martin, who was there, was a closer friend of Mr. Liddy's than any of us, and Mr. Mitchell asked Mr. Martin to call Mr. Liddy and asked him to see the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, Mr. Kleindienst, and see if there was any possibility that Mr. McCord could be released from jail.
Do you know what happened as a result of that call?
My understanding is that they went out to the Burning Tree Country Club where Mr. Kleindienst was playing golf, and Mr. Kleindienst rebuffed Mr. Liddy and Mr. Palmore, who was with him.
Mr. McCord was not released?
No, he was not.
Did you call Mr. Reasoner and Mr. Odell from California?
Yes, later that day. We had numerous phone conversations that day. We were trying to come up with a statement that Mr. Mitchell could make if he was asked in a press conference, and then we later released that statement. And I discussed with Mr. Reesner the need to take certain files from my office. We were concerned about the break-in from our own standpoint because of Mr. McCord. We could not understand why Mr. McCord was involved in this situation, and we thought that maybe since this break-in was done in a rather amateurish way, that possibly there was some double agent activity going on here, and we were honestly concerned about our own files. I did ask Mr. Reesner to remove certain files, my advertising file, the budget file, our strategy file, and the gemstone file. Then I talked with he and Mr. Odle, and Mr. Odle took the gemstone file home.
Did you talk to anybody else from California?
Well, yes, I talked to Powell Moore, as I recall. I can't recall any others specifically.
Did you call Mr. Strawn?
Oh, yes, I called Mr. Strawn that evening.
And what did you tell Mr. Strawn?
I told him that he, of course, we knew no more than he knew. Really, we knew that they had been apprehended, that we had a problem, and just discussed in a sense that we had a problem and we didn't quite know what to do about it at that time. We had heard that there was some money at that time found on the individuals. We had hoped it was money that had been found at the Democratic National Committee, but unfortunately it was our money. And so we, in effect, just discussed the problem. We had no answers, obviously, at that time.
Did you receive a call from Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, the next morning, on Sunday, I received a call from Mr. Haldeman. He asked me what had happened. Again, I told him basically that...
From where was he calling?
He was Key Biscayne, Florida. And he just asked me the basic background. I gave him the of the break-in now and what had happened. And I just told him what had happened. He indicated that I should get back to Washington immediately, since no one in any position of authority was at the committee, and to talk with Mr. Dean and Mr. Strawn and Mr. Sloan and others on Monday to try to find out what actually had happened and whose money it was and so on.
Now, you did return to Washington.
Yes, I did.
And could you tell us, as briefly but as specifically as you can, what you did as soon as you returned to Washington, who you met with?
Well, on Monday, I met with Mr. Dean, Mr. Strawn, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Liddy. Mr. Liddy and I didn't really have too much to say to each other. He said he had goofed, and I accepted that on face value. There really wasn't much to discuss at that time. I determined for Mr. Sloan that the money was our money, not someone else's money. Mr. Dean and I discussed the problem in terms of what were we going to do, as did Mr. Strawn and I.
Did you have a meeting on that evening, the evening of June 19th, when you came back to Washington, in Mr. Mitchell's apartment?
Yes, Mr. Mitchell flew back that Monday with Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian, and we met in his apartment with Mr. Dean. So that would have been Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Dean, Mr. Mardian, and myself. And the general discussion again was what were we going to do about the problem. It was, again, we had very little information. We didn't, of course, know what type of investigation would then be held. And we talked about types of alternative solutions. One solution that was recommended, which was to, of course, destroy the gemstone file. So I called my office and...
Now, that solution came up as a result of that meeting?
Well, I think, yes, it was generally concluded that that file should be immediately destroyed.
And did you destroy it?
Yes, I destroyed it.
There is much more to come from this compelling witness, and we'll resume Jeb Stuart Magruder's testimony in a moment. At this point, we'd like to thank you for an overwhelming response to these broadcasts, and we urge you to continue your support of the local public television station that you're watching right now. Public television's complete coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Jeb Magruder has just testified that he did destroy the gemstone files after a meeting with top campaign aides. Majority Counsel Sam Dash is now going to ask about John Dean's role following the break-in.
Mr. Dean's participation, by the way, in these meetings, was Mr. Dean operating on his own, or what was your understanding of Mr. Dean's role at these meetings?
Well, Mr. Dean was the person who had worked with us on many of these legal matters. He had brought Mr. Liddy to the committee. He was a close associate of ours through Mr. Mitchell, and also of all of us knew Mr. Dean very well. And he was one person from the White House who worked with us quite closely. It was very natural in this situation for Mr. Dean to be part of our meetings at this point in time because of his association and of his background.
And would he, from your understanding, be representing any White House interests at these meetings?
I think you'd really have to ask Mr. Dean that question.
Did you instruct Mr. Reasoner to destroy any other files?
As I recall, I asked Mr. Reasoner to cull through my files, pull out any sensitive material that could be embarrassing to us. There was the suit that was placed against us by the Democratic National Committee, which asked for immediate disclosure. And as I recall, we all indicated that we should remove any documents that could be damaging, whether they related at all to the Watergate or not.
Mr. Sloan has testified before this committee, Mr. Magruder, that shortly after your return and after the break-in, that you asked him to perjure himself concerning the amount of money that Mr. Sloan had given Mr. Liddy. Could you state your own recollection of that discussion with Mr. Sloan?
Well, the first discussion, we had two meetings on Monday. The first meeting was when I determined from him that the money was our money, and that we discussed that in his office. And he came up to my office, and in attempting to allay his concerns or to help him in some sense give some advice, I think, we talked about what would he do about the money. My understanding of the new election law indicated that he would be personally liable for cash funds that were not reported, and these were not reported funds. So I indicated at that meeting that I thought he had a problem and might have to do something about it. And he said, "Do you mean commit perjury?" And I said, "Well, you might have to do something like that to solve your problem." Very honestly was doing that in good faith to Mr. Sloan to assist him at that time. Now, later we met 3 times, twice that week and once after he returned from his vacation. And that was on the subject of how much money had been allocated to Mr. Liddy. Now, in thinking of about 7 months from the time we authorized the funds to the time of the November election, I thought that Mr. Liddy should have received somewhere between $100,000 and $125,000 approximately. That was my guesstimate. Mr. Porter indicated he had distributed approximately $30-some thousand to Mr. Liddy, so I assumed that Mr. Sloan probably distributed somewhere under $100,000. Now, I'll fully admit that I hoped that the figure was as low as possible, and we all hoped that it was low. Mr. Sloan would not tell me what the figure was. He refused to tell me the figure. He said that I can't tell you the figure. I said, just tell me what it is so we can work on the solution of this problem. If we don't know how much you gave Mr. Liddy, how can we determine what the money went for? On the third meeting, he and I went out and had a couple of drinks, and he still would not discuss the facts of this situation with me. I did not at that time or in any of those meetings ask him to do anything relating to the money other than tell me what the figure was and that I hoped it was a low figure. And I certainly did hope it was a low figure, but I had no problem accepting a higher figure because I thought we could work something out relating to any figure within reasonable limits. I think the real problem was that he knew it was $199,000, and I was aghast at that figure because there was no way Mr. Liddy should have received that much money in that short period of time. It was only 2.5 months since his approval.
All right, now, Mr. Magruder, you said you needed some of this information to work out a solution. Isn't it true that sometime after the time you returned to Washington, California, and during the months of, say, June or July and August, that there came a time when you agreed to make up a story about how the break-in and the bugging took place and who was involved?
Yes. I want to state here, though, that there was never any feeling on my part. No one asked me to do anything. I personally felt that it was important to be sure that this story did not come out in its true form at that time, as I think did the other participants. So I want to make it clear that no one coerced me to do anything. I volunteered to work on the cover-up story.
But on your volunteering to work on it, who participated with you, without coercing you, in the working up of the fabricated story?
Well, there were, from the time of the break-in to my second grand jury appearance, and then actually into my third grand jury appearance in September, a series of meetings. These meetings do not appear on my calendar because they were ad hoc meetings. They were not planned meetings. They were mainly held in Mr. Mitchell's office. The main participants typically were Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Mardian, and Mr. Dean, although many other people would meet in these meetings. Much of the meeting would be on subjects that were perfectly, I think, acceptable to discuss. So it's very hard for me to pinpoint exactly when and how we came up with the cover-up story. But it became apparent when we found out the sums were in the $200,000 range that we had to come up with a very good story to justify why Mr. Liddy would have spent that amount of money on legal activities.
Well, what was that story, Mr. Magruder, that you finally came up with?
What we did was we simply took factual activity that we had asked Mr. Liddy to do, and we exaggerated to a great extent the amount of money spent on those activities to the tune of the $230-some thousand. I asked Mr. Porter to would he be willing to work with us on this cover-up story, and as he's testified, he indicated that he did. So he took care of, in effect, $100,000, and I took care of, in effect, $150,000 by indicating that Mr. Liddy had legal projects for us in the intelligence field. And we worked over this story with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean, Mr. LaRue, and Mr. Mardian, although Mr. Mardian was participated to a much lesser extent with me than the others did. My primary contacts on the story were Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell.
But all of these persons that you've named when you finally did arrive at the story knew, in fact, what actually had occurred.
Yes, they did.
Now, could you tell us why the story required that the break-in involvement be cut off at Mr. Liddy and not at you?
Well, there was some discussion about me, and I volunteered at one point that maybe I was the guy who ought to take the heat because it was going to get to me, and we knew that. And I think it was there were some takers on that, but basically the decision was that because I was in a position where they knew that I had no authority to either authorize funds or make policy in that committee, that if it got to me, it would go higher, whereas Mr. Liddy, because of his past background, it was felt it would be believable that Mr. Liddy was truly the one who did originate it. And, of course, it was true, I think, that Mr. Liddy did originate the plan, was basically the one who did come up with these ideas in specific terms, and we felt that was more believable than someone like myself who did not have any background in this area authorizing these kinds of sums of money and authorizing this type of a program when it was known full well throughout the committee in the White House that I had no such authority.
Now, did you tell this story that was developed to Mr. Parkins and Mr. Bryan, who were representing the committee?
After July 4th, Mr. Mardian brought Mr. Parkinson into my office and said to me that he would like me to tell the true story. And I said, do you mean the true story, which, at that time we were dealing in a number of stories, and it was, and he said, no, I want the true story. And I then, for 2 hours, I think, told Mr. Parkinson the true story.
But later you then told Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Parkinson the story that had been developed and agreed to by the other parties you mentioned.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when were you first called before the grand jury, Mr. Magruder?
My first grand jury appearance was July 5th. It was just an organizational appearance, in effect, who was who in the committee. The second appearance was in August 16th, which
now,
was
before that appearance, were you interviewed by the Federal Bureau of the Investigation?
Yes. I was immediately after my grand jury appearance, I was interviewed by the Federal Bureau, or soon thereafter.
Now, at the time you were interviewed by the FBI, had the story been developed?
Yeah, we had not, we still had problems with the money, so, but other than that, we basically had developed the guidelines to the story, yes.
And when you were interviewed by the FBI, did you tell this false story to the FBI?
Yes, I did.
And you say you were next brought before the grand jury when?
In August 16th.
Now, when you testified before the grand jury that time, did you testify according to this false story?
Yes, I did.
What role did Mr. Dean play in preparing you for your second grand jury appearance, if any?
On the day before the grand jury appearance, I was aware that I was a target of the grand jury at that time, and so I was briefed by our lawyers, very normally. Also, I was interrogated for approximately 2 hours by Mr. Dean and approximately a half hour in a general way by Mr. Mitchell.
Now, after you appeared before the grand jury the second time, did Mr. Dean give you any report?
Yes, the day after, Mr. Dean indicated that I would not be indicted.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
No, he did not.
And by the way, again, Mr. Dean's participation, you were aware, were you not, that Mr. Dean worked in the White House and did report to Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, sir.
And I think you yourself, when you testified or before us in executive session, indicated that you were familiar with the roles that you had played at that level and Mr. Dean played.
Yes, that's correct.
What was your understanding, therefore, when Mr. Dean was working with you prior to your appearance before the second grand jury? Was he doing this on his own, or would he be doing it as a representative from other persons at the White House?
Well, again, it's an assumption on my part, and I think I should be very careful. He was in a staff role and did report to the gentleman you mentioned. Consequently, you would assume, and I did not know, and at no time did I know, that he was directly reporting back to either Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman. I did assume this, but that was only an assumption from my work at the White House myself.
Were you again called before the grand jury prior to the trial, the first trial?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in September, middle of September.
Do you know why you were being called before that grand jury?
Yes. At that time, they had they had subpoenaed my diary, and my diary contained meetings, primarily the meetings in January and February with Mr. Liddy, that we knew they would be very interested in. So consequently, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and I met to try to determine how I would answer those questions.
Now, did you meet prior to your appearance before the grand jury in September?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose was to develop the story, in effect, of what took place at those meetings. And Mr. Dean asked if he could be removed from those meetings, and I said that would not work because too many people knew he had attended those meetings. Then Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and I agreed that I would indicate that the first meeting never occurred, that we canceled it, and that at the second meeting we discussed the new election law, which actually had been passed that week, and that I introduced Mr. Liddy to Mr. Dean, that he had not, to Mr. Mitchell, that he had not met Mr. Mitchell. It turned out that he had met Mr. Mitchell, but I was unaware of that. So I indicated to the grand jury that it was an informal meeting to introduce Mr. Liddy and also to discuss the new election law.
Was any suggestion made that you might erase entries in the diary?
Yes, as I recall, one of the individuals indicated that, and I think we agreed that erasures could be determined by the Federal Bureau of Investigation if anything was erased.
During your appearances before the grand jury or preceding it, and when the story that you had indicated was being developed, what, if anything, was told to you or discussed with you or by you concerning the question of executive clemency for yourself or for those who were going to accept the blame in this story?
Again, I'd like to be very careful here. I think during this time, of course, since I knew I was a target of the grand jury, I was somewhat concerned about what would happen to me if I was indicted. So I went through the same type of thing that the other defendants in the trial did, and asked Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean for the kind of assurances that they did. They made those assurances to me, but they...
Well, what assurances specifically?
Well, they made assurances about income and being taken care of from your standpoint of my family, and job afterwards and that type of thing, and also that there would be a good opportunity for executive clemency. But having worked at the White House and being aware of our structure there, I did not take that as meaning a direct relationship to the President at all. In fact, the use of his name was very common in many cases where it was inappropriate. In other words, where he had not had any dealings in the matter. So I knew that this did not necessarily mean it came from the President or anyone else other than Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell.
But you did not know to the contrary?
No, I did not know to the contrary.
Did you know or have any knowledge of any plans to pay attorney's fees or salaries to the defendants or support for the families of the defendants?
I was aware that they were being taken care of because, of course, one of the questions I had, if I was going to, particularly before the second grand jury appearance, which is when I had to decide to go up and tell this cover-up story, that I wanted assurances that the other 7 defendants, so the 7 defendants would hold, and I was assured that they were being taken care of. That was the extent of my knowledge.
Were you aware of any concern about any one of the defendants during this period of time?
Well, at varying times, there was concern over particularly Mr. McCord, I think Mr. Hunt to some extent at various times, and also I think Mr. Sturgis, who I did not know. They were the 3 that were brought up most frequently.
Were you aware of any plans to propose a CIA defense for the defendants?
Again, in these series of meetings that we had from that period, from the break-in through September, that defense was discussed in general terms at meetings I attended, but I couldn't be specific about it.
Now, you testified at the first Watergate trial.
Yes, sir.
And at that trial, did you tell this same full story, that you had testified before the grand jury and told the FBI?
Yes, sir.
By the time of the trial in January, all seemed, Mr. Magruder, to have worked well according to the plan, and that you had worked out with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Marnion. At what time, to your recollection, if it did occur, did the plan begin to crumble?
Well, I think as soon as we realized that the grand jury was going to reconvene, much more so than Mr. McCord's statement, because I knew that Mr. McCord's statements would be hearsay. But as soon as I knew the grand jury was going to reconvene, I knew that things would be difficult to hold. I knew I could not go through the same process again. The election was now over, and the reason for the cover-up from my standpoint was now no longer valid. But also, I knew that Mr. Reisner, from my standpoint, the only mistake the prosecutors made was in going through the organization, they missed Mr. Reisner. And if they had caught Mr. Reisner earlier, I think this story would not have made it. But I knew they would get to Mr. Reisner now because it became obvious that he had been my assistant at that time. So as soon as I knew that, and as soon as I knew that Mr. Dean began to indicate some reluctance to discuss those meetings in the same terms that I had discussed them at the grand jury, I knew that the story would not hold up under a second investigation by your committee, which of course had begun to hold hearings, and also the grand jury.
Now, did you have a meeting with Mr. Haldeman in January 1973?
Yes, I did.
And could you briefly tell us what the nature of that meeting was and what was discussed?
The meeting was for 2 purposes. One was to discuss, I was the director of the inaugural at that time, and was to discuss future employment regarding myself. And also, at that time, there was a problem regarding Mr. Porter's employment, and I had made certain assurances Mr. Mitchell had about his employment, and I wanted to be sure that Mr. Haldeman was aware of that. And then thirdly, and I realize now that these were probably taped conversations, I had some conversations with Mr. Dean in his office where he indicated a certain lack of memory to events, and I became rather concerned. He indicated at one point that wasn't that surprising how this plan was ever put into operation. And I said, well, John, surely you remember the meetings we attended. And he didn't seem to remember those meetings. And I said to myself, something's going to happen here if that continues. I think, as it turned out, I think these conversations were taped. So I thought I'd better see Mr. Haldeman and tell him what had actually happened. I thought probably that this maybe was becoming scapegoat time, and that maybe I was going to be the scapegoat. And so I went to Mr. Haldeman. I said, I just want you to know that this whole Watergate situation and the other activities was a concerted effort by a number of people. And so I went through literally a monologue on what had occurred. And that was my first discussion with Mr. Haldeman, where I laid out the true facts.
Do you know what day or date approximately in January that occurred?
It would have been before the inaugural, because we were still working on the inaugural, but I would not. I would have to look in my diary as to what date specifically.
Now, did there come a time when you met with Mr. Mitchell sometime after the trial?
Yes. The McCord letter basically activated great concern in the sense...
And that letter, I think the record would show, was March 23rd.
That's correct.
That was read out by Judge Sirica in the courtroom on the sentencing on March 23rd.
That's correct. And that, of course, accelerated the process of concern on, I think, all of the participants' part. I, on Monday, the 25th, went to see the two lawyers from the committee. As you are aware, at this time, I did not have my own counsel, so I was depending on counsel basically from our committee. And I went over my problems with them, which I think were more acute at that time than the other participants, and they agreed that I had a serious problem and suggested that I retain my own counsel. I think they then transmitted that concern of mine to Mr. Mitchell's, because on Tuesday he called me at the Commerce Department and asked me to come to New York. I flew to New York that afternoon and discussed with him.
You know what? Now, that date was what date?
That would be March 27th.
27th or
Tuesday.
All right. You know, and the year, we're talking about 1973. What was your discussion with Mr. Mitchell in New York?
I went through all of the problems I thought could occur because of the problems that renewed interest in this case would bring from your committee and from the grand jury, and indicated what should I do, and he indicated that I should hold, that he would take care of things, that everything would be taken care of. Now, at that time, I realized that he was no longer directly involved at the White House as he had been, and so I asked to see Mr. Haldeman with him the next day. He was
But at that meeting, Mr. Magruder, what did you ask Mr. Mitchell to assure you?
Well, again, I asked for the same assurances of salary and being taken care of if I had to go away for any period of time.
Did you mention executive clemency?
Yes, I did.
Then you say you asked for a meeting with Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, I felt that it would be appropriate, since this was something now that he was more directly involved on a day-to-day basis.
Did you have that meeting with Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, I did.
When?
On the following day, Wednesday, the March 28th, I think that.
Who was present?
Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Mitchell, and myself.
What was discussed?
Well, we discussed the same things that we had discussed with Mr. Mitchell, that I discussed with Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Haldeman was very careful to indicate to me that he would help me in any way as a friend, but could make no commitments for the president. Indicated that the real problems were differences of opinion over meetings, particularly the January and February meetings, where, of course, my view was that since the three, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and I had agreed to my testimony, that they therefore should stay with that agreement. Mr. Mitchell indicated, of course, he was willing to do this, but Mr. Dean indicated that he had some question about it.
But, Mr. Magruder, at this time,
everybody
knew that agreement was an agreement based on a false story. Was that not true?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Haldeman knew that then, did he not?
I cannot recall in my meeting with him in January whether yes, I'm sure I did discuss those meetings. Yes.
So that the attempt to get together and agree on that meeting was an attempt to get together to agree on what, at least from your point of view, would be to agree on the full story.
That's correct.
All right, now,
so Mr. Haldeman recommended that Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell, and I meet, which we did that afternoon.
And what was the result of that meeting?
I realized that Mr. Dean had different opinions then as to what he would do probably, and so then I thought that probably was more appropriate that even on that Monday that I get separate counsel so that I could get advice independent of the individuals who had participated with me in these activities.
In other words, you really couldn't agree at the meeting with
That's
Mr.
right.
Mitchell and Mr. Dean.
That's correct.
What was Mr. Mitchell's position at that meeting?
Well, his was cooperative.
And what was Mr. Dean's position?
he would not indicate a position.
All right, then there did come a time when you got independent counsel.
Yes, Mr. Parkinson, who was a counsel of the committee, recommended Mr. Bierbauer, and on that Saturday I went to meet him. He was out of the country, and I met him, and we agreed. He agreed to be my counsel that Saturday evening.
And did there come a time when you decided that you should go to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes, that is correct.
And when did you go to the U.S. Attorney's Office?
We agreed. They discussed things with the U.S. attorneys, I think, on April 12th, and I saw them informally on April 13th, and saw them formally on April 14th, on Saturday, April 14th.
And at that time, did you tell everything to the assistant U.S. attorneys?
Yes, I
Who did you meet
cooperated
with, by the way?
Mr. Silbert, Mr. Glanzer, and Mr. Campbell.
And did you tell them everything that you're now telling this committee?
Yes.
Did you have a meeting afterwards with Mr. Ehrlichman?
Yes, Mr. Ehrlichman called while I was with the U.S. attorneys and asked me would I come over and talk to him about the case. We talked to the U.S. attorneys. They agreed as a courtesy that we should, and Mr. Bierbauer and the other attorney with Mr. Bierbauer and I went to see Mr. Ehrlichman that afternoon.
And then according to that meeting that you had with Mr. Ehrlichman, what happened at that meeting?
Well, we told him in rather capsule form basically what I've told you this morning.
All right. Now, I have just two final questions. I want to go back. On the time when you came back from California to Washington, putting you back to around June 24, do you recall having a meeting with Mr. Stans and with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, do you recall whether Mr. Stans was informed as to what occurred, actually, the true story and not the so-called false story?
My recollection, and it was when we discussed this the other day, it was, I think, rather quick because we were trying to fold up. The discussion was in three parts. Earlier that morning, Mr. Sloan had come to our office. Mr. LaRue, who he had indicated in testimony was with him, was not there that weekend. He was in Mississippi. Mr. Sloan came up, and as I recall, Mr. Marty and myself and Mr. Mitchell were in the office, and that is at the time when Mr. Sloan was asking for guidance, and Mr. Mitchell indicated the statement about when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and we knew Mr. Sloan was rather disturbed with that. My understanding is he went down and talked to Mr. Stans, and Mr. Stans called and said he wanted to come up and see Mr. Mitchell. When he came up, Mr. Mitchell indicated I should stay in the meeting, which I did. It was not a long meeting, and basically three things were discussed in general terms. One was first, Mr. Stans wanted to know what had happened. We told him that things had not gone right, that things had gone wrong. We did not say that either he or Mr. Mitchell or I were directly involved in Mr. Liddy's activities, but that things had gone wrong, and we knew they had gone wrong, and we knew that Mr. Liddy was involved. So we discussed the fact that Mr. Liddy probably at some point in time would have to terminate his employment from the committee. Then, as I recall, we indicated to Mr. Stans the problem we had with the money, and that would he try to work with Mr. Sloan to see if Mr. Sloan could be more cooperative about what happened to the money and how much there was, and Mr. Stans indicated that he would. Recollecting as best as I can that meeting, we did not get into great detail as to what had actually happened at the Watergate.
All right, your testimony now here in public session,
Yes.
and you're correcting some of the statements
Yes.
that you made in executive session, which I believe the testimony would show that you did indicate to Mr. Stans that you and Mr. Mitchell were involved.
I don't think I said that in executive session, but as I recall, and I did not remember that meeting in great detail until we talked about it, we didn't say we were directly involved. I think the impression was given that we were certainly aware of what had happened, yes. I think that would be a fair statement, that we were aware of what had happened, and it was an operation that occurred while we were in effect, while he was in effect in charge of the campaign.
And basically you were telling Mr. Stans how this money was spent, because
Yes, that's correct.
All right, now, later, when you say that assurances were being made, or you had heard of assurances being made that the 7 criminal defendants and their families would be taken care of by financial support and otherwise, Do you recall who gave you those assurances?
Primarily Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell.
Now, did you testify before the grand jury under any immunity provision?
No, sir.
When did you, by the way, most recently testify before the grand jury?
That would have been probably 2 weeks after the April 14th discussion with the prosecutors.
And what understanding do you have with the prosecutors with regard to yourself at this point?
As I understand it, I will plead guilty to a 1-count felony charge of conspiracy.
And will you be a witness at the criminal trial?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. As we did on yesterday, we made an effort to rotate the questioning among members of the committee so that the sequence isn't exactly the same. We intend to try to do that again today with the chairman's concurrence and to rearrange the sequence of things in a little different way. I will now follow Mr. Dash. I'll yield then in our turn to Senator Weicker and Senator Gurney. And instead of minority counsel following after majority counsel, minority counsel will conclude the questioning of this witness. Mr. Magruder, I'm not clear in my mind about who originated the idea of the clandestine intelligence operation and when that was done.
Well, Mr. Liddy was brought over to me at the committee in December, and I was told that he would handle our intelligence gathering operations by Mr. Dean. He indicated that Mr. Mitchell had approved this. We did not discuss in detail in that meeting what these operations would be.
Did you discuss electronic eavesdropping?
No, we did not.
Did you discuss the Democratic National Committee?
No, we did not.
But the chain of events is that Mr. Dean recommended to you Mr. Liddy.
Yes, sir.
It is your understanding that Mr. Mitchell had recommended Mr. Liddy.
My understanding is they had met in November 24th, Mr. Liddy, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Mitchell, and at that time it was agreed he would become our counsel and handle our intelligence operations.
What was the nature of your concept of intelligence operations at that point?
My concept?
Yes,
sir?
or Mr. Dean's or Mr. Mitchell's, if you know.
I do not know what their concept was. My concept was simply one of gathering as much information through sources in the opposition's committee would have been my concept at that time. I think Mr. Porter has indicated some activities we had at that time of that nature.
Do you now have any further information that would shed any light on what Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Dean had in mind at that time about intelligence operations?
The only thing I know is that Mr. Liddy, and this would be hearsay, of course, told me that Mr. Dean and other individuals, and I cannot honestly recall their names, had indicated to him he would have $1 million for his plans. And I think in concept, because these were very extensive plans, and he had obviously been working on them before he came to the committee.
Who was present when Mr. Liddy made that remark?
No one, sir.
And it's your understanding of that conversation that Mr. Liddy said he would have $1 million for his plan?
Yes, sir.
Well, since that's a rather handsome sum, did it pique your curiosity about what he was going to use $1 million for, or what his plan was?
Well, I thought at that time that it was inappropriate for me to discuss that type of sum because it was exactly as you say, a handsome sum. So I said, as I would normally do with any staff member, we'll have to go see Mr. Mitchell before any approval is given.
And you did go to see Mr. Mitchell, I believe, on January 27th?
That's correct.
1972.
Yes, sir.
Had you participated in the formulation of this $1 million plan of Mr. Liddy's?
No, sir.
Had Mr. Dean participated in it?
I do not know.
But in any event, on January 27th, February 4th, and March 30th, as my notes reflect, you, Mr. Liddy, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean met to discuss the Liddy plan.
Yes, sir.
And in the third of those meetings, a plan was approved at approximately 1/4, or exactly 1/4, I guess, of the original Liddy proposal.
Yes, sir.
Many of the details of that plan, if not in fact all of the material details of that plan in its final form, were discussed with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean.
No, sir. Mr. Dean was not at the last meeting.
All right, fine.
Just Mr.
Only at the
LaRue.
first and second meeting.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Dean was not present when the assent to the plan in its final form was given.
That's correct.
Where was that meeting, the third meeting?
In Key Biscayne, Florida.
Who was present?
Mr. LaRue, Mr. Mitchell, and myself.
It's important for us to know, Mr. Magruder, what took place at that meeting. It's important for me to know exactly how the assent was given and the scope and the extent of the knowledge of Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue, and your knowledge of the content of the plan and the consequences that would flow from it. Can you enlighten us further in that respect?
Well, as I recall, it was the last subject that we brought up in our meeting. It was in the form, as I discussed, in 8.5, 11 sheets of paper without any heading, and had the figures and the amounts, and it was quite obvious as to what they were for. There would be dollars next to equipment, as an example, and so on. And we discussed the pros and cons, Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mitchell and I, and there was not any great feeling of acceptance to this plan, with the exception that supposedly these individuals were very professional. The information could be valuable, and that after starting at this grandiose sum of $1 million, that probably $250,000 would be an acceptable figure. I think we all had questions about Mr. Liddy, but he had come with good recommendation. And Mr. Mitchell made some notes on his copies, indicated the targets as we had discussed previously. And as I recall, Mr. LaRue was acting as the telephone answering service at that time, and many calls came in to us at that time, and he was answering the phone, so I don't think Mr. LaRue was there at all, or was not discussing this problem at all points in the time of our discussion. And Mr. Mitchell simply signed off on it in the sense of saying, okay, let's give him the $250,000 and let's see what he can come up with.
Are you conveying the impression, Mr. Magruder, that the decision was sort of not made, or that it was passively made under the circumstances?
No, I don't want to say it wasn't made. The decision was made. Only Mr. Mitchell had authority to authorize any sums in that campaign.
Some of history's great decisions have been non-decisions on occasion, and let me approach it from this standpoint. You say Mr. Mitchell signed off on it. Do you mean physically initialed it or signed it?
I mean, said, we'll give Mr. Liddy the $250,000.
And he identified the targets. Did that include the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate?
Yes, sir.
Did he do that with a pencil?
He may have. He wrote some things on the documents. I cannot specifically recall what he wrote on the documents because I destroyed the documents.
But is there any doubt in your mind that the plan was agreed to by Mr. Mitchell?
No, sir. There was no doubt. But it was a reluctant decision, and I think that's important to note. It was not one that anyone was overwhelmed at all. But it was made, and we did make it.
Tell me more about why it was a reluctant decision. I can think of 1,000 reasons why it might be a reluctant decision, but I'd like to know why you
probably have all the good reasons, as I do. We knew it was illegal. We thought it was probably inappropriate. We didn't really think there probably much would come of it, but on the other hand, maybe something would come of it, and I think it was simply one of those decisions, unfortunately, that we had 30 decisions, as I recall, at least 30 decisions that we made that day, amounting to much greater sums of money than that $250,000. And I don't mean to say that wasn't a lot of money, but...
Did you have another decision to make that day that involved any illegal action?
No, sir.
Or any clandestine activity?
No, sir.
Did that stand out in your mind as one of the reasons why you made that decision reluctantly?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Did you ever express any reservations about it?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
Well, that it was illegal, and that it was inappropriate, and that it may not work.
To whom did you say that?
To Mr. Mitchell, to Mr. LaRue, to Mr. Strawn.
What was Mr. Mitchell's reply?
I think he had similar reservations, sir.
What did he say?
Well, we were concerned, by this time we had some indications of a lack of compatibility with Mr. Liddy's behavior, and we knew that this was possibly an inappropriate program.
What was Mr. LaRue's reaction?
Similar. He did not. He was not overwhelmed with the program.
What was your reaction?
I was not overwhelmed with the program, but you must, I think, understand that I had personal feelings relating to Mr. Liddy, and I was concerned about letting those personal feelings overcome a possible decision that might be made.
What was Mr. Strawn's reaction?
I think he felt uncomfortable with Mr. Liddy, but again, I think we have to, in all honesty, say that we thought there may be some information that could be very helpful to us, and because of the certain atmosphere that had developed in my working at the White House, I was not as concerned about its illegality as I should have been at that time.
If you were concerned because the action was known to you to be illegal, because you thought it improper or unethical, that you thought the prospects for success were very meager, and you doubted the reliability of Mr. Liddy, what on earth would it have taken to decide against that plan?
Not very much, sir. I'm sure that if I had fought vigorously against it, I think any of us could have had that plan canceled. It was almost canceled. I had fired him from that position, but reneged on that.
You really leave me dangling, Mr. Magruder, and I don't attribute any ill motive to you for that. It's just that I still can't quite come to grips with why you all had and expressed reservations about this, and you still went ahead with it. Was the incentive so great or the prospects for success so tantalizing that you felt it irresistible?
I knew you would get to this line of questioning, so why don't I give you what I think is the appropriate response here. I had worked for 3 years really, in the White House and at the committee. And during that time, I was mainly engaged in activities trying to generate support for the President, both with Mr. Haldeman and then as Mr. Klein's deputy. Now, during that time, we had worked primarily relating to the war situation and worked with anti-war groups. Now, I had gone to college as an example and had a course in ethics as an example under William Sloane Coffin, who I respect greatly, have great regard for. He was quoted the other day as saying, well, I guess Mr. Magruder failed my course in ethics. And I think he's probably correct. At the same time, during this whole period of time that we were in the White House, and during this time when we were directly employed for the purpose of trying to succeed with the President's policies, and I knew how he was trying very diligently to settle the war issue. And we were all at that time against the war as an example. I think this is the primary issue. We saw continual violations of the law done by men like William Sloane Coffin. Now, he tells me my ethics are bad, and yet he was indicted for criminal charges. He recommended on the Washington Monument grounds that students burn their draft cards and that we have mass demonstrations, shut down the city of Washington. Now, here are ethical, legitimate people who I respected. I respect Mr. Coffin tremendously. He was a very close friend of mine. I saw people that I was very close to breaking the law without any regard for any other person's pattern of behavior or belief. And I believed as firmly as they did that the President was correct in this issue. So consequently, and let me just say, when these subjects came up, and although I was aware they were illegal, and I'm sure the others did, we had become somewhat inured to using some activities that would help us in accomplishing what we thought was a legitimate cause. Now, that's absolutely incorrect. Two wrongs do not make a right. For the past year, I've obviously had to consider that, and I understand completely that was an absolute incorrect decision. But that is basically, I think, the reason why that decision was made, because of that atmosphere that had occurred. And to all of us who had worked in the White House, there was that feeling of resentment and of frustration at being able to deal with issues on a legal basis.
There are countless cliches that come to mind that I could use to try to describe that state of mind or that attitude, fighting fire with fire, two wrongs don't make a right, and all the rest, but they all seem inadequate.
Well, they certainly were. And I have no justification for them, nor will I make any today. I fully accept the responsibility of having made an absolute disastrous decision, or at least participated. I didn't make the decision, but certainly participated in it,
A decision, really, that is going to affect history that was made in almost a casual way.
Yes, sir.
So on January 27th, February 4th, March 30th, 1972, you considered a plan formulated by Mr. Liddy for illegal and clandestine activity. It was put into effect and ultimately led to a break-in of the Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate on May 28th, 1972, which went undetected.
Yes, sir.
We understand from other testimony, do not remember whether you make the point or not, that there was criticism of the first break-in, I believe by Mr. Mitchell, that it did not produce the desired results, and there was a second break-in effort on June 17th, 1972.
Yes, sir.
And the illegal entry was detected. It was reported to you and others, including Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. LaRue, during your visit in California.
It was reported to Mr. Marty and Mr. LaRue, myself, and Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Dean was not in California with us.
And someone suggested, I believe, Mr. Haldeman from Key Biscayne, that you should return to Washington, which you did on June 19th.
He suggested to me that I should.
Let's examine that conversation a little more. What was the extent of Mr. Haldeman's knowledge of the situation? What did he tell you, and why did he ask you to return?
Senator, I don't know the extent of his prior knowledge.
What did he appear to know?
The discussion was simply that what had happened. I told him that the break-in had occurred, that the 5 people had been apprehended, that one of them was Jim McCord, who was our security chief, that there was money found there that probably was our money, although we didn't know at that time. He suggested that I get back to Washington to try to solve that matter.
Can you elaborate that conversation at all?
It was a straightforward discussion of the problem and in effect, Magruder, you get back and try to solve that problem. He did not suggest, now I want to make it clear, that I start any cover-up or anything of that kind. He just wanted somebody back there to get hold of the situation, because obviously it was going to deteriorate.
Did he tell anyone else to go back or suggest to you that anyone accompany you?
No, he did not. He specifically asked me to go.
What I'm about to ask, Mr. Magruder, is patently unfair to you and to Mr. Haldeman. But with that apology in advance and with the full foreknowledge that, as far as I'm concerned at least, I'm asking for another purpose other than the content of the conversation, because we'll have Mr. Haldeman here later as a witness. Can you tell me anything about that conversation, the tone of voice, the mannerisms, the anxiety, the lack of concern? Are there any indices of emotion or of content in that conversation that indicate to you that Mr. Haldeman knew how the break-in had been planned and executed, who was involved, and what had to occur?
I think I've known Mr. Haldeman for a considerable length of time. I worked for him. I happen to respect him tremendously, still do, will continue to do, because I think he's extremely competent and fine individual. But his manner of working, as many of you senators on the Republican side know, is rather direct, somewhat abrupt. He is not one who engages in long discussions over issues, at least in his working relationship with people who are subordinate to him, which in effect, although I didn't work directly under him at that time, I still was. And so our discussion was rather short and rather to the point, rather one of, you've got a problem, you better solve it.
And you went back, and on June 19th, you had a series of meetings with who? With Mr. Mitchell?
On June 19th, on the Monday, I met with the Gordon Strawn, with John Dean, with Gordon Liddy, with Hugh Sloan primarily.
Did every one of those people know what had occurred and how it occurred?
Well, Mr. Strawn did, Mr. Dean did. I do not know whether Mr. Sloan did or not. He has indicated he didn't. I accept that at face value. Mr. Liddy, of course, did.
When did you first begin planning the cover-up?
Oh, I think there was no question that the cover-up began that Saturday when we realized it was a break-in. I don't think there was ever any discussion that there wouldn't be a cover-up. At least I did not participate in any discussion that indicated anything else, except that at one point where we possibly thought that I might volunteer to become the key figure in the case.
An historic decision to go forward to this plan was followed with another historic decision to cover it up without any great debate or discussion of the matter.
That's correct, sir. Now, I think, to be fair, Senator, I think at that point in time you have to realize that, one, I felt, and I can't speak for the others, that the President had no knowledge of this plan. And consequently, if he had been, if it had gotten out and people like Mr. Mitchell and others had been involved at that point in time, I honestly thought that his reelection would be probably negated. Now, at that time, although I knew it was wrong, but I thought it was the best decision to make.
Did it ever occur to you at that time, and I'm not saying this to impugn your character or testimony, but I really want to know, did it ever occur to you that there might be other alternatives? That one of them might be to report this directly to the President, to the FBI, and make a clean breast of it at that moment, that might have less effect on the election rather than more effect on the course
as I said, we did indicate at one point that we would possibly do that up to a certain point. I think it was felt that if it ever reached Mr. Mitchell before the election, that the President would lose the election. And since he was not involved, I thought that was, to my knowledge, I thought that was the best decision. I didn't think it was the right decision, but I thought it was the best decision.
That was a decision for the President to make?
Sir, I can't comment as to whether he did or didn't or was involved in that. I had no dealings directly with the President.
I'm not asking if you know whether he did or not. That question has, and I'm sure will be asked again and again of you and other witnesses. What I'm asking you is whether or not it occurred to you that a decision of that magnitude ought to be a presidential decision.
I assumed that the higher authorities in the campaign and at the White House would handle it in the way in which they thought was best for the President. And I accepted that condition.
Is it your testimony, Mr. Magruder,
since it was also mine?
Yes. Is it your testimony that after June 17th, in a series of meetings with Mr. Mardian, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, there's never any doubt about your course of action? You were going to go into a cover-up operation.
Yes, sir.
Was there ever any consideration of presenting this material to the President for his information and knowledge and for his determination?
Again, Senator, I would not have been in a position to do that. It would have been people at the other level. I do not know what occurred between Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and the President. There's no way I would have known that question, an answer to that question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Magruder, in a political campaign, numerous decisions are made in a day's time, hundreds. Some are very important, some unimportant. Some involve major policy decisions. Would you consider intelligence gathering in the major policy category?
At that time, I did not. I was personally more involved in what I'd call the technical operations of the committee. Again, of the $50 million that Mr. Stans has indicated we spent in that campaign, most of my time was spent on what I would call the substance of the campaign, the direct mail, the advertising. The intelligence gathering was what I called, I think Mr. Reasoner used the term, a throwaway.
What about a cover-up decision?
That was a major decision.
Who would make such a decision?
Well, as I've said, I think that everyone who was involved, without hesitation, agreed to that cover-up.
I would like to remind you of January the 4th and 5th, 1972, at which time you participated in a panel at the Harvard Faculty Club Library, sponsored by the Nieman Fellowship Program and the Kennedy Center. And I'll read from the transcript. Jeb, you keep saying, quote, we decided, end quote, and so forth. I have a fair idea of who are making the decisions in the Muskie campaign or maybe the McGovern campaign, but I'm really curious about the quote, we, end quote, in your campaign. How was your decision-making done? How much was the president personally involved? What was Mitchell's role? What was Haldeman's role? What decisions were you yourself making? How was it all working? Magruder. I thought we always made it very clear how our decisions were made. There was basically a triad of senior decision makers, the president, Bob Haldeman, and John Mitchell until July of 1972. They were in constant consultation with each other over major activities. Would you like to comment, sir?
I think that's absolutely consistent with what I've said. I've said that Mr. Mitchell and other high officials agreed with this cover-up, and to my knowledge, I never knew, and I think I clarified later in that statement at Harvard, that I myself never had any direct dealings with the president. I did know that on key campaign decisions, at times there was input from the president. I have no knowledge of any input from the president on this decision. So
but you would consider this a key, major policy decision?
Well, I think the cover-up certainly was a key decision, yes. I think there's an inference there, Senator, though, that is unfair to the president. I did not say that he had participated in every major decision. I said that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman were the key conduits from our standpoint, and that certainly, obviously, certain decisions the president was involved in.
They were in constant consultation with each other over major activities.
That's correct.
In the intelligence gathering decision, was the matter of national security involved?
No, sir. Not necessarily, although I think it should be clear that in my response to Senator Baker that we had correctly, I think, put together parts of the what I would call the left-wing part of the Democratic Party with much of the anti-war activity, and we were concerned about their response to the president's candidacy. Now, I don't call that national security, but I do think it does relate to some of the reasons why we did get into an extensive intelligence operation.
Learned commentators have suggested that we have at the present time in the White House two competing organizations, one headed by Mr. Mitchell and the other by Mr. Haldeman. Did you have two competing organizations?
No, I would disagree with that completely. To my knowledge, in every meeting I ever attended with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, they were on extremely good terms. I never saw any difficulty in Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell agreeing. In fact, I think that's one reason Mr. Mitchell agreed to run the campaign, because he knew Mr. Haldeman would be his chief day-to-day contact at the White House. I disagree with that statement. That's been bandied about. I know I don't agree with that.
Is there a possibility that one group of people are trying to make another group the scapegoats for this?
I don't think so. I don't see any evidence of that specific type of activity. Obviously, everyone now is basically on his own, and consequently, it's difficult to say anything is of a coordinated, concerted effort at this time. I would think most individuals are operating independently of each other at this time.
Several people have been involved in the Watergate and its aftermath, and in most cases, those involved or identified have come forth and spoken, either voluntarily or involuntarily. But one man stands out. He has remained silent. No one seems to be able to move him, Mr. Liddy. Why is he keeping silent? Do you know?
I have no idea. He's under appeal. I assume he feels he has a better opportunity under appeal than he does by speaking out now.
In your testimony, you discussed executive clemency, taking care of the family, paying expenses. Was Mr. Liddy promised anything?
My assumption is that he was promised what all the others were.
What were they promised, sir?
I don't know. I only know what I was talked about relating to
What
myself.
were you promised, sir?
Well, as I indicated before, I talked about salary, taking care of the family, legal costs, potential executive clemency, assistance in getting a job, and so on, that type of thing.
We have received testimony that Mr. Strawn is a very important conduit, that he was the liaison between the committee and the White House, and that on the other end was Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any indications that Mr. Strawn did, in fact, convey those memos and messages that you have been sending to him through Mr. Strawn?
Well, Mr. Strawn had a method of working with Mr. Haldeman that I'm aware of because I've seen some of the documents, and that was he would do a summary sheet capsulizing activities at the campaign. I don't know how often he did it, but it was a straightforward memo that condensed much of the information that we would give Mr. Strawn. That was his typical method of dealing, I think, with Mr. Haldeman. Of course, he could give you more information directly, and I gather he usually sent in backup material when he thought it was appropriate.
Did you receive any feedback from Mr. Haldeman indicating that he had, in fact, received these memos?
No, sir.
You spoke of a conversation with Mr. Charles Colson in February or March of 1972, in which Mr. Colson urged you to approve the Liddy plan.
Yes, sir.
How many Liddy plans were in existence at that time?
Well, to my knowledge, there was only the one plan that continually was revised downward, sir.
So there was no question as to which plan Mr. Colson was talking about?
In that context, I would assume that that's correct.
There's no other Liddy plan?
I knew of no other Liddy plan, yes, sir. He was, now let me make it clear, he was doing other minor projects in the intelligence gathering field, but they were of a basically minor nature.
But this was the Liddy plan?
Yes, sir.
We have received testimony which indicated that you made early morning calls to Key Biscayne right after receipt of the news of the break-in. In fact, a witness testified that you made a call at 4 in the morning.
That's incorrect, sir. The only discussion I had with Key Biscayne was on Sunday with Mr. Haldeman. I talked to the White House in Washington that day on Saturday. 4 in the morning. Sunday, well, my wife is here, and I think she could testify that we were both in bed at that time. We were at now Sunday morning, we were at a a celebrity dinner, and it was late, and we got back late, but I don't recall talking to Key Biscayne at that time in the morning.
You've testified that Mr. Moore and Mr. Liddy met with Mr. Kleindienst at the Burning Tree Country Club?
I was told that, sir, yes.
By whom, sir?
Mr. Moore.
So you're not personally aware of the conversation?
I was in California at the time, sir, and he was, Mr. Liddy was instructed to go out to the
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Kleindienst?
No, sir.
When you appeared before the grand jury, did the prosecutor ask you anything about Mr. Sloan's testimony that you had requested that he perjure himself?
Yes, sir. We had a lengthy discussion with Mr. Silbert, Mr. Campbell, I think, at that time, over that question. And I think they agree with me and still do that there was a difference of opinion. He was in he had certain fixed opinions on that situation that I think related more to personal matters than they did to the facts of the case.
At that time you were lying, weren't you?
No, sir, not about my discussions with Mr. Sloan.
Why didn't they ask you this on the trial?
I'm sorry, why didn't they ask me?
The prosecutor.
Which question?
About your suggesting to Mr. Sloan that he perjure himself.
I don't think that was relevant to the case that was on the docket at that time. The case had nothing to do with Mr. Sloan.
It has something to do with the Watergate, didn't it?
You'd have to ask the prosecutors why they didn't ask that question. I can see no relevance to a disagreement as to what exactly was said between Mr. Sloan and I. I think, as a senator, just to follow up, the prosecutors, I think last week, indicated there was still a difference and that they had agreed with my interpretation of that discussion.
I'd like to discuss your discussions with Mr. Haldeman. You had one on telephone at Key Biscayne. Any others after that?
On the Watergate, Senator?
Yes.
No, until the January discussion. Then we met with Mr. Mitchell in April, and then I had a couple of phone conversations with his assistant when to let him know that I had decided, because I now had retained independent counsel, that I would cooperate, and that in cooperating that certain people would be implicated.
Now, when you discussed this matter in January, I presume that you told Mr. Haldeman everything you knew about the cover-up.
I think my main purpose, Senator, was to just indicate that there were a number of people involved, and that in case people's memory was growing short, I hoped he realized that it was not myself or any other single individual who was involved in this cover-up.
This was in January.
Yes, sir.
Were you surprised when the President announced that he had decided to beginning an investigation on March the 21st?
Well, was I surprised?
Yes.
Well, knowing full well of Mr. Dean's role, I could well imagine that the President possibly had been informed incorrectly since he was investigating his own problem. I could see where he could very easily have misled individuals at the White House to protect himself. That would be.
But you had notified Mr. Haldeman in January of the correct activities.
Yes, sir.
You expected Mr. Haldeman to communicate with the President, didn't you?
On that matter, sir?
Yes.
I didn't expect. I was talking mainly to be sure that Mr. Porter was taken care of correctly after the inaugural, and to discuss my own employment situation. I didn't expect him to discuss my discussion necessarily with the President unless he felt it was appropriate. I didn't go to him to go to the President. I only went to him as the senior man at the White House.
But you did discuss the Watergate and the cover-up, didn't you?
Yes, but I did it for the purpose of explaining the total context of the cover-up and the Watergate planning.
Mr. Magruder, in your testimony this morning, you have indicated that there were several who knew about the cover-up, such as Mr. LaRue, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and I believe you used two words, and others. Could you tell us about the others?
I think
I'll ask you now.
Mr. Mardian was to some extent involved.
I'll list a few names.
Yes.
And Mr. Dean knew about the cover-up.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell knew about the cover-up.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haldeman knew about the cover-up.
Directly, from my knowledge, only in January. I did not know directly.
Mr. Ehrlichman knew about the cover-up.
I did not ever know that Mr. Ehrlichman knew about the cover-up.
Mr. Kalmbach.
I only knew in Mr. Kalmbach's case that he was funding the cover-up. I didn't.
Mr. Mardian.
Yes, sir.
Request the audience again to refrain from.
Mr. Kleindienst.
No, sir, I did not know of any involvement by Mr. Kleindienst.
Mr. Gray.
No, sir, I had no direct knowledge of Mr. Gray's involvement.
Mr. Strong.
Yes, he was aware of the cover-up.
Mr. LaRue.
Yes, he was aware.
Mr. Crow.
Mr. Eagle Krogh?
Yes.
I cannot specifically recall any direct knowledge that I would have known that he knew about the cover-up.
Mr. Colson?
I have no direct knowledge that Mr. Colson knew about the cover-up.
Mr. Howard, Mr. Colson's aide?
I don't think he knew directly about the cover-up. I think he realized that we had some problems that we were taking care of.
Mr. Reesner?
No, all of the employees of the committee who were not involved in the cover-up, we made a substantive decision, in a sense, to be sure that they were not aware of the cover-up so that they themselves would not become involved in any problems relating to this cover-up.
Mr. Stans?
Only the discussion I had in June with Mr. Stans, which would indicate some knowledge after that point to some extent. Yes, I'm sure he knew about the cover-up.
Mr. Porter?
Only to the extent that he has testified that he assisted me for what he thought were legitimate reasons.
Mr. Odle?
No, as far as I know, he did not know.
Mr. Moore?
Again, I know Mr. Moore was aware of the trip to Bernie Tree Country Club. What Mr. Moore then knew later, I don't know what Mr. Liddy and Mr. Moore talked about. You'd have to talk to Mr. Moore directly.
And finally, the President?
To my knowledge, no direct knowledge.
Mr. Chairman, I notice the time has run out. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Magruder.
The subcommittee will stand in, the committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
As the senators take their lunch break to mull over Magruder's explosive testimony, we're also going to stop the tape and take a short break ourselves. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we enter the third hour of testimony, it is now Senator Weiker's turn to ask the questions.
The committee will come to order. Senator Weiker.
Mr. Magruder, on the chart over there, it indicates that you received $20,000. Could you tell the committee exactly how you dispersed that money?
Yes, sir. I received a request from the White House to disperse $20,000 to a columnist and writer who had done writing work, as I understood it, either for the White House or in relationship to a book that he was writing, and so consequently he requested it in cash, and I requested from Mr. Sloan the $20,000 and gave it to the writer.
And who is the writer?
Mr. Victor Lasky.
Mr. Victor Lasky, so you paid $20,000 in cash to Mr. Victor Lasky, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you tell the committee, I believe you touched upon this this morning, what Mr. Dean told you after your August 16th grand jury appearance?
He simply notified me the next day that I would not be indicted.
Do you have any indication as to the basis of that statement?
My understanding, it was from official sources.
Official sources being what?
Being the Justice Department.
Did you know of any influence exerted by the White House over the U.S. attorneys and or the grand jury?
No, I do not. Matter of fact, at least in relation to the U.S. attorneys, I got the opposite impression.
You got the opposite impression from who?
Pardon? Sir,
Got the opposite impression from who?
From Mr. Dean, primarily.
Well, if he gave you the opposite impression as far as the U.S. attorneys were concerned, who was he talking about when he indicated that you would not be indicted?
You were indicating whether there was any influence. My indication from Mr. Dean was that they had no influence over the U.S. attorneys. But when evidently the U.S. attorneys decided not to indict me after the August 16th grand jury appearance, and they transmitted that to the appropriate officials, Mr. Dean evidently was notified of that fact.
Did you ever learn that Mr. McCord was receiving information from the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department?
I don't think I knew that before I read it in the papers, but I wouldn't be sure about that singular fact. He did receive information that he passed on to us at times, which I think now, as in recollecting, probably came from that division.
Now, what did Mr. Strawn do before he went to work for Mr. Haldeman?
He worked for me at the White House.
Now, at the earliest part of your testimony this morning, and this will be a matter of the transcript, which I have not had an opportunity to view, but I'm relying on my recollection. In setting the stage of personnel at the top level, you indicated Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Strawn, liaison to Mr. Haldeman, and I thought you said Mr. Haldeman as liaison.
Mr. Haldeman was the official, the senior White House official who dealt directly and was responsible for the direct dealings with our committee. Mr. Strawn was his aide and did the day-to-day legwork in relation to this.
Would it, and you indicated during the course of your testimony that you'd report to matters to Mr. Strawn, which you cared to have come to the attention of Mr. Haldeman. Is that correct?
I think what I stated
I'm trying
this morning,
to establish the chain here.
What I think I stated this morning was that all documents and all activity that we engaged in by prior agreement with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman went directly to Mr. Strawn for Mr. Haldeman's perusal or for whatever action he may deem appropriate.
And Mr. Haldeman's function then would be to liaison with the President. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to try to walk through a particular series of events, all of which were referred to in your testimony this morning. And they all relate to the conversations that you had with Mr. Strawn. Is it true that the first conversation that you had with Mr. Strawn about the Liddy project was after the January 27th meeting?
To my recollection, it would have been after, because I cannot recall discussing in any detail a Liddy project with Mr. Liddy until he presented it to Mr. Mitchell.
Or anything
there
like
probably were discussions with Mr. Strawn about the fact that Mr. Liddy was going to do intelligence work for us before that date, but not as to the specifics of his proposal, since I saw it for the first time at that meeting.
Did you discuss then, I just want to establish this without going into it in great depth unless you care to go into it, are you indicating to me that there might have been discussions with Mr. Strawn about the type of a project which was specifically presented to you at the January 27th meeting, prior to January 27th?
No, I simply, I'm sure we discussed Mr. Liddy's intelligence gathering role, but since I didn't know the specifics of this project, it must have been in general terms.
All right. So we can start then definitely after the January 27th meeting. You did report the details of that meeting.
Yes, sir.
Which related specifically to getting into the Democratic headquarters, bugging, et cetera, and also had some rather unusual features. I'm talking about, this is the $1 million budget.
Yes, excuse me, sir. At the first meeting, we did not discuss, as I recall, any targets at that time.
I see, just the general scope. And that was reported to Mr. Strong. Now, we come to the February the 4th meeting. At this meeting, specific targets are discussed. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
And what targets are discussed?
Primarily the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, the Fontainebleau Hotel, which was to be their headquarters at the convention, the potential Democratic candidates' headquarters, and the subject of the publisher of the Las Vegas paper came up at that time also.
And the Democratic National Headquarters?
Yes, sir. I mentioned that first.
Yes. And this is the so-called economy version of the January the 27th meeting, stripped down to $500,000 budget. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you reported the details of this to Mr. Strong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In that case, I did have this proposal on the blank sheets of paper, and as I recollect, sent them over to Mr. Strong.
So that Mr. Strong had both the notes of that meeting and possibly also the budget sheets from that meeting.
Yes, sir. He would have automatically had the budget sheets.
Now, on March the 20th, at least this is the next date I have, Mr. Strong interceded on Mr. Liddy's behalf when, in fact, you had wanted Liddy fired.
Yes, sir.
And he persuaded you, I'm talking about Mr. Strong, to not object to Mr. Liddy's, I'm trying again to paraphrase, not to object to his presence on the scene, and that he would be conducting his intelligence operations underneath the Finance Committee. Is that correct?
I think persuade is too strong a word. He talked to me, Mr. Dean talked to me, Mr. LaRue and I had talked. The general opinion from their standpoint, and I then agreed with it, was that it would be best to let him continue the intelligence work.
But the specific request by, or the specific reason for continuing Mr. Liddy on, as explained by Mr. Strong, was not for his legal abilities, but for his intelligence gathering abilities.
That's correct.
Is that
That's
correct?
Senator. We did not keep him on in that capacity, in his legal capacity with our committee. He transferred to the Finance Committee.
I see. Now, upon your return from the meeting at Key Biscayne in Florida, which meeting, as I understand it, was held with John Mitchell, and could you also indicate who else was at that meeting?
Fred LaRue.
Fred LaRue and John Mitchell. You called Gordon Strong after getting back to Washington.
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell Mr. Strong?
Simply that the project had been approved at the $250,000 level, and what the targets were, and what the plans would be, and which he had already, of course, been aware of.
And again, if you could just indicate what those plans were.
They were to wiretap the Democratic National Headquarters, specifically Mr. O'Brien's office, to possibly, if it was appropriate and if we had the funds, to consider the Fontainebleau Hotel, which was to be their headquarters at the convention, and also the McGovern headquarters, or I shouldn't say McGovern, the Democratic presidential candidates' headquarters at that time had not been determined.
Did you send to Mr. Strong at that time the copies of the notes taken at that meeting with Mr. Mitchell's notations?
I would not remember whether I did that or not, Senator. I typically would have destroyed those notes.
Right, but in any event, he was completely apprised as to the content of the Key Biscayne meeting.
Yes, sir.
Now, after Memorial Day, that's the next incident I have in my notes. You informed Mr. Strong that Gordon Liddy had made a successful entry into the Democratic National Headquarters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Anything else in that particular conversation that you transmitted to Mr. Strawn?
No, I'm sure that there wasn't, because at that time we had no fruits of their labors.
Am I correct, incidentally? I don't want to move along too fast here. Is my chronology correct? Are there other times in between here where you had conversations with Mr. Strawn relative to these activities? I don't mean other activities.
There could very well have, Senator, but because there was nothing specific about them, I don't recollect them.
All right. I just want to make sure that neither I nor you miss anything. Now, during the first 2 weeks of June, you must have contacted Mr. Strawn relative to the gemstone material. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular instance, obviously, it must have been considered important to the extent where nothing was sent to the White House, but rather you requested that Mr. Strawn come down to the committee to re-elect the president. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind telling me as to why you felt that was the best way to do things in this instance?
These were, in effect, logs of the wiretap conversations, and I didn't think it was appropriate to send them over to the White House by messenger.
So really the inhibition was by messenger. I mean, you knew they were going back over to the White House. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry, Senator. Almost all of the documents, in fact, all of the documents in the entire campaign, except for the gemstone file, was always automatically sent over by messenger to Mr. Strawn for Mr. Haldeman.
I see.
This is the only document I can recall, these two sets of documents, the gemstone documents, that I did not send over by messenger simply because I thought they were of a sensitive nature, too sensitive to send even by messenger.
So that your transmission of this material was mental transmission rather than physical transmission.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I called him and indicated that I had the documents and that they were there for his perusal, but I would keep them in my office.
I understand. And did he come over?
Yes, sir.
And did he look at them?
Yes, sir.
And I think we can assume that he returned to the White House.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, we're at June 17th. And I just want to ask once again as to whether or not there are any other contacts between you and Gordon Strawn prior to the break-in that you feel this committee should know about.
I wouldn't recall anything specific. I think probably after the time Mr. Mitchell indicated to Mr. Liddy's dissatisfaction, I think I would have normally, as a matter of course, indicated to Gordon that we had hoped that Mr. Liddy would do a better job on his next go-around, something to that effect. But I don't recollect that specifically.
Would you say that Mr. Strawn, on the evening of June the 16th, was as well briefed on the intelligence operations of the committee to re-elect the president as anyone within the campaign organization?
Yes, sir.
Now, on June 17th, did you call Gordon Strawn?
Yes, sir. I called him Saturday afternoon at some point.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
Simply to alert him to the break-in, give him the details of what we were doing in Los Angeles, particularly Mr. Mitchell's statement. Nothing more than a discussion of what happened.
When you say give him the details, what details were you giving him? You were in Los Angeles.
Well, we had heard, and I don't think it had been reported by that time through Mr. Odell, that Mr. McCord had been arrested, and that is at the point where I called Mr. Strawn. We had heard Mr. McCord had been arrested, of course, earlier through Mr. Liddy, but it became more official, and any efforts to release him had not been successful. So we knew that he would be in jail for a period of time then, and it was at that point that I called him. There was a high degree of concern on our part, and I imparted that concern as there was on his part, of course.
Right. And during that conversation with Mr. Strawn, did you discuss the money in the possession of the defendants?
As I recall, it came out in the evening news that some $5,300, I think, was found in the defendant's possession, and we had hoped that it was Democratic money, not our money. But at that time, it was not known as to whose money it was. It wasn't until Monday when I talked to Mr. Sloan that I knew it was our money.
And on June 18th, you receive a call from Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that telephone conversation, Mr. Haldeman asks, what happened?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, how did you take that question? Did you think he was referring to what happened as it related to the particular events of the arrest? Or did you feel that this was a what happened relative to the whole operation? Were you surprised that Mr. Haldeman should ask the question, what happened?
No, sir. No.
You were not surprised? Or you were surprised?
No, I was not surprised.
In other words, you felt in this telephone conversation where he calls you that he truly was trying to find out from scratch as to what occurred.
No, I didn't say that. I was not surprised that he called.
I don't want to lead you. Why don't you tell me then your reaction to this phone
I was not
conversation?
surprised that he called me. It was a typical conversation that I've had many times with Mr. Haldeman. It was fairly short, to the point. He asked what had happened. I told him, to the best of our knowledge. He asked what statement were we going to... I think we had put out the statement, but it hadn't been released to the press at that time. I explained what we were trying to do. He explained his concern at someone, and specifically myself, get back to Washington and get hold of the situation and get the details and make sure that the things were handled correctly.
Mr. Magruder.
As much in a PR sense, Senator, as in any other sense at that point in time.
What did you tell him? What did you tell him during the course of that conversation that you did not tell Gordon Strawn the night before?
I don't think there was any difference in my conversation other than there probably was no difference in the content of the conversation. It was simply a factual description of what had happened.
Well, why do you feel then that Mr. Haldeman had to go ahead and call you if, in fact, you'd given a complete description of the incident to Mr. Strawn, and certainly insofar as all the background material is concerned, did you make the assumption that this had been transmitted to Mr. Haldeman?
No, I didn't make that assumption. I did not know what background material. I think Mr. Haldeman called me because of the serious nature of the problem, and that this was something he wanted to directly relate to me on and be sure that we were taking measures to handle this situation. He would call me and had called me periodically during the campaign about various subjects that he felt were important.
Mr. Magruder, did you operate from the presumption when you were talking to Mr. Haldeman that he knew what this break-in stemmed from?
Senator, that's a difficult question to answer. I had to assume that since I had communicated completely with Mr. Strawn, that these communications were known to Mr. Haldeman to some extent, but that is strictly an assumption on my part. At no time until January did I have any idea, and in fact in the January meeting Mr. Haldeman indicated to me that he did not have any knowledge of the break-in previous to that. So of course I assumed it simply because I had been working with his assistant, but that is an assumption and purely that.
The reason why I mention this, of course, is that at the executive session with the committee, you indicated approximately what you've told me right here. But may I point out, so that we aren't straining too much at the bit here, that we've just run through a very thorough review. A thorough review as to what the chain of command was, and which you clearly set out for me and for this committee. We've run through a very thorough review as to the meeting of January the 27th, meeting of February the 4th, meeting of March the 20th, meeting of March the 30th, meeting after Memorial Day, a meeting within the first 2 weeks of June, and we've run it right up to June 17th, and we've indicated that Mr. Strawn was as well briefed in this operation as you or anyone else that had knowledge of it. And with all that background, there was no question in your mind at all as to why the call from Mr. Haldeman.
Well, I think the call was very obvious. It was the issue was of critical importance, and rather than dealing through his aide, he wanted to deal directly with me and Mr. Mitchell in this case as to the action being taken. So he dealt directly with me in this case. He did this numerous times in the campaign.
But you didn't feel that you had to give him a backgrounder on the subject, did you?
He didn't ask for a backgrounder, Senator, as I recall.
Did you, and I want to have it laid out here once again, did you assume that he had some knowledge? And I emphasize the word assume, obviously. And at this point in time, that is strictly on the basis of experience. Experience that you had with Mr. Strawn, experience that you had insofar as laying out the chain of command.
It was natural on my part to assume there was some knowledge, yes.
Now, why, just out of curiosity, before we move on to the January meeting, why was everyone concerned, or you indicated in your testimony this morning, with the money question? Did Mr. Haldeman seem concerned over the money in his phone call to you?
You mean the $5,300?
That's right.
Well, I think the first, of course, there were two concerns. Mr. McCord, obviously, having been an employee of ours, and secondly, the money. If the money was raised after April 7th and was not reported, it was a direct violation of the new campaign law. So there were, and could be traced back directly to the committee. So I think there were dual concerns. Those were the two initial concerns of the people I've discussed.
All right, now let's move to January 1973. I'd like to ask a question here. Am I correct in gathering from your testimony that you never spoke or met with Mr. Haldeman from June 18, 1972 to January of 1973?
No, that is not correct. I spoke with him on numerous occasions, met with him on numerous occasions, but did not ever discuss the Watergate case in a substantive detail. We talked about it, I can recall once or twice talking to him about it as a problem, but not in the same sense, more as the handling it from the campaign standpoint in relation to charges made by Senator McGovern or whatever.
Well, now, in your conversation of June 18th with Mr. Haldeman, his last instruction to you was to get back to Washington, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And to get things in hand.
Yes, sir.
And you went back to Washington?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you got back to Washington, you surveyed the scene. Did you get back in touch with Mr. Haldeman?
No, I got back in touch with Mr. Strawn after the Monday night. Well, I talked to Mr. Strawn on Monday. As a matter of fact, he was in Washington. And, of course, after our meeting Monday night and after I destroyed the gemstone file, I related those facts to Mr. Strawn, not to Mr. Haldeman.
I see. So that aside from incidental matters and matters relating to the campaign, there was no real discussion between yourself and Mr. Haldeman as to the break-in at the Watergate and
I think-
related activities between June 18th and January of 73. Is that
To be
correct?
very specific, Senator, Mr. Haldeman, the way I worked with him when I worked with him and later when I worked for Mr. Mitchell, is I worked strictly through Gordon Strawn in this case, or one of his assistants. Only when he called me did I respond. I cannot even recall any time that I initiated a call to Mr. Haldeman,
All right.
except in the January meeting when I requested an interview with him to go over the employment situation.
Now we move to January 1973 and the meeting with Mr. Haldeman. The main purpose of this meeting, as I gather, it was to talk about jobs for Mr. Porter and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've heard Mr. Sloan's testimony in which he said that in response to a question that I asked him, that it did produce a discussion on his part, a statement that the policy of the administration was that no individual who had become a Watergate figure or prominently mentioned in the newspapers would be placed in high government office until the issue was totally resolved.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me any indication as to why this general policy was accepted in your case?
I didn't know that was a general policy, Senator.
Well, what was the nature of the conversation between you and Mr. Haldeman on jobs?
The nature of the discussion was basically they had considered sending me up to the Senate for confirmation for one or two jobs that required Senate confirmation. During that discussion, he and I agreed that at that time, it would be inappropriate to go through that process.
Right.
We both agreed to that. And so as an interim measure, we agreed to a position that turned out to be Director of Policy Development at the Commerce Department, which happened to be a Level 4 job that did not require Senate confirmation. We didn't discuss, I don't think, that job at that time. We discussed the prospects of that kind of a job as an interim measure until the Watergate situation had been completely settled.
Then after the conversation over jobs is over with, you indicate to him your concern about the Watergate matter.
It was the other way around, Senator. I initiated the discussion on the subject of the Watergate because of what I considered to be beginning memory difficulties on part of some of the participants that I thought could have particularly related to my own personal situation.
And you related to him at that time in January.
Yes, sir.
The situation as to the Watergate, as to what was going on relative to your participation and the story that was being contrived.
Yes, sir. And it was particularly at that time also in relation to Mr. Porter, because there was he was having difficulty with the personnel department at the White House, and I wanted to be sure Mr. Haldeman understood how cooperative Mr. Porter had been.
Now, was this before, or was this conversation with Mr. Haldeman before or after the trial?
It was before the trial, before the inauguration, sometime early in January, after the first of the year.
So that Mr. Haldeman knew before the trial that perjury was being committed.
Yes, that would be correct. He knew that my statements at after the trial, he knew that perjury was committed. I think, Senator, it might be more appropriate. In other words, I hadn't made those statements until the trial, and then at the trial he would have, if he read the trial statements, know that perjury had been committed. That may be a fine difference, but...
but let's be very specific. The trial is not over. Is that correct?
As I recall, the trial had just begun. I had not testified.
That's correct. And your meeting with Mr. Haldeman was before the trial was over.
Yes, sir.
And the story that you told him before the trial was over.
That's correct.
So that Mr. Haldeman knew that perjury was going to be committed.
Was going to be committed, and of course didn't know that it had been committed until after the trial.
But he did know that perjury was going to be committed.
Yes, I think that would be correct.
Now, on the March 29th meeting, let me ask you one other thing. On the meeting in January, do you feel that that meeting was taped? The January meeting?
I'm not sure. I don't think that meeting was taped. I think all subsequent meetings that I had with either Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and I gather meetings I've had with Mr. Dean from that time on were taped, but I don't have the taped transcripts, so I don't specifically know which meetings were or were not taped.
The March 29th meeting?
I'm sure, I know that was taped.
Do you know who is in possession of those tapes?
I don't know personally. I think it's the prosecutors or Mr. Haldeman's lawyer. I'm just not sure. I do know those were.
And at that...
possibly, Senator, this committee has those tapes. I don't know.
Beg your pardon?
Possibly this committee has those tapes, Senator. I do know the tapes have been produced and discussed in depositions.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might inquire of counsel, majority-minority counsel, as to whether or not the committee is in possession of such tapes.
We're just checking with the... Senator Weicker, we have two tapes that under subpoena that Mr. Haldeman has given us, and one of them does relate not with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Magruder, but a telephone call with somebody else than Mr. Haldeman.
One was a telephone call with Mr. Higbee.
Yes.
And one was the meeting with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell, I think. Is that correct?
No, we do not. That tape has not been turned over to this committee.
So the matter which is under discussion here, we do not have in our possession.
We do not have, but the U.S. Attorney's Office may have that. And we have been seeking from the U.S. Attorney's Office all documents that they have under subpoena, including tapes.
Have we also inquired of Mr. Haldeman as to whether he has these tapes? Do we have a subpoena out on this particular matter?
Yes, we have a subpoena out on Mr. Haldeman for all these tapes, and also a subpoena, and we've also been inquiring of the special prosecutor and the U.S. Attorney for possession of everything they've received on their subpoenas.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I just have one last question. I know you overstepped my bounds in time here. Various witnesses have been commended that have come before this committee. I've not participated in that exercise for one reason or another. And obviously, I find it difficult to commend the act of perjury. But I am going to commend you, Mr. Magruder, for a statement that you made this morning that I think came very much from your heart. In other words, it wasn't canned. And that was relative to the psychology that encouraged illegal activity. In all the hours that I've sat here, as I said, I've seen a lot of atonement going on, but I don't think anybody really put the finger on the problem with a sincere feeling that, as you did this morning. The attitudes which you discussed, I gather these were attitudes that were prevalent even before the committee to re-elect the president came into being. Is that correct?
At least I can only speak for myself, Senator, but I think that's a correct statement.
In other words, attitudes that were prevalent in the White House and brought over to the committee to re-elect the president.
That's correct.
Well, I just would then like to make my parting shot in the commendation to you, because I think you're really squared with us on that one. That I don't know who in a governmental sense thought that the Constitution of the United States wasn't up to it. And I don't know who thought that in an election sense the American people weren't up to it. But would you say at this point in time that, left alone, those things will work pretty well and they don't have to be added to?
I couldn't agree with you more, Senator, now.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
So, Talmadge.
Mr. Magruder, you've been forthright, candid in your testimony to this committee, and I congratulate you for it. I was handed a book written by Woodrow Wilson, The New Freedom During the Noon Hour, written in 1913, 60 years ago. And I think two quotations from that book are particularly in order at this point. I read from page 111, chapter 6, Let There Be Light. The concern of patriotic men is to put our government again on its right basis by substituting the popular will for the rule of guardians, the processes of common counsel for those of private arrangement. In order to do this, a first necessity is to open the doors and let in the light on all affairs which the people have a right to know about. In the first place, it is necessary to open up all of the processes of our politics. They have been too secret, too complicated, too roundabout. They have consisted too much of private conferences and secret understandings. And then on page 113, if there's nothing to conceal, then why conceal it? If it's a public game, why play it in private? If it's a public game, then why not come out in the open and play it in public? Don't you find that passage particularly appropriate in light of today's problems with which we're confronted?
I would agree with you, Senator.
And Mr. Magruder, your testimony this morning, you implicated a number of former officials high in our government in a series of crimes, either in the planning or the execution or the cover-up. I think the thing the American people want to know most at this point, and what this committee is concerned with most at this point, is how many people involved in government now, or formerly were in government, were involved in these series of crimes that were committed. Now, this morning, as I understand it, you were somewhat detailed. You named names, times, places, involving a substantial number of officials that were formerly in the government of the United States in extremely responsible positions. Do you reaffirm that former Attorney General Mr. Mitchell, who was at that time director of the campaign to re-elect the president, played a prominent part in the planning, execution, and the cover-up of these matters that have recently been exposed, known as the Watergate affair?
Yes, sir.
Do you also reaffirm to this committee that Mr. Strawn, who was a White House liaison man for Mr. Haldeman, assigned to your committee, had knowledge of these affairs and had daily reports from you to him concerning them?
Yes, sir. Not daily reports relating to the Watergate, though, Senator. He had daily reports totally on all subjects. The Watergate only occurred on periodic basis.
He did have information concerning the Watergate before and after?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Now, to what extent was Mr. Haldeman involved in the Watergate affair, either pre-planning or subsequent thereto?
Well, as I've indicated before, Senator, to my knowledge, my dealings were only with Mr. Strawn at the White House and Mr. Dean. I am not privileged to the conversations or memos that went between Mr. Dean or Mr. Strawn and Mr. Haldeman or any other official at the White House. So I simply do not know. My first discussion with Mr. Haldeman relating to this matter was the Sunday after the break-in. And again, I did not have any further discussions with him until January, at which time we discussed it in relation to our employment. So it's very difficult for me to directly relate anything other than what I've already testified to, Senator.
You had assumed that since Mr. Strawn was Mr. Haldeman's personal representative and liaison man, that the memorandums that you prepared for Mr. Strawn was being delivered to Mr. Haldeman.
I think I mentioned this morning that the form Mr. Strawn used, because I happen to have seen it a number of times, not in specific reference to the Watergate or intelligence gathering, was simply an update report that he would prepare for Mr. Haldeman, and I don't know how often he prepared it. And that would, in capsule form, indicate that the campaign committee, as an example, has agreed to do a direct mail campaign for the state of New Hampshire in the primary at the cost of $100,000. He might have attached backup material, which might have been a memo from one of our staff people to Mr. Mitchell on that subject, or he might not. It was his discretion. But he did not send the raw reports to Mr. Haldeman, I know that. He always capsulized it in a memo form, because I saw that report numerous times during the campaign.
As I understand it, the President had two counselors. One was Mr. Colson and the other was Mr. Dean.
Well, Mr. Colson, I think, was special counsel to the President. That was not a legal position, whereas Mr. Dean's role was counsel to the President, which was a legal position.
You testified this morning that Mr. Dean was intimately involved in both the planning, the execution, and the cover-up of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, to what extent was Mr. Colson involved?
To my direct knowledge, only through the telephone conversations that he had with me and some references to that matter that his assistant, Mr. Howard, had relating particularly to Howard Hunt. We did not discuss the specific Watergate wiretapping directly. I did not with Mr. Colson, other than his admonition to me to, in effect, get on the stick and get the Liddy project approved so we can get the information for Mr. O'Brien, something to that effect.
I believe you testified that he urged immediate execution and to go forward at an early date.
Yes, sir.
Now, to what extent was Mr. Kleindienst, then Attorney General, involved?
To my knowledge, to no extent. I never had any discussions with Mr. Kleindienst on this matter.
You have no personal knowledge of his involvement, either by hearsay, memorandum, or otherwise?
No, sir.
Now, to what extent was Mr. Stans involved?
To my knowledge, to no extent before June 17th, other than as Chairman of the Finance Committee being aware that cash disbursements were being made to Mr. Liddy. On June 24th, I think it is, on a Saturday, we did meet and discuss the Watergate problem with him, and my best recollection is we didn't go into specifics that Mr. Mitchell and I were involved, but that simply that Mr. Liddy was involved, and that we thought there were problems that would create a situation where Mr. Stans would probably eventually have to terminate Mr. Liddy, and that there were problems with Mr. Sloan as to the amounts of money that Mr. Liddy had received, and we asked for his help in dealing with Mr. Sloan.
What was Mr. Stans' comment on that?
That he would assist us in these matters, and that after Mr. Sloan...
Assist you in what way now, financially?
Well, Mr. Sloan, as you know, was going on his vacation.
Yes.
And that when he came back, Mr. Stans hoped to talk with him and try to have him work with us as to the amounts of funds that were dispersed to Mr. Liddy. We did not know at that time that the amount that's noted on that board, $199,000, had been dispersed to Mr. Liddy. As I indicated earlier, we thought it was much less than that.
Do you know of any other officials in the government then or remaining in the government that were involved in either the planning, execution, or the cover-up of this?
I think I've mentioned other officials, Senator. Do you want me to go we've already discussed them, Mr. LaRue.
If it's already in the testimony, I have no desire for you to repeat it. But do you know of any that have not been heretofore named in your statement or in cross-examination?
To my best of my recollection, I think we have covered the officials fairly comprehensively.
Now, you've testified that you asked for and discussed payments to your family, salary, potential executive clemency in return for your silence in this matter. You were White House staff assistant to the President. Should this select committee and the American people believe that you could count on receiving these rewards from the administration, and the administration had the ability and desire to deliver these promises in return for you refusing to implicate its officials by hiding the truth?
Well, Senator, by this time, of course, I was aware that, in effect, we were doing some of that activity already. In other words, by that time, we had already supported 7 defendants.
Can you tell us...
Of course, on the executive clemency issue, obviously no one had been given executive clemency, so that is pure speculation on all of our parts, as far as I know, because the people who mentioned it to me were not the President of the United States.
Can you tell us everything that was said to you or in your presence to others about executive clemency?
Well, specifically, Mr. Dean, on one afternoon before the August 16th grand jury appearance, came into my office to indicate to me that everybody knew how well I was doing, and that not to worry, that even if the worst happened, everything would be taken care of, including executive clemency. I, having been at the White House, took that only as a PR attempt on his part to make sure I felt comfortable about my forthcoming appearance before the grand jury. I was not very comfortable about it, obviously, and I think he was simply trying to make me feel comfortable about that appearance.
Who all mentioned executive clemency to you?
Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell are the only 2 individuals that have mentioned executive clemency.
When they were together or separately?
Both. My recollection is one meeting I had with Mr. Dean alone, and with Mr. Mitchell just in March of this year.
Mm-hmm. And I believe you also had a conversation maybe with Mr. Haldeman about executive clemency. And what did he say to you about that?
At that meeting, he was very careful to say that he had no authority over that issue, and that he couldn't speak for the President. He was very careful about that.
The others were not careful to say they were not speaking for the President, either Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Dean?
That's correct. I think there was a widespread implied use of the President's name without his authorization.
Yeah. Were there any conversations among you people during this period of time as to whether or not the President knew about this situation?
I just can't recall discussions where we discussed that specific subject. I think we all were very careful, as I was with people who work for me, to not discuss the Watergate and its true implications. As you know, Mr. Odell and Mr. Reasoner have already testified that I did not tell them. I told them that everything was okay, purposefully, so that they would not become implicated, nor, of course, would it spread to other people in our committee or outside of our committee. So our discussions were very limited in that sense.
Now, as a former staff assistant to the President, you were very familiar with the White House staff structure, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Chain of command and the decision-making processes that were involved. You've testified that Mr. Mitchell was a principal figure in the planning and the cover-up of the affair, that Mr. Haldeman, who traveled with the President and consulted with him daily on key issues, as did Mr. Mitchell, was aware of the affair either through your constant communications with Mr. Strawn or your meetings with him in January 1973, and that his 2 counsels, Mr. Dean and Mr. Colson were familiar with it, some of them involved in urging and planning it, that Mr. Kalmbach, President's personal counsel, provided the money for these activities. Is it your conclusion as a reasonable man in your position that the Watergate affair could have been undertaken and completely isolated from the President by his closest aides and friends without his own personal knowledge?
Because I did work at the White House, Senator, and because I am very familiar with the staff system that did exist when Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman were his primary aides, it is very easy for me to see how he would not have been aware. Almost all of the work that was done by the key staff people and by our committee was capsulized and passed on to Mr. Haldeman, and I am just positive that many things occurred in the White House that he did not or was not aware of. It was just the way that system worked. So I have no difficulty in believing that personally.
What you're saying, as I understand it, was his staff was so completely remote, kept him so isolated, that this could have transpired without his knowledge, approval, and consent. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir. I can understand that very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Senator Garnier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think almost all of the points of your knowledge have been covered, Mr. Magruder, and I'm only going to try to bring out perhaps some of those matters that need a little amplification. Let's begin at the beginning on the January 27th meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office. Who called the meeting?
Well, one of my roles as his chief deputy would be to schedule meetings when there was an appropriate number of subjects to cover. So when Mr. Liddy indicated to me that he was ready to make his presentation, that was a full month and a half almost after he had indicated that he had this $1 million project in the works. I scheduled the meeting and I think I had my assistant let Mr. Dean know that the meeting would take place and that he was to attend.
And the sole subject of the meeting was a discussion of Mr. Liddy's intelligence plan.
As I recall, at the beginning of the meeting, we did discuss the new election law, which was about ready to be passed by the Senate and the House the following week, as I recall.
Of course, I understand why Mr. Mitchell was there. He was going to head up the campaign, and you, the deputy director. Liddy, of course, was making a presentation, but why Mr. Dean? I mean, why was he present at this meeting and so many others, too?
Well, he had worked for Mr. Mitchell before. He was one of the people at the White House that worked very closely with us. He had brought Mr. Liddy to the committee. I can't specifically recall why he was asked to come to that meeting. I would assume that I just assumed that he should be there because it was part of his, I want to be careful, not his responsibility, but part of his area of concern. And we had other people attend meetings of this kind when they were concerned with a specific subject. And he had brought Mr. Liddy to me and indicated that he should prepare this plan.
Then he was included because he knew about Mr. Liddy's role to be played in the intelligence operation.
Yes, sir.
Of course, there were several rather bizarre activities discussed at that meeting. And as I understand it, you did tell Mr. Strawn all about the meeting and what Mr. Liddy proposed, including this business of the kidnapping and the call girls. Is that right?
I want to be careful. On the first meeting, Senator, I don't recall whether he included these blank sheets of paper with the documentation from the chart. If he had, I would have sent those automatically over to Mr. Strawn. If he did not, and I have a feeling he did not on the first meeting, I would have simply discussed the meeting with Mr. Strawn on the phone and probably would have not gone into the detail that I'm talking about. In fact, I forget many of the other things on those charts. There was much more. The plan was much more comprehensive than I have indicated to you. I mean, there were just other things. I just cannot recall what they were. These were many of them, he used many what I call buzzwords and things that I did not particularly understand, and I don't think Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Dean understood.
But what I'm saying, as far as the principal points of the plan is concerned, you reported those to Mr. Strong.
The general parameters of the plan, yes, sir.
And you have a vivid recollection today about the kidnapping and the call girls.
Yes, sir.
As I think any one of us would. Well, now, this is why I'm bringing this up again. Was there ever any reaction from Mr. Strawn after, presumably, he made his report? No one really knows whether he did or not, but presumably he reported this to Mr. Haldeman. Did he ever get back to you with any reaction?
My indications from Mr. Strawn was that whatever decision Mr. Mitchell made was acceptable to the White House on this matter.
And that was the message that Mr. Strawn brought back to you?
That was the context of the message, and I don't want to say it was after the first meeting or the second meeting, but that was a general context because of the sensitivity of this project. I personally felt that we should be sure that they were aware of the seriousness of that project.
Well, now, in this context of the report, who did he mention, if at all, that he was reporting for?
Well, he only reported to Mr. Haldeman, Senator.
And you assumed, of course, that he was reporting for Mr. Haldeman.
In that context, sir, yes.
You mentioned, and one of the missions of this committee is to look into all of the irregularities in the 1972 presidential campaign, Republican and Democrat. There is mention in your witness sheet, and you mentioned this morning too, that one of the reasons why you thought that you ought to find out more about what was going on the Democrat side was because of this kickback situation at the Democrat convention, but you never elaborated on it. Now, where did you learn about this, and what did you learn about it?
A newsman called me early in the year and said there was something of interest that we should look into, and indicated that along with the Democratic convention at the Fontainebleau Hotel, there would be a business exposition. And he said this business exposition is a set-up deal. The Democratic committee officials are going to businesses and with the exhibition people and requesting that the business take space at this exposition. The business would then take the space and pay, let's take a figure of, say, $10,000, of which 5 would go to the business exposition company that was putting on the exposition, and the company would get a booth, but the other 5 would be kicked back to the Democratic Party to assist itself in its debts. I then received from the same newsman detailed brochures by this business exposition company on that subject. And we asked Mr. Liddy at first to take a look at the situation, and he went down to Miami and through some manner was able to record a telephone conversation between an individual who was his informant, in effect, and a member of the Democratic National Committee. That telephone conversation further indicated that, yes, there was this kickback situation. Because of the phone message and because of this information we had received, we thought it was could be an appropriate situation to investigate further.
What was the name of the newsman?
It was Kevin Phillips, Senator.
And what was the name of the business exposition company?
Senator, I cannot remember the name. I'm afraid in our haste to eliminate the documents after the June 16th break-in, I'm afraid that all of that material went with the other material.
Now then,
it may be the Columbia Exposition Company is the name that rings a bell, but I don't have those documents anymore, Senator.
You mentioned that Mr. Liddy learned from a phone conversation some
Yes,
names.
sir.
What kind of a phone conversation?
He had an individual in Miami call the Democratic National Committee headquarters. They had a small headquarters in Miami. and act as a businessman.
I see. This was not a bug telephone.
Oh, no, this was a taped
All right.
conversation.
Tell me the names of the people in the phone conversation.
Senator, I don't recall. The individual that Mr. Liddy had, I didn't know. It was an individual he had hired who he said was a businessman and had a reputable company. So it was a legitimate front, in other words, for him to call.
Do you know who the Democrat was that he talked to?
It was the individual, Senator, who was in charge of the setup of the Democratic National Convention in Miami, and he had an office in Washington. I cannot recall his name specifically, but he was a key member of the Democratic National Committee.
If we found that name, do you think you would recognize it?
I think so, Senator. It was a man that I knew of or had heard of.
Let's go to the Key Biscayne meeting. You mentioned in your testimony this morning, besides the plan to enter the Democratic National Committee headquarters, that you were going to do that in the offices of Democrat candidates, providing there was enough money left over. Were any specific Democrat candidates named?
Was only to be at the office of the presidential candidate. And at first it was indicated at that time.
You mean after the nomination?
After the nomination,
I see.
Senator.
All right.
Or at least, I shouldn't say after the nomination, when it was clearly determined who that candidate would be.
Did you ever know that Mr. McCord was going to be involved in this Watergate affair?
No, sir.
Not until it actually happened?
Not until after it occurred.
Was that apparently generally true in the headquarters, with the exception, of course, of Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt?
I think that is true. Mr. Hunt, as far as I know, never came to our headquarters. The only other person I think has testified that she knew Mr. McCord was working on this was Sally Harmony, who did type the logs.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else knew Mr. McCord was involved.
The meeting that occurred in John Mitchell's apartment following the return from California, who called that meeting? Who asked you to come?
Well, they were coming back from California that evening, and because of the events of the previous weekend, I think it was just...
There's a roll call on the Senate, although the committee will have to vote.
Senator Edward Gurney temporarily halts his questioning of Jeb Magruder as committee members leave for a floor vote in the Senate on a section of the State Department authorization bill. Gurney will resume his questioning when they return. Public television's complete coverage of the Watergate continues after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Senator Gurney now resumes his questioning of Jeb Stuart Magruder, the deputy director of the 1972 presidential campaign.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. Magruder, we were talking about the meeting in Mr. Mitchell's apartment. I'm not interested in going into it again, just to find out who called it.
Senator, they were coming back from Los Angeles. My recollection is I was called by Mr. Mitchell's secretary and told to come to the apartment that evening.
In your testimony earlier, you mentioned the meeting between Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, and yourself. This is the one in April, I believe it was, in New York, around about the time that you had talked to Mr. Mitchell in New York.
No, I'm sorry, Senator. I met first with Mr. Mitchell and
Yes.
Mr. Haldeman.
Yes.
And Mr. Haldeman indicated that since the controversy was over the two meetings in January and February, that Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell, and I should settle those differences together, and we met then that afternoon at the White House to discuss our...
That's the meeting I'm referring to. And you mentioned also that Mr. Dean apparently wouldn't indicate any position that he was going to take. Am I paraphrasing your testimony correctly?
That's correct.
Would you amplify on that?
Well,
what did he say?
What occurred, of course, was that I felt rather strongly, since the three of us had agreed on the position that I would take, which in effect caused me to testify at the grand jury incorrectly, that I would have, of course, hoped that they would support the position that we had all agreed on. Mr. Mitchell did agree that he could support that with, I think, minor variations. Mr. Dean indicated that that created problems for him and wanted us to discuss it at a later date. At a later date, my recollection is I asked my attorney. By this time I had retained counsel, and my counsel indicated that he had talked with their counsel, with Mr. Dean's counsel, and Mr. Dean's counsel had simply said that your client has a problem. Of course, I was fully aware I had a problem, so by that time I realized that Mr. Dean's position was going to be different than the one that I had testified to.
But could you tell us a little more how he indicated that he was uncertain about his position, or what his position might be?
Well, he had been up at Camp David that weekend before and writing this report, the report that was supposedly going to be written that I guess was not written, had just come back, said that he just wasn't in a position at that time to make a decision on this matter and had to have further consultation. I don't think he said with who, but just that he was going to discuss this matter further and think about it further. He just hadn't made up his mind.
What did you think he
I
was?
had the same, let me say, at the same time, I had the same type of discussion with Mr. Strawn over the meetings we had the day of the altercation, and I said, are you going to support that series or that meeting we had? And he indicated to me the same kind of difficulty, that he wasn't sure and didn't know. And of course, by this time I was then quite aware that the key participants were starting to change their situation.
Again, referring to Mr. Dean's position and attitude of mind, you mentioned that you had meetings with him from time to time, and he started to forget important events and meetings that you had had on Watergate. Would you describe those more fully?
Well, I think that the one occasion that did prompt me to ask for an appointment with Mr. Haldeman was a specific meeting. Mr. Dean and I were in constant contact. We had worked quite closely together at the White House and then, of course, at the committee. And we would discuss various aspects of the case. And on this occasion, and I think in retrospect now, I realize that I think it was for the conversation was taped.
And when was this approximately?
This probably was in January, probably early January or December. It was before the meeting with Haldeman, so it must have been in December, was when he indicated to me that he didn't know how the Watergate had ever been planned, something to that effect. And I said, John, don't you remember, and something to that effect. And I became concerned, of course, over that type of conversation, because obviously there would be, at that time, that could be an indication that somebody was being set up, in effect.
Were there any other occasions when he gave that indication of faulty memory that you can remember?
Nothing, not a specific reference to the same extent that that one meeting had.
Back to that Key Biscayne meeting with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue, you mentioned that the Liddy plan was in typewritten form, as I recall.
Yes, sir.
Are there any copies of that left?
Not that I know of, Senator. I destroyed all of the copies that I had.
You mentioned also, of course, these reports that you made from time to time to Mr. Strawn. I suppose you reported to him on the occasion of the first entry of the Democrat National Headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, again, any reaction back from him after he made his report to, I suppose, Mr. Haldeman?
No, because I think at that time we were simply waiting for the results of that entry.
He was present, as I recall, when you got your report on the McGovern
Yes, sir.
business. Did he ever come back to you with any reaction from who he reported to on that affair?
I can't say that he came back with a reaction from someone he reported to. He did come back with a reaction that Mr. Liddy was not to be involving himself in these activities. He was supposed to be the planner, not the executor of these activities.
I think we have another vote, so I'm going to close up very quickly here. And I had some other questions I wanted to ask you, but let me just ask you this closing question, or two closing questions. Our testimony has indicated that the man who made the cover-up payments was somebody called Tony. Do you know Tony?
No, sir.
Now, one final question. You were in the White House how long?
From October of 1969 till May of 1971.
And, of course, you knew about as well as anybody what the staff setup in the White House was.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that you were on a staff level about the same level as Mr. Dean?
Yes, sir. I was a special assistant of the president, and we were what I would call the second-level appointees in the White House, under the 5 or 7 assistants to the president.
Did you see the president on many occasions during your term in the White House?
Not on many occasions. I saw him periodically, mainly in meetings with other people.
Did you ever see him alone?
No, sir.
You always saw him when somebody else was present?
Yes, sir.
Was that his normal way of carrying on business in the White House?
Absolutely.
Were you rather surprised to hear the report the other day that Mr. Dean had seen him, I think, on 30 or 35 occasions here fairly recently?
Yes, I was.
That would
not have been in the normal pattern of events.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
The committee will recess long enough to make this roll call and return for the completion of the testimony of the witness.
The committee took a pause for a floor vote involving the State Department authorization bill. As the members returned, Magruder answered a question by Florida Senator Edward Gurney about the sponsorship of a Miami Beach business exposition.
Senator Gurney asked me the name of the convention official that we had discussed. We had a phone conversation. It was Mr. Richard Murphy. Someone remind me of the name. He was a convention manager.
You may proceed. I understand Senator Gurney had finished. I'm not sure.
Yes, he indicated to me that he had finished, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Magruder, I believe this morning you stated that the first meeting with Mr. Mitchell occurred at the Department of Justice with respect to Watergate, and at that meeting were present yourself, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Liddy, and that it was at this meeting that the big charts were displayed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the plan evolved before your eyes and before your ears on this particular meeting with a budget request from Mr. Liddy for $1 million.
Yes, sir.
and that all three of you expressed shock or were appalled by either the sum or the approach to gain intelligence as Mr. Liddy had proposed.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Then Mr. Mitchell indicated to you from this meeting and indicated to Mr. Liddy that he better go back and bring about a more conservative plan. Now, did Mr. Mitchell at that time indicate that he was most desirous of trying to get some of the plan executed in the very near future?
No, sir. I would not characterize his comments as to that regard. He just indicated that you can come back and show me something at a more conservative level. He didn't indicate a positive or a negative desire. He did indicate, I think, a distaste for the plan that was presented.
And that was the first time, as I understand your testimony, that you had any inkling with respect to anything of a sordid nature occurring in the campaign or being planned for the campaign. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, I think to be absolutely accurate, I had expected something along the lines of what I would consider more normal intelligence gathering, which would be receiving information from candidates' headquarters through employees and that type of information.
But you never conceived that this kind of a plan would come forth?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean, I believe, indicated to you in December that Mr. Liddy had certain qualifications to gather intelligence and asked you to hire him. Is that correct?
No, Senator, he did not ask me to hire him. He was brought over. He had already been, in effect, hired by Mr. Mitchell, and with Mr. Mitchell's approval. I was just going to be his direct superior.
Now, who told you that Mr. Mitchell had hired him?
Mr. Dean.
Did you speak to Mr. Mitchell about it?
My recollection is I think I called his office and just checked with his secretary, said that my understanding is Mr. Liddy is to be our general counsel, and she confirmed that that was correct.
But he was not your general counsel in the beginning, was he?
Yes, sir. He was our general counsel in the beginning.
Now, did Mr. Mitchell indicate to you that he would be gathering some intelligence for the CRP?
I think probably at some point there in December we did generally discuss that he would be assuming some of those responsibilities, but it was a very indefinite type of situation at that time.
Now let us go into the other operations. I think we've mentioned the Watergate operation, we've mentioned the McGovern headquarters, and the other instance of a break-in into the DNC in May. Are you aware of any other operations that were undertaken by Mr. Liddy or under his auspices or direction?
He did other things, Senator, for us. Most of them were minor intelligence gathering work. He worked on a number of demonstrations.
Were there any break-ins involved?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
What kind of operations? Would you characterize them?
Well, there were times when we were requested to provide demonstrators, as an example, for various events. These requests would usually come to me, and I would simply refer them to Mr. Liddy because it was not of any particular interest in my case, and I did not care to deal with these matters, so I just referred them to Mr. Liddy, and he normally worked with the individual who had requested that assistance.
Were you in complete agreement after you saw the plans at Mr. Mitchell's office? Were you in complete agreement with the project?
Now, Senator, you mean the first plan?
The project as it finally evolved after the subsequent meetings.
After the third plan?
Yes.
I think that I'd have to say that I agreed with the concept. Yes, sir.
And at what point did you inform Mr. Strahan?
I informed Mr. Strahan early the next week, I think. I might have called him that weekend, but I doubt it. I think I talked to him the next week.
Well, wasn't your testimony this morning that before anything like this was taken up, that you would give advance notice and written memoranda?
Yes, sir.
A written memorandum to Mr. Strahan?
He had received the proposal or the blank sheets of paper with the budgets on it before I went to Key Biscayne. But he didn't know what the decision was.
Well, had he received...
The procedure was for him to receive the copies of the memoranda I would be discussing with Mr. Mitchell. Then when Mr. Mitchell made the decision, I would call him and say, here are the decisions on those memorandum. Now, this gave him an opportunity in the intervening time, if he wanted to have some comments, or Mr. Haldeman had some comments to some of the proposals, he could get to Mr. Mitchell directly and comment before Mr. Mitchell had made a decision.
Well, did you assume at any time in your meetings with Mr. Mitchell that in view of the fact that you had supplied Mr. Strahan with these memoranda, that somebody in the White House had approved?
Again, I think it's to be perfectly clear. Mr. Mitchell had the final authority on all budgetary activities and all political activities at the campaign committee. Mr. Haldeman worked with him on a basis of if there were things that he may have disagreed with, he would discuss them directly with Mr. Mitchell. So when the copies went to Mr. Strahan, they were for Mr. Haldeman's benefit, and he could then comment to Mr. Mitchell or myself if he felt that it was appropriate, if he disagreed with an approach that was being taken.
And would you say that...
But Mr. Mitchell, I think it's fairness to everyone, the only authority for any budgetary request, any political activities, and I think there are many documents that I know the grand jury has that indicate the approval down to as low as $500 had to go through Mr. Mitchell.
Then is it your testimony that if Mr. Haldeman had not approved of this plan, that he would have communicated the disagreement to Mr. Mitchell before the final approval?
He could have, if he did not agree with it and knew about it, he could have commented to Mr. Mitchell before or after. It would not necessarily be a pattern. He commented to Mr. Mitchell on different occasions.
Well, wasn't it your understanding that any time that you gave Mr. Strahan any memoranda, that was destined to Mr. Haldeman?
Senator, the memo was not necessarily destined. The question raised in the memo would be translated normally if Mr. Strahan thought it was important. He had the discretion.
Well, can we assume as reasonable men that Mr. Haldeman knew in advance, prior to the Mitchell approval, of these particular plans?
Senator, I think I've answered that as best I can. I assumed that, but that's unfair to Mr. Haldeman to say that he knew about it because I don't know that. I did pass it to Mr. Strahan, and if Mr. Strahan did bring it up with Mr. Haldeman, then he would have had time to comment to Mr. Mitchell on it. That is correct, but I think it's unfair for me to make a statement that I have no direct knowledge of.
Well, he had advanced knowledge of these plans from before January 27th, when the first meeting occurred, up until March 30th, when the meeting in Key Biscayne occurred and the final plan was approved. He had all this time, did he not?
Mr. Strahan did,
well,
Senator.
And wouldn't you assume that Mr. Haldeman had similar advance notice of this particular plan?
Senator, I think I've got to be absolutely clear here that I've answered this, I think, for all of the senators that have asked this question, and I understand your reasoning. I cannot specifically comment on the direct approval of these plans or even knowledge of these plans by Mr. Haldeman. I do not know that he knew of these plans beforehand. I only know that I discussed them and sent the copies, as I've stated, to Mr. Strawn.
And when you started the practice of sending copies through Mr. Strawn, it was your understanding that these copies were destined to Mr. Haldeman.
It was my understanding that Mr. Strawn would pass on to Mr. Haldeman what he, Mr. Strawn, deemed important for Mr. Haldeman's decision or concern.
Fine. Now, Mr. Magruder, would you say that you were acquainted with most of these projects, that especially those on which you kept a little file known as Gemstone?
Senator, when you say acquainted...
acquainted or aware of the projects?
Well, specifically the Watergate break-in, yes, I was specifically aware of that project.
Did you have anything in your files with respect to Ruby 1?
My recollection of, I think, Ruby 1 and Ruby 2 and Crystal were the code names, I think, that Mr. Liddy used for the various bugs. Now, I'm not sure if that's correct, but I think that's what it was.
Can you elaborate or amplify on their significance?
I didn't pay any attention to the names at all. It didn't interest me.
Did you have anything?
But I remember the names.
Did you have anything in your files with respect to these names?
Well, when these documents came in, those names were in the documents, and I just can't recall in what context they were in the documents. My recollection was I thought that they were the positioning that would identify where that bug was. That was what I thought, but I would not, I couldn't verify that. I think that's my recollection of what Ruby 1, Ruby 2, and Crystal meant.
Do you mean to tell me that you didn't read the documents that went into the GEM file?
No, I didn't say that, sir. I said I read the documents, but the jargon, the jargon that Mr. Liddy used was not of any interest. Actually, Senator, I only read the documents once, found them to be useless, and did not read them again.
Well, what about sedan chair number 2?
Sedan chair 2, to my recollection, was an individual who was in the Humphrey campaign, who had been set up before Mr. Liddy came on board, although that could be incorrect. It may have been after. And was simply as I understood it, I think a disgruntled employee who was passing information to us. I don't know who sedan chair 2 was. He wrote one extensive report that I think Mr. Porter alluded to of Humphrey's campaign in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. Now, you indicated also in testimony heretofore given that you always assumed that when Mr. Dean acted that he had authority either from Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman. Did you not?
I think, Senator, I said that his normal reporting relationship was either between Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman. I do not know specifically in every case whether he was acting in their behalf.
But you were under the belief that because he was employed at the White House under these two gentlemen, that he was acting for and in their behalf. Is that what you indicated before?
Senator, in general context, yes, sir.
I did. What particular part did Mr. Dean have in forging the plan for the cover-up? Now, give me the different stages of the plan. Give me the variations from the initial plan and how it evolved finally.
Well, I think for the cover-up story now, there are two parts to the cover-up. One is taking care of the defendants. My knowledge of that is very limited. It's only that in asking were they going to be taken care of, Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell indicated they were. Mr. LaRue has indicated he had involvement in that area.
All right,
So I can't speak too specifically about the money. Now, as far as the cover-up story is concerned, I developed the cover-up story myself.
All right, when was this developed and who was present in the initial meeting?
Well, we started to meet and realize that we had to come up with a reason why we could have spent $250,000 for legal activities for Mr. Liddy. So I, in effect, had the responsibility, since he had worked for me, to try to figure out how we could develop a story that would sound legitimate, that would cover this $250,000.
Well, Mr. Magruder, if you will pardon me, let us digress from that. And let us go back to what exactly was done by you or others under the CRP with respect to getting these defendants together, culminating in their pleading guilty or being tried? Was anything positive done with respect to these defendants?
Senator, on the defendants, I am unaware of the specific activities that were engaged in by other individuals. All I was aware of that they were being taken care of, and that Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. LaRue were aware of that and handling that. After the break-in, I think it's important to note that I was asked and told to go back and run the committee and not worry about the Watergate case other than how I could assist specifically in the cover-up. So I did not involve myself in any of the details of making sure that the defendants were kept in line. So I don't know the details.
Well, if you have no personal connection with that kind of involvement, do you have any knowledge as to who was the engineer for getting these defendants together and keeping them together?
Senator, but the best of my knowledge, this was Mr. Dean's and Mr. I think it's inappropriate for me to say whose it was specifically. I know that Mr. Dean, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue specifically were working on this problem, each of them having different roles. I don't think Mr. Mitchell played any operational role. I know Mr. LaRue did handle funds, and I don't know specifically how much Mr. Dean directly involved himself with the defendants and their lawyers. I simply do not know the details, and I think it would be inappropriate.
Did you approve the disbursement of any funds to Mr. LaRue or anyone else for use by these defendants?
No, I had no knowledge of the funds until the newspaper accounts. Mr. LaRue did ask me on one occasion, probably in January, did I know somebody who could make a drop for him? And I suggested Mr. Porter as a potential person to do that, and the next day he said, no, never mind, we don't need anybody to make the drop.
And who was offering these defendants executive clemency?
I do not know, Senator.
Well, did any information come to you about that time as to whether or not executive clemency had been promised to any of these defendants?
Well, as I have indicated before, before I testified before the grand jury the second time, I was particularly concerned about my own situation since I was a target for the grand jury. And so I asked the individuals, Mr. Dean and Mr. Mitchell specifically, would I be protected, and secondly, are the defendants being protected? And they indicated to me that they were. The word executive clemency was used, but I can say, I think honestly, that the word executive clemency was bandied about quite freely at that time.
When was the first time that you talked to Mr. Haldeman about the Watergate?
It was the Sunday after the break-in.
Mm-hmm. How many more times did you talk to him about this?
Well, I talked to him.
From then until January?
I didn't. Oh, well, I might have. I think we had a number of meetings during the campaign where we discussed how we would handle the Watergate as a public relations issue. Mr. McGregor, who was then our campaign director, was having a very difficult time at his press conferences and so on with this issue. And I can remember a number of conversations that I had with Mr. Haldeman.
Did
Mr.
you have
Chapin
these
and others.
conversations at the White House?
I had some of them at the White House, yes, sir.
Were any other persons present during these conversations?
Individuals like Mr. Dwight Chapin, Mr. Richard Moore, other people who worked in, I would call, the general public relations area, but we were talking only about how these should be handled from our committee. And there was some, and with Mr. Ziegler and with Mr. Warren as to how to handle press inquiries. At this time, many of the newspapers were very active in pressing this issue, and we were trying to respond to the problem.
Well, if you were talking about the Watergate in this context and with that objective in mind, it necessarily follows that you had to lay all the sordid details on top of the table so that you could arrive at a consensus of approach. Wouldn't that be right?
No, sir. In fact, I think I listened to Clark McGregor as an example, and Clark yesterday said that He evidently was told a story, and that is absolutely correct. We told Mr. McGregor that there was no involvement by any individuals other than Mr. Liddy. We told that story to every individual that was not connected directly with either the break-in or the cover-up. And Mr. McGregor believed it, I think, fully. I think other people at the White House believed it fully.
Well, how could they believe that Mr. Liddy would be the only one involved when they had also sent to you Mr. Hunt to work under Mr. Liddy?
Now, you have to remember that the only person that I know of that sent Mr. Hunt to work for Mr. Liddy was Mr. Howard, who worked for Mr. Colson. So that someone like Clark McGregor would have had no knowledge of Mr. Hunt either. I think Mr. McGregor, as an example, was completely in the dark throughout the entire campaign, and probably today is glad that he was.
Right. Now, how many times would you say you talked to him? You haven't answered that question.
I'm sorry, talked to...
To Mr. Haldeman about the Watergate.
I talked to him the day after the break-in on Sunday. I talked to him in January. Now, about the true facts about the Watergate only in January. We talked during the campaign a number of times, not very often, about the public relations aspects, but not about how it happened, but how we were going to counteract the press activity that was occurring during the campaign. Quite a different story, and you did not have to be involved in the break-in to try to handle it.
You mean you could handle it publicity-wise if you didn't know the details?
Yeah, well, yes, sir. I know that many people did handle it who did not know the details.
Mm-hmm. Then you had an April meeting from which you emerged and went down to the CRP and told, I think, Mr. Porter that the secrecy was out and now you could divulge everything.
That's correct.
You told Mr. Porter that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, who participated at this White House meeting in April when this decision was made or communicated to you?
Let me move back. On the Wednesday before, I think it was a Wednesday, I called Mr. Haldeman's office. I think this conversation is taped. And I talked to Mr. Higbee, who was his assistant, and I said, Larry, I have, as you know, specific problems, and it is very difficult for me to continue my position on this matter. Could you ask Bob if there are any instructions that I should have that would be beneficial to me? I was basically asking for guidance from Mr. Haldeman. Mr. Higbee came back to me and said, yes, Bob can't talk to you, but he wants you to know that the President wants you to tell the truth, and or he wants you to tell the truth. I'm not sure whether it was the President or he, and that you should take the advice of your lawyers. Then on Thursday and Friday, my lawyers dealt with the U.S. Attorney's Office. On Saturday, I met with the U.S. attorneys in the morning and through the afternoon. Mr. Ehrlichman called my attorney's office and asked me if I would come to his office. The U.S. attorneys and my attorneys agreed that that would be appropriate as a courtesy. We went, my two attorneys and myself, went to Mr. Ehrlichman's office and in effect gave him a capsule version of what I have discussed today. My understanding is that he taped that conversation also.
Now, who called you at the U.S. Attorney's Office from the White House? Did Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, it was Mr. Higbee, who was Mr. Haldeman's assistant, calling, as I recall, for Mr. Ehrlichman. I may correct that. It might have been Mr. Hullen, who was Mr. Ehrlichman's assistant. It was one of their assistants asking would I meet with Mr. Ehrlichman.
Did you talk to Mr. Ehrlichman then?
Yes, sir.
From the U.S. Attorney's Office, or
No,
did you go from there to the White House?
We were in my attorney's office with the U.S. attorneys, and we went from my attorney's office to the White House and met in Mr. Ehrlichman's office in the White House, my two attorneys and myself.
And what was that meeting about?
We told them what we had told the U.S. attorney, basically, and Mr. Ehrlichman said the President wants you to tell the truth, as you've already done, and wishes you well, of something of that kind.
Now, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Porter testified before this committee and also gave a statement that you had told him that you had committed perjury 12 times. Now, is that true?
I think the 12 was a figure of speech. I learned since I've become fairly expert in the matters of these kind that perjury is committed each time you tell a story, not the same story. In other words, if you tell the same story 10 times, that's 10 counts of perjury. I think I told an incorrect story quite a number of times, so consequently I indicated to him that I had committed perjury 12 times, not meaning 12 specifically, but meaning quite a few times.
Quite a few times about the same thing?
Yes, sir. In other words, once in front of the grand jury, then again in front of the same grand jury, and so on.
Now, going back to the cover-up sequences, there were quite a few variations and quite a few changes made in the cover-up, were there not, as the exigencies would arise?
Well, we had to move very quickly before the FBI got to Mr. Porter and myself on the basic framework. Once the FBI got to us, we had to pretty well stay with that general story. We made some changes, but basically the cover-up story we used was developed before our interviews with the FBI.
Well, you used the cover-up story before the grand jury and during the trial.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
That's correct.
And was the matter of executive privilege discussed as part of this cover-up during your meetings with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, or Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, I never, no one brought that subject up to me. I had indicated that I would not ever invoke executive privilege because, as I understood it, I certainly was not qualified.
No, but did they discuss it as a shelter for themselves?
Not with me, sir, no.
Now,
excuse me, Senator, Mr. Dean may have mentioned a couple of times that might be an approach he might take, yes, but that would be the only one I can remember indicating that.
Now, what specific part did Mr. Dean have in the cover-up?
Well, Senator, he was one of the people that dealt with this situation and dealt with me directly, dealt with Mr. Mitchell, dealt with Mr. LaRue as to all of the facets of the cover-up. The story was obviously only one and probably the easiest part of the cover-up. The taking care of handling of the defendants was what was most difficult, and my understanding from him and from others was that he was involved in all aspects of this cover-up. And as you gather from the newspapers, there were many other activities that I was not aware of involving the FBI and the CIA and so on that Mr. Dean was involved in. I was not aware of any of those activities.
Now, when did you quit working for the CRP or the inaugural committee?
Well, I left the committee to re-elect after the election and became executive director of the inaugural committee immediately after.
And when did you terminate your employment there?
Approximately the end of, middle of February, I think, Senator.
And did the CRP or the inaugural committee continue to pay you after you left?
No, sir.
You mean you've been on your own since?
No, I worked at the Commerce Department for approximately 2 months. And since that time, I've been on my own as a private consultant, although I did have done some small amount of work for the inaugural committee, which I was reimbursed for.
And how did Mrs. Hunt come into this picture?
Senator, I don't know Mrs. Hunt, and I have no idea how she came into the picture.
Well, Mr. Magruder, I believe that you have told a very complete story. I believe you've been most frank. I believe you have comported yourself in an admirable fashion before this committee. I want to say this. And the tragedy of Watergate is that it has affected many fine young men who dedicated themselves to a president. And it has affected their families more. Now, I ask you this final question. Doesn't it amaze you that after all this allegiance and blind devotion to duty, that now you have been relegated to solace and to stew in your own juice?
Well, Senator, let me just say, I have had to take the attitude, and I have taken the attitude that this is certainly a very unfortunate period in my life. I am not going to let it destroy me. I have a wonderful wife and 4 children.
I understand that you do, Mr. Magruder.
And I am not going to lay down and die because of it. I think I will rehabilitate myself, I guess is the best word, and I think I am in that process, and I hope to be able to live a useful life. I would not recommend this as a method of reemergence, but in this case I think I can and I will.
Well, I want to wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I was very much impressed by your testimony about the climate that prevailed in the White House and afterwards in the committee to re-elect the president. As a matter of fact, wasn't there a fair there of Americans that dissented from policies of government?
I think, Senator, it would be fair to say that all of us, and I really should only speak for myself, but for myself, I did work at the White House during the time when there were many demonstrations against the president. I knew of his work to try to solve this problem, and I knew, at least I felt, he was doing it in the most effective manner possible. And yet at the same time, I knew that because of the activities of the anti-war movement particularly, that much of the work was being delayed and stalled because of this. It did create, in my mind anyway, a frustration and a feeling of impotence in being able to deal with this subject. And consequently, I think I became, and I should only speak for myself, to some extent, more callous about these activities, and particularly since there were people that I knew in the movement, many friends in the movement, who were doing what I would call illegal activities similar to the type that were done, in a sense, in the Watergate, and seemed to be doing it with the approval of a great deal, a great majority, not a great majority of the American public, but certainly with some approval.
Well, it was great. Wasn't not a climate affair in the White House in respect to the crime problem as well as the demonstration problem?
Yes, sir. I think the whole atmosphere relating to these events were particularly difficult for many people who worked in the White House and were in day-to-day contact with these problems.
Now, Mr. Coffin, he just came down and demonstrated, didn't he?
I'm sorry, Senator, Mr.
You spoke about your former teacher of ethics.
Coffin, Reverend Coffin.
Yes. And he just came down and demonstrated.
Well, he
and
did.
There's a great many demonstrations.
He did quite a bit more than just demonstrate, though.
Well,
Senator.
he was supposed to try to frustrate the draft.
He did, and he participated in many activities that were considered illegal.
You were disturbed by the demonstrations, weren't you? People in the White House.
Yes, sir. We were.
And you got to the point, I mean, didn't some people... The reason I asked this question, I had to spend my time fighting such laws, legislative proposals, no-knock laws, preventive detention laws, the claim that there was an inherent right in the president to bug anybody suspected of domestic subversion, and things of that kind. And I just couldn't understand why people got so fearful. Now, it's come out lately that even in 1970, you were in the White House, weren't you? Didn't Mr. Tom Charles Huston come up there and study on a plan which involved, which was based on the affair of dissenting groups, even to a plan that would involve burglarizing and electronic surveillance and the examination of people's mails because of this affair?
Senator, I've read what you have read in the papers, and I was not aware of that plan, but that I assume is a
well, you do know that it was a climate in which many of the people in the White House, and later many of the people in the committee to re-elect the people, are absolutely afraid of things. Isn't that so? Even
yes, Senator.
Even the Democratic National Headquarters.
I would characterize that at least my reaction was stronger after 3 years in working in that atmosphere than it had been before.
I'm familiar with that kind of atmosphere. I came up here during the Joe McCarthy days, and when Joe McCarthy saw a communist hiding under every rose bush, and I've seen here in fighting the no-knock laws and preventive detention laws indiscriminate bugging and things like that. People found the subversive was hiding under every bed and things like that. In this nation, we've had a very unfortunate fair. And this fair went to the extent of deploring the exercise of First Amendment rights by those who wanted to assemble and petition government for redress of grievances. And some of it originated before you got in the White House. I'm not blaming you, because under even a Democratic administration, I had an investigation here about they came so afraid of people that they used the military intelligence to spy on civilians, whose only offense was that they were dissatisfied with the policies of the government and were assembling and petitioning for relief. Now, I think that's all grew out of this crime and affair, didn't it? The whole Watergate incident.
I think from my own personal standpoint, I did lose some respect for the legal process simply because I didn't see it working as I had hoped it would when I came here. But that I would like to make sure you understand, Senator, is my own feeling,
Yes.
and I don't want to attribute that motive to other individuals.
Well, I've been able to sense it here a long time, and I was glad you brought it up. Now, to summarize this thing very briefly, on January the 27th and February the 4th, 1972, John Newton Mitchell was the highest legal officer in the United States, wasn't he?
That's correct.
And on those 2 days, he held meetings in his office with you, John W. Dean III, and G. Gordon Liddy, in which you planned spying operations, which involved, among other things, the spying on the Democratic National Headquarters.
That's correct, Senator.
And then after those 2 meetings, there was a third meeting held at Key Biscayne in Florida, where you went down to talk to Mitchell about this matter with LaRue, and you and LaRue and Mitchell participated in the meeting there, where the plan was formalized and where they finally agreed to spend $250 to enable Liddy to carry out the plan.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell approved the $250,000.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Mitchell had charge of the political branch of the committee to re-elect the president, didn't he?
Yes, I had worked for Mr. Mitchell from the beginning, and he and I were very close, I think, personally, and he was in charge and responsible for all of the authorizations and political activities.
Now, to summarize it, as a result of these matters, these discussions, and the determination to bug and surreptitiously enter the Democratic National Headquarters, Liddy was employed, and Liddy employed Hunt, and Hunt or Liddy, or both of them, employed McCord and Barker and Martinez and Gonzalez and Sturgis.
Yes, sir.
And these 5 of these men, the 5 that were caught in the Watergate, entered the Watergate as a result and pursuant to carry out this plan which you and Mitchell and Dean and LaRue had approved.
Yes, sir, although I think we should say that it was the approval only was in one individual's. Mr. LaRue had no authority, nor did I, or Mr. Dean.
He was in the meeting where the plan was discussed and the decision to bug the Watergate and to surreptitiously enter the Watergate was made.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And so these people were arrested in the Watergate carrying out the plan, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Then after that was done, those who were interested in the election of the president, those who had been associated in the White House, and some of them in the committee to re-elect the president, became fearful that if the truth was revealed to the American people, it might have a bad effect on the chances of the president being re-elected.
That was my feeling, Senator.
Yes. And as a result, in order to avoid that happening, then they agreed upon a cover-up, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And the cover-up had 2 aspects. One was based on the realization that Liddy, who had been arrested, Hunt, who had been arrested, McCord, who had been arrested, Barker, who had been arrested, Gonzalez, Sturgis, and Martinez would might spilled the beans, so the expression is, unless they were taken care of.
Yes, sir.
And so those who were interested in the election of the president used funds that were raised for his reelection in part, and other funds that were raised for the purpose to employ, to provide them attorney fees and to provide them compensation and to take care of their families, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And the object of that was to keep these people from revealing the truth about the Watergate, wasn't it?
That's correct, sir.
Yes. And then fulfilled that the trail might be pursued by the prosecuting attorney into the committee to re-elect the president. They devised a cover-up story to the effect that all of this money had been given to Liddy for him to engage in legitimate intelligence operations.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that matter was discussed by you with Mitchell, Dean, LaRue, Strone, Martin, all of those, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
And they all acquiesced in it and encouraged it.
Yes, sir.
And you also told it to after you'd agreed on the story for the cover-up, you told it to Parkinson and O'Brien, the attorneys for the committee.
Senator, I'd like to clarify that. I only spoke to Mr. Parkinson about the true story. I did not discuss it with Mr. O'Brien.
I may have misunderstood you, but
Mr. Parkinson, I think, in fairness to Mr. Parkinson, had different stories from other people, so that he may not have been aware of what the truth was.
I may have misunderstood your testimony, but I understood you to say that first you talked to Mr. Parkinson, and that at that time you told a cover-up story to him. No, you told it.
No, I told the
true story.
That's correct. Mr. Mardian asked me to tell the truth to Mr. Parkinson. I told him the truth.
And you told him about who was implicated in it.
That's correct, sir.
And then I understood you say that later you had another conversation with Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien.
That was after the cover-up story had been developed, and as far as I know, Mr. O'Brien thought that was the legitimate story. And to be fair to Mr. Parkinson, I think he was told by others that Magruder's true story wasn't true, that the cover-up story was the true story, and that was the
Well, in other words, you're telling me, and I want to be just to everybody, you're telling me, in effect, that Mitchell and Dean and LaRue and Strone and Martin and yourself were the only ones that participated in the cover-up story or acquiesced in it?
I think that would be the list that I had direct dealings with myself.
And Parkinson and O'Brien were not involved in the cover-up story.
As I said, I think I told Mr. Parkinson the truth, but to my knowledge, he then was told that the truth wasn't the truth, that the cover-up story was the truth, and he and Mr. O'Brien
you
worked
state
on that
you don't
basis.
know to what extent Colson knew what was going on, but you do know that Colson had called you and had urged you to do what you could to hurry up the approval of the budget for Liddy's operations.
Yes, sir.
And he said, and you wanted Hunt to be hired to take part in them.
Mr. Howard, his assistant, asked me to.
Yes,
have
that.
that. Yes, sir.
And he wanted the information on O'Brien, didn't he?
Mr. Colson did.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, with respect to Mr. Holdeman, Mr. Holdeman, at that time, stood next to the president, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
He exercised more governmental power than anybody in the executive branch of the government, with the exception of the president.
That's correct.
And Mr. Strong was his liaison man between with the committee to re-elect the president. And all through this time that they were planning these operations that were being recommended by Liddy and agreeing on the plan, you kept Mr. Strong fully informed as to those matters.
Yes. In fairness to Mr. Strong now, as the cover-up story continued to develop, Mr. Strong basically dropped out of the picture, and Mr. Dean, in effect, became our liaison on the cover-up story. I don't think it's fair to implicate Mr. Strong to any great extent in the cover-up story.
Well, you do implicate Mr. Strong as a man who was supposed to carry information to Mr. Haldeman, and you know that you gave to Mr. Strong complete information about the plans for the bugging and the burglary as they were developing.
That's correct.
Now, so we got to draw this inference, don't we? That either Mr. Strong failed to perform his duties as a liaison man between the committee and Mr. Haldeman, or he did perform those duties. Don't we have to take a choice between those two things?
Well, Senator, I'd rather let you take the choice, to be honest with you, because I think it's unfair for me to make an assumption that I have no basis on fact. I just don't have any basis of fact on that.
I don't have the privilege of knowing Mr. Strong, but you do.
Yes, sir.
Is he the kind of a man that you think would perform the duties he obligated himself to perform?
Yes, I do, sir.
And the duties he obligated himself to perform was to carry the information you gave him about the plans for the bugging and the burglary to Mr. Haldeman.
That would be correct.
Now, immediately after the break-in became public news, you were called by long-distance telephone by Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you what had happened. Now, you didn't construe that to be a request for information about the fact that 5 men had been caught in a burglary in the Watergate, did you? Because that had appeared in the papers and on the radio, on TV.
I think, Senator, what he was really interested in is what were we doing about it, not that 5 men had been caught, but what were we going to do about it?
Well, since the police had the people under arrest, what do you think Mr. Haldeman thought you ought to be doing about it, since you were not a police officer?
Well, Senator, I think what we were attempting to do was to handle it at that point in time, since we did know the facts from a public relations standpoint, denying any involvement and so on, which we did.
Well, if Mr. Haldeman didn't have any reason to suspect that the committee to re-elect the president had anything to do with it, why would he want to know what y'all were doing about
it? I think, Senator, because Mr. McCord was apprehended in that group, and he was our security chief.
Could it possibly? Well, I don't think you want to answer this question. I was going to ask if he'd also would know a little more than that if he'd been Mr. Strong had performed his mission to carry him the information you gave him about the preparations for this operation, wouldn't he?
If he had done that, sir, yes, that's correct.
Well, anyway, after that conversation, you talked to Mr. Haldeman on a number of occasions about what you call the public relations matter.
Yes, only on a few occasions.
That was to how you're going to answer all of the charges that were made day after day by the press about the complicity of persons in the committee and persons in the White House about this in this affair.
I think we can honestly say that any key official at the White House and the committee direct discussed that matter. There were many people who were not involved in any way in the planning or cover-up that did work on how to handle these charges.
Now, as a matter of fact, there you and others in the committee to re-elect the president were, and you had a public relations officer, Mr. Shumway, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And what's Mr. Shumway's name?
Devan Shumway.
And almost daily, Mr. Shumway was issuing statements to the effect that none of you all had anything to do with it, wasn't it?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So there, the public relations man, either consciously or unconsciously, was undertaking to deceive the American people, wasn't he? And he kept that up month after month, didn't he?
That's correct, Senator.
And then there's a public relations, rather a White House press man, Ron Ziegler. And day after day, when the news media were advising all the readers and the hearers about this matter and these new discoveries, there was Mr. Ron Ziegler, day after day in the White House, giving incorrect statements to the American people to keep them from, to leave them under the impression that was nothing was rotten in Denmark.
But I think, Senator, in fairness to Mr. Ziegler, Mr. Shumway, Mr. McGregor, others who had to make public statements, I personally think they honestly believed the story that we had come up with, and they were only carrying out what they thought was the truth at that time.
I'll indulge that assumption also. But here were all of these people who had participated in the planning of this, including people of the stature of John Mitchell and your stature, and LaRue and Martin and Dean, knowing that every day the American people were being told things which were not true by Mr. Shumway and Mr. Ziegler kept silent.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, you talked to Mr. Haldeman in January, before the trials were had.
Yes, sir.
And you told him at that time the truth about it, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And you also recommended that he take care by some kind of a patronage job of Mr.
Porter, sir.
Mr. Porter,
yes, sir.
Because he had rendered great service in the cover-up, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Which service consisted of committing perjury before the
Yes,
grand jury. And Mr. Haldeman certainly knew from January about your involvement and Mr. Mitchell's involvement and other people's involvement that you've discussed here in this sordid affair.
I think, to be fair again to Mr. Haldeman, he may have known it from me, but he probably did not know it from other officials and may have decided that their statements were more correct than mine. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I think other people were indicating that these things never did happen.
Well, don't you think that on the relationship between Mr. Haldeman and the President, which you witnessed while you were in the White House, that it was Mr. Haldeman's duty to go to the President with what you told him?
Senator, I really can't speak for Mr. Haldeman. I don't think that's fair for me to speak for him. I just...
Well, don't you think it was somebody's duty, if they were interested in the President, to go and tell him the truth?
Senator, in hindsight, I think that I agree with you completely. At the time of the case, the atmosphere was different.
Notwithstanding the fact
I cannot support my role in any of the activities, Senator, and I will not support it. It was wrong.
Well, the scriptures say that men love darkness rather than light because the deeds are evil, so somebody must have covered up something back in scriptural days to provoke that. Anyway, notwithstanding the fact that you knew that there was that you knew the truth about this, you saw time and time again where the President joined Shumway and Ron Ziegler, in effect, by denying to the American people that anybody connected with the White House had anything whatever to do with this.
That's correct.
And at the time the President said that, you knew that Strong was connected with the White House and he'd been fully advised to it. You knew that Dean was connected with the White House and he'd been fully advised to it. And you knew that Mr. Haldeman had been told by you.
That's correct, Senator.
About the truth. Well, going back to this climate prevailed in the White House, the White House people up there got so they didn't not only didn't trust the people outside, the American people, but they didn't even trust themselves, did they? Didn't trust the FBI. They wouldn't turn over to the FBI investigative matters, did they?
I only know what you have read as I was not involved in that, Senator, so I can't really comment on that.
Senator Ervin has, for the moment, completed his questioning of former Deputy Campaign Director Jeb Magruder, and public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
The hearing resumes now with Chief Minority Counsel Fred Thompson asking the questions.
Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to a question by Senator Baker, I believe you went into your motivations or your attitude at the time. You made this decision reluctantly. And Senator Weicker explored that a little bit further, and now the chairman has explored it even further. And since we are just talking about your motivations and your frame of mind at that time, I feel like I should ask this question. Were you concerned about legitimate demonstrations, about subversives hiding under
beds, things of that nature? Or were there some more serious things going on in the country at that time? Up until that time, had there been bombings of public buildings, for example?
Well, I think it goes much deeper than that. Not only were there bombings of public buildings, there were bombings of our headquarters. I think Mr. McCord gave you a complete rundown of many of the problems. We had death threats against Mr. Mitchell's life, against Mrs. Mitchell's life. We had continuous demonstrations in front of our headquarters. We knew that there were individuals from other campaigns located in our headquarters and were doing in effect to us what we were doing to them. That again doesn't make it right, but we were somewhat fearful through many events that actually did occur, that were there and were occurring on a continual and daily basis. San Diego, we were particularly concerned about the convention in San Diego. We knew that we expected a tremendous problem there. In fact, it got to the point where we actually had to maneuver the change of the convention site, not because of the hotel and the convention center, but because of the demonstration problem.
Were people inciting other people to riot?
There were indications particularly in one candidate's campaign for the president, that their offices were being used by anti-war demonstrators for purposes of disrupting the president's campaign.
So in the year preceding this decision, had there been a series of break-ins of FBI offices, for example?
Yes, sir. Well,
such that the whole security procedure for FBI offices had to be changed.
That's correct.
And I'm a personal witness of the change of that procedure. Were there plans to overthrow, according to legitimate surveillance activities that were being conducted? Was it your opinion at the time that there were plans afoot to make some attempt to overthrow the government by illegal and improper means?
Well, I would not go so far as saying to overthrow the government. I think we had some concern about them overthrowing our convention, as they did the Democratic Party convention in 1968.
Well, maybe I'm getting into an area broader than your concern. I'm talking about the complete atmosphere rather than just the political atmosphere.
I think there was, Mr. Thompson, an atmosphere, generally speaking. I think we in the committee were particularly relating our concerns to the campaign.
Sure. And again, I think you properly pointed out that this in no way justifies what you did.
Absolutely.
But also, in fairness to you, contributes and sheds some light on the mentality of the time. At the time you made this decision, and possibly was even the determining factor, as I understand it, in your making this reluctant decision.
There certainly, I think, was an atmosphere where certain illegal acts at that time were not considered illegal by many people. In fact, were considered very moral.
Let me ask you this, with a few questions with regard to Mr. Dean. Mr. Magruder, I don't want to belabor the point, but I have no idea, of course, what Mr. Dean will testify to. And we realize this possible significance of Mr. Dean's testimony when he does testify, and I think it's very important that we pin down just exactly what you know about his situation right now. I can see the possibility that there might be some difference of stories, so to speak, especially with regard to pre-June 17. Now, if I understand your testimony correctly, the first information you got, or the first proposition that was made to you about any kind of intelligence gathering activities was by Mr. Dean and his discussion with regard to the Sand Wedge project. Is that correct?
The kind of significance of the Sand Wedge and then the eventual Liddy project. We did have some minor kind of intelligence gathering going on that Mr. Dean had nothing to do with, that Mr. Porter, I think, has testified to, but of the kind of significant intelligence gathering, it was initiated in the first meeting with Mr. Dean.
All right, now after your first meeting with Mr. Mitchell, I believe you said there was some discussion between you and Mr. Dean and Mr. Liddy. Did Mr. Dean disapprove of the concept in general of surveillance activities?
I think when we, after the first meeting, Mr. Dean and I were both concerned about the scope of Mr. Liddy's proposal. I think we were trying to handle Mr. Liddy in an appropriate manner, and we tried to say, now, Gordon, you're just going way out in left field here, and you've got to come back in. He was quite annoyed that he didn't get immediate approval and so on.
He was the one who had originally recommended Liddy to you, as I understand it.
Mr. Dean was, yes.
Yes.
But Mr. Dean was not, I would not characterize him as being anything more than, I mean, he was appalled as I was, as Mr. Mitchell was, at Mr. Liddy's first proposal. And after the second proposal, he particularly made the comment, I remember, that it would be not appropriate for us to discuss these matters further with the Attorney General, as an example.
Well, why was that inappropriate?
Because he felt that if anything ever happened eventually, that he did not want it to lead back to Mr. Mitchell.
A safety precaution, in other words, as to how it should be handled.
Yes, that's correct.
To protect Mr. Mitchell. And then, as I understand it, when you fired Mr. Liddy, or contemplated firing him after he threatened to kill you, he called you, Mr. Dean called you and intervened on his behalf and made some reference to the importance of what Mr. Liddy was doing. Could you be any more specific as to Mr. Dean's reference to Mr. Liddy's activities? Was he talking about his advice as far as campaign expenditures were concerned?
See, I had removed him as campaign counsel, so it was only in relation to the intelligence gathering. I do think, Mr. Thompson, it's not fair to characterize Mr. Liddy's threat to me as what I would call a serious threat. I did not consider it as such.
All right, sir. But I'm more concerned about what Mr. Dean said to you.
Mr. Dean was relating only to the intelligence gathering.
All right. Was it your opinion at that time that Mr. Dean knew that there was under serious consideration a bugging operation?
Well, yes, of course he did, because he was at the second meeting where we agreed he would reduce this even further and restrict it to the 3 targets we had talked about.
Did he at any time tell you that you really should not engage in an electronic surveillance operation of any kind, or a bugging operation?
No, he did not.
All right. Now, another thing I'm interested in, even according to your testimony, Mr. Mitchell finally approved this plan, but evidently it did not originate with Mr. Mitchell.
No, it did not.
As I understand, here's Mr. Mitchell, who is supposed to be the so-called political expert. He's the head of the campaign. He's running the show, and you, in a sense, are the number 2 man, and yet you are not the ones who think this up. You are the recipients of this plan.
That's correct.
And it's being presented to you by Gordon Liddy. And here's an individual who had made this threat to you. Here's an individual who's capable of coming up with a kidnapping scheme, a prostitution ring scheme, a guy who gives away 6-foot posters of himself, who shoots out lights, in front of the McGovern headquarters, this kind of individual. Now, did you assume that Liddy was actually the father of these ideas, or did you not question as to where perhaps Mr. Liddy was getting his original ideas for this project?
Well, I think Mr. Liddy was basically the father of most of these ideas, and I think it's appropriate at this point to indicate that Mr. Mitchell at that point in time was under tremendous stress. He had just gone through the ITT hearings. There was a tremendous amount of detail that he was trying to catch up with. And as I have characterized this decision, it was what I call a throwaway decision. And I personally have now and did have tremendous respect for Mr. Mitchell. He treated me extremely well and was a tremendous leader as far as I am concerned, and still is. And I have not changed my opinion of him because of this. I think he was under pressure. It was one of these things that he said, let's go, fine, but in a very negative way. And I think that's necessary to characterize it that way, because he...
Let me digress just a minute. Did you ever tell Mr. Mitchell before you made your full, truthful disclosure that you were going to have to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response?
He indicated to me that he would not be able to go that way, and that he would have to go the other way, and I said I understood, and he said he understood my position, and he wished me luck, and I wished him luck.
After June 17, as I understand it, Mr. Dean was more or less your liaison to help you with your story to the grand jury.
On the cover-up, yes, sir.
On the cover-up. And when things got kind of hot, so to speak, he first of all suggested that he be eliminated from that first meeting.
When we talked about the meetings after the second grand jury appearance, just before my third grand jury appearance, the question was who attended the meetings that my calendar said Mr. Liddy, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and I attended. Mr. Dean suggested that maybe he didn't attend those meetings, and I indicated that wouldn't work because too many other people were aware of his presence.
Of course, he knew better, did he not? I mean, this was a suggestion that the rest of you agree that he did not, when in fact he did.
Oh,
Is
yes.
that correct?
Yes.
All right. You said that just wouldn't work.
Wouldn't work. So we agreed that one meeting just didn't occur, since that was something we thought could be handled.
And in this December meeting that you had with him, I believe you said he began to forget things.
Well, that's when I did become concerned and asked to see Mr. Haldeman, because I felt that possibly things were being set up so that Mr. Porter, say, and myself would end up with the...
Right. In this December meeting, was he suggesting then at that time that he really didn't know about the pre-June 17 activities?
His attitude was such that after that, let me be clear, he has not since then indicated he didn't know. It was just at that one point.
That one time, that was the first time he'd ever indicated to you that that might be his, a new story as far as he was concerned.
Yes, I think that's correct.
And about, what about this Camp David trip that he took? Do you remember when that was?
Well, that was the weekend, that would be the weekend, the first weekend in April. And he was sent up there, as I understand it, to compile for the President the actual facts of the Watergate, and I gather he did not, I did not ever talk to him about the trip. All I did was meet him after he came back from that trip to talk about the meetings.
You understand that the President had sent him to Camp David to compile a report as to what had happened?
Mr. Haldeman sent him to Camp David to compile a report.
Did you see him while he was up there, or did you see him immediately afterwards?
I saw him immediately afterwards. He came down on a Wednesday. The Wednesday I met with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman. Then Mr. Mitchell and I met with Mr. Dean later that afternoon.
Did he refer, again, at that time, did he indicate that he could possibly could not go along with your story?
He indicated that he had not made up his mind yet which way he would go.
Which way he was going?
And that, of course, gave me great concern.
Did he indicate that if his trouble might be that if he went with you, that might be inconsistent with the Camp David report which he would give to the President?
As I understand it, he did not make a report.
I'm talking about his frame of mind.
No, he did not indicate that to me, sir.
Let me ask you a couple of other lines of questions, if I might. With regard to Mr. Stans, I assume you watched Mr. Stans' testimony on television yesterday. And you saw the newspaper report this morning as to the fact that you were supposed to say that Mr. Stans was told by Mr. Mitchell on June 24 about everything. And I think previous reference has been made to the executive session. I feel like that we must refer you to the page and ask you for an explanation. On page 93 of the transcript, Mr. Dash and myself, one of us put the question to you concerning Mr. Stans, and I can read other parts of it if you like, but your answer was, well, said, what did you tell Mr. Stans was the question, and the answer was, well, Mr. Mitchell basically told him the facts. That leads one to believe that somewhat broader than what you said today. Now, are we misunderstanding what you said?
I think we should characterize one thing. At no time do I recall in talking about this case with other people who were not involved directly, did we ever indicate that Mr. Mitchell and I were involved. We indicated the other parameters, but we did not indicate our involvement, and I think this morning in my testimony I wanted to be sure that was clear, that we didn't indicate our involvement. We indicated there was a problem in an operation that in effect was something we were aware of. We did not go into great detail with Mr. Stans as to the operation. I mean, it was not a long, involved discussion on the operation. The problem was Mr. Sloan and Mr. Liddy, which is what he was concerned about, and he was up there to try to find out what about these two people.
You wouldn't wonder, Mr. Thompson, if you'd yield just for a moment, just so that I have a clear understanding of what you're saying. The record reads, well, Mr. Mitchell basically told him the facts.
That's right, Senator.
What facts?
The facts of the Watergate happened, that it was an operation that got fouled up, in effect.
Did you tell him that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean and Mr. LaRue and you had consulted with Mr. Liddy on a plan to break and enter the Watergate and had contrived a method of covering up that fact?
No,
Did you
sir.
tell him those facts?
Not those facts. We told him the facts about the Watergate as it related to Mr. Liddy being a target and one that we thought would have to be terminated soon, that we were having problems with Sloan. So we discussed the Watergate in that context. Now, an assumption throughout these discussions was that it was our operation. I want to not say that we didn't give that impression. We never made an impression that it wasn't our operation.
Thank you.
But I want to be very careful because I think Mr. Stans did testify very directly on that, and I think my response, I think, should be as direct as his was.
All right. In other words...
Let me also indicate, Senator, that that question was asked to me in executive session as we were reaching the end of the executive session, and we were moving along very quickly, trying to wrap up that session by 1 o'clock, and we moved along at that point very quickly. That is the first time that subject had come up to me.
So you were telling him, in effect, that the thing had been cut off at Liddy.
No, we didn't say that. I want to make that clear. As I recall, we simply said that the operation was fouled up, that there are problems, and implicit in those problems are Mr. G. Gordon Liddy. So you should be aware that he probably is going to have to be terminated eventually, if not soon.
Do you recall who else was present?
Just Mr. Mitchell and I. Mr. LaRue was in Mississippi. Mr. Mardian at that time, who had been attending most of those meetings, stepped out of the office at Mr. Mitchell's request.
Mr. Magruder, in your discussions with regard to the story that you tell the grand jury or how you might cover this matter up, was there ever any discussion as to the possibility of using CIA involvement as a possible defense?
I think, as I've indicated before, that subject was brought up, not particularly in a great extent when I was there, but it was a subject that was discussed.
Have you mentioned that today in testimony?
I have.
All right. Do you recall when that?
No, this was again in those long series of meetings that went on for that period of months, where there were meetings on an almost daily basis on this subject.
I'm sure you've read the accounts of a meeting that supposedly took place between Mr. Holloman, Ehrlichman, and people in the CIA, Mr.
Yes.
Helms and Walters and so forth, I believe of March 23rd. And thinking back, can you determine...
June 23rd, I think. Okay.
Can you determine... Yes, right. Can you determine whether or not it was before or after June 23rd that this matter was discussed at the committee to re-elect?
It would seem to me it would have been after, but I would not like to... these were very free-flowing type of discussions, and I can't recall the context, and I did not participate in most of these discussions. I was not a participant.
Do you know who brought the subject up?
No, I do not. I can't recall.
I believe you said that you knew that you were in trouble when you knew the grand jury was going to reconvene, they would get to Mr. Reasoner.
A combination, I think, of the Senate, your committee, and the grand jury both.
Were you aware of the fact that we, in effect, I believe, had subpoenaed him at that time for this committee?
I was aware of it shortly thereafter, but I knew that he was critical from that standpoint.
All right, and you said this, in your mind, was the only mistake the prosecutors made as far as you know.
Well, my own view is that we were able to convince the prosecutors of our position, but if they had seen him, they would have not been convinced.
Let me explore one more point, which I feel like I should address myself to just a moment. In questioning Mr. Sloan, asked him about his statement to the prosecutors that you had tried to get him to perjure himself, and as to the prosecutor's response, which started some speculation. And you have testified as to this today. But I think in fairness to them, we ought to get your exact views as to that. As I understand it, they did pursue this matter with you.
For approximately 3 hours.
For 3 hours, and they did take you before the grand jury and pursue it.
That's right.
And do you feel like that you convinced them that this was not really a disparity or difference or a direct conflict in testimony, but a misunderstanding?
And it is a misunderstanding. It was not a direct conflict. I did not ask him directly in that sense to perjure himself. I suggested that he better do something about his own problems in an attempt to be helpful. Now, maybe that wasn't very helpful. If the problem was not on the problem then was on the money, on the $5,300. That was the only time I mentioned that he may have to solve his problem by not telling the truth, in effect, was when we were talking about the $5,300. It was later that we talked about settling on a sum, and we disagreed on the sum. But it was not, I did not at that time tell him to do anything but tell me what the figure was. Now, I fully admit that I had hoped and kept saying to him, isn't the figure a little lower, because I thought it was lower. I did not believe that figure of $199,000, hoping it was lower. The lower, the better. But I did not believe that $199,000. To this day, I'm positive that there is money that has not been expended from that $199,000.
Do you feel like that some people perhaps have taken a little off the top from time to time?
Again, that's an assumption that I would prefer not making. I cannot, in knowing the figures that the U.S. Attorney's Office has come up with how that money was spent.
We've got some, we've got some testimony, I believe, as to Mr. Liddy's charts. As he said, it possibly cost $7,000 or $8,000, I believe, somewhere in that neighborhood. You saw those charts.
Yes,
you're familiar with these matters. How much do you think those 6 charts would have cost?
Using overtime and extensive overtime, they shouldn't have cost more than $150 apiece.
That's all.
If I may ask a question about Mr. Magruder. When you made the statement to the staff, there was a stenographer present who undertook to take down the questions and answers, didn't he?
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Now let me read those questions and answers to you. On June 24th, were you in a meeting with Mitchell and Stans? Mr. Magruder? Yes. Question. What was that meeting about? Mr. Magruder? About what happened? Question. Is that when Mr. Stans asked you about that? Mr. Magruder? Well, he didn't ask me. He asked Mr. Mitchell what had happened. Question. That is, when you made a quote, Mr. Mitchell, did you tell Mr. Stans, did you tell Mr. Stans what happened? Mr. Magruder. Mr. Mitchell did. Question. What did he say? Mr. Magruder. That we had this operation and ended up with Mr. and then there's a dash indicating an interruption. Question. Mr. Mitchell, in fact, did on June the 24th make that statement to Mr. Stans. Mr. Magruder. Yes. Question. Did you corroborate that at that time? Did you make any statements? Mr. Magruder. Yes, I was a participant, but primarily between the two principals. Question. Did the discussion come out with Mr. Stans that is where your money went? Mr. Magruder. In effect, what was going on? Question. What happened with our money? Mr. Magruder. Yes. Question. Actually, he was sitting on top of the money. Question. Answer. Mr. Magruder. At that point, he was sitting on the bottom. Question. On the bottom of the money. Question. Did he say anything? What did Stans say at that point? Mr. Magruder. I think he was satisfied that he knew what had happened. He therefore then was able to go back, I guess, and try to determine how to handle this problem through the money. It was mainly in relation to Mr. Sloan as to how we were handling. They would handle Mr. Sloan. Now, is that a substantially correct transcription?
Yes. I think that fits, Senator, with just what I've said, that there was Mr. Sloan was not forthcoming with us about how much money had been dispersed to Mr. Liddy. And we were interested in to know what the dollars were, and he said he couldn't tell us, and we went through this scenario into July, Senator.
But this transcript says that, as you said, Mr. Stans asked, that Mr. Mitchell told Mr. Stans, and that and this is what Mr. Mitchell said, that we had this operation.
That's correct. I think I just repeated that before.
Who were the we's?
We was us.
Yeah.
I think I just said it.
And the operation you were talking about was the Watergate burglary.
That's correct.
Yes. And you told, Mr. Mitchell told Mr. Stans that was where his money had gone.
That's correct, sir.
In the operation which we, that is you and Mr. Mitchell, had had.
Yes, that's correct, Senator. But in fairness to Mr. Stans, we did not say Mr. Mitchell and I led this operation. We said it was one of our operations that had been fouled up in effect.
But you said it was your operation.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And the operation you're talking about was the burglary of the Watergate.
That's correct, Senator.
Senator Weicker says he has a question.
Mr. Magruder, just one very brief question. Did John Dean prepare you for your grand jury testimony on August 16th?
Yes,
of the
from
grand
our
jury.
supplement.
And when did that preparation take place?
Well, we had discussed it over weeks. I
Right.
had worked with the attorneys, I had worked with Mr. Mitchell, but we spent 2 hours on the morning before I had an informal session with the prosecutors where he interrogated me.
Interrogated you, in other words, what?
In the
nature
same
of-
form
sort
that
of-
he expected them to interrogate
Sort
me.
of a mock trial here with Mr. Dean as the prosecutor.
That's correct.
And where did this take place?
In his office at the White House.
In the White House.
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the basis of your experiences with Mr. Dean, between June the 17th and August the 16th, that's when you actually appeared before the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that Mr. Dean was conducting an investigation or a cover-up?
I think, Senator, that there was never an investigation conducted.
He was conducting a cover-up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, on this stands thing, really it is terribly important, not only from the standpoint of your testimony and the facts that this committee will find, but it's important to Mr. Stans, I would rather expect.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure I understand what you're saying so that I can compare it against the testimony Mr. Stans has given us and compare it in the future against the testimony that Mr. Mitchell will give us. Now, the transcript says that you told Mr. Stans the facts. This is the transcript of your interview before the majority-minority staff of the committee. Now, I've already asked you if you told Mr. Stans that you planned, led, and were responsible for the unlawful entry into the Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate Complex. Did you tell Mr. Stans that?
No, we did not.
Did you tell Mr. Stans that you were then planning and intended to implement an untruthful story to try to cover it up?
Absolutely not.
Well, what does that leave? What did you tell Mr. Stans?
We told him, I think, just what Senator Ervin has said, is that an operation that we had knowledge of got fouled up, something to that effect. That Mr. Liddy, who was his general counsel, was involved in this operation, and that we would probably have to terminate Mr. Liddy, and that we were having difficulty with Mr. Sloan because Mr. Sloan was not discussing with us in any legitimate terms how much money had been given to Mr. Liddy, and it was important for us to know how much money was given to Mr. Liddy. And I think that's the general context. It was a meeting that took no more than 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. It was a year ago. I think it's very difficult to recall specifically the specific statements made by participants in meetings of this kind. But the general context was because Mr. Stans had come up, I think because Mr. Sloan had said, they're giving me a tough time upstairs. Can you go up and see what you can do for me? And we, in effect, said to Mr. Stans, would you go down and assist us with Mr. Sloan, in effect?
Mr. Magruder, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I just have a few questions, Mr. Magruder. You said, and I think the testimony seems to be that Mr. Dean introduced Mr. Liddy to you, but
Yes.
is it not true that you've also told us that Mr. Haldeman approved Mr. Liddy's appointment?
In the sense that no White House employee was allowed to move over to the Committee of Re-elect without his prior approval, which in a sense was a negative approval. We let Mr. Strawn know that we were contemplating hiring Mr. Liddy through Mr. Dean. There was some salary discrepancies and discussions with another assistant of Mr. Haldeman's. When that was straightened out, in fact, that led to a memo which I sent to Mr. Haldeman explaining all of the individuals who had been hired from the White House and at what salary and so on. Mr. Liddy is included in that memo.
So Mr. Haldeman was involved in solving the salary
That's correct,
setup.
yes.
Now, when Mr. Liddy told Mr. Mitchell and you, after you'd gone over the gemstone file with him and said that when Mr. Mitchell said he was dissatisfied, and he said that he was going to correct the error, did Mr. Mitchell or you say, no, don't do it?
No.
Isn't it true also, Mr. Magruder, that you did give Mr. Howard some information, that you had received information from that
Yes,
operation.
in a number of informal discussions with him, I indicated that we would have information forthcoming, and that if he worked with Mr. Strawn, who was again the conduit, we'd probably be able to provide them. Mr. Colson, as you know, headed up this, what's euphemistically called the attack group.
And this was the gemstone information that you were referring to?
I was referring to the gemstone, but to be fair to Mr. Howard, I didn't say this was gemstone information coming from wiretaps.
Now, did you have any discussion with Sally Harmony prior to her testimony?
Yes.
And could you give us briefly what that discussion
was? It was a type of discussion we had with a number of the employees that were being questioned by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Generally speaking, was just that we hoped that they would do nothing that would affect the President's election type of discussion. Other people did discuss with Ms. Harmony and other people more detailed facts about.
What did she say to you when you had that? When you
she indicated that there would be no problem with her testimony.
And did you make that report to Mr. Mitchell?
Again, I think there was other individuals who were more directly involved. With talking with people who were prospective witnesses. I think I probably did mention as when we found out that we were not going to have a problem.
Did Mr. LaRue tell you what his role was in the cover-up? I think you've mentioned Mr. LaRue's name.
Yes, he worked, of course, on the fund end of it.
Could you tell us what he told you?
Well, he simply told me he was parceling out the cash, in effect.
No, can you be more specific?
Well, I really can't, because the only direct reference was did I know somebody who could make a drop for him to one of the defendants in Miami. So he didn't go into detail as to how he was doing it, so it's very difficult for me to be more specific.
Did he tell you where he was getting the money?
I think there was some reference to the $350,000 made.
What $350,000?
The 300 that was that was transferred over to Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Strawn, and then transferred back to Mr.
Is that the $350,000 that appears there that was taken from Mr. Sloan's safe?
Matter of fact, Mr. LaRue did tell me when Mr. Strawn brought it back, Mr. Strawn wanted a receipt, and Mr. LaRue said, I won't give you a receipt, so Mr. Strawn just gave him the money.
That's when Mr. Strawn brought back the money from the White House?
To Mr. LaRue.
Now, you said that you were at a point where, when the question of the cover-up was to be developed, that you were ready yourself to take the blame and actually to resign. You said that...
Well, I had suggested it hopefully as a secondary alternative.
I know, but you said it wasn't picked up. Who didn't pick it up?
Well, I think it was picked up for a point in time, and I think there was serious discussion.
Well, who decided not to
Mr. Mitchell told me that they did not accept my offer.
Isn't it true that Mr. Haldeman told you that the President wanted you to stay on?
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Haldeman told me when Mr. McGregor became campaign director that he wanted me to stay on as deputy campaign director.
That's after Mr. Mitchell was to leave?
That's correct.
Is it true that there was some discussion in the earlier meetings, especially after the February 4th meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office, that there had to be some deniability for Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Dean brought that subject up and
Can
said...
you tell us how he brought that subject up?
Well, towards the end of the meeting, again, we were getting into these very sensitive matters, and Mr. Dean said, I think it would be appropriate in the future that we not hold meetings with Mr. Mitchell in his office, but that Gordon and you and I, meaning myself, take care of this matter ourselves. And I become the conduit to Mr. Mitchell, so that Mr. Liddy would not have to deal with Mr. Mitchell directly.
Now, when Mr. Dean was appearing at these meetings and later was working with you after the break-in, was it your impression that Mr. Dean was acting on his own, or was he acting in his capacity as a White House person?
Well, he had worked for Mr. Mitchell, so he was in effect acting as helping Mr. Mitchell. Again, it's an unfair assumption for me to make as to whether he was or wasn't working under direct orders from Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman. I do not know. Naturally,
well, you had an opinion at the time while he was working. What was your opinion at the time?
My opinion was that he was working under their instruction, yes.
Now, just one final question. You, in California, just before you came back to Washington, you said there were a number of meetings. Did you know that Mr. Gray was out in California at that time?
No, I did not. He was not with us at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I left from the from Beverly Hills. I read in the newspapers that they met him down at the Newporter Inn at Newport.
I think in the testimony that was, I think it was Senator Inouye who was going down a list of names in terms of who was involved in the cover-up, and I think one of the names mentioned was Mr. Sloan's, and I think your testimony was, yes, he was. Is that...
Well, I didn't mean he was involved in the cover-up because of the money he knew about the cover-up. I don't mean to imply, in fact, I think it's been testified by Mr. Sloan, and you have agreed that he was not involved in the cover-up. To my knowledge, he was not involved in it. I think he obviously had to be aware of it because he was dealing in the funds at that time.
By the way, we just get back very quickly on June 24 in terms of the problem of Mr. Stans not finding out how much money Mr. Sloan had given Mr. Liddy. Are you aware of the fact that on June 23rd, Mr. Sloan had given a final report to Mr. Stans in which that figure, $199,000, was given to...
I was aware yesterday of his testimony. I was not aware...
So that on June 24th,
Mr. Stans
the day afterwards, he certainly couldn't have been in trouble in terms of finding out what the money was.
He did not tell us what the figure was.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
I'd like to ask just one question directed at one subject matter. Did you know Mr. Dick Whitney?
Yes, sir.
And what was his position on or about July 1971?
Senator, he was assistant to Mr. Stans.
Did he work in the Department of Commerce?
Yes, sir.
And did he have any other duties other than those connected with the Department of Commerce?
Not to my knowledge.
Did he have any connection with the campaign?
Not directly.
Did he have any connection indirectly?
Well, he had come over to me. I think you're referring to the memo that I wrote to Mr. Mitchell. He had come over to me and we discussed, he was an old advance man, and we were discussing some of the things that we should be doing in the campaign. And he mentioned what he called a discretionary fund that he said that the Secretary had at his disposal. It was a legitimate fund that was used for legitimate purposes, but that under certain circumstances it could be of an assistance to us in the campaign.
And what did he mean by that discretionary fund?
Well, I think I would refer to it in the same way if in 1964 in Theodore White's book, The Making of the President, he refers at great length to the method by which the late President Johnson utilized many of the government departments, not officially to help his campaign, but indirectly. And I think Mr. Whitney was referring to it in the same manner.
Was this government money?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And he did mention that there was a discretionary fund of $1 million.
He said he had that in the Commerce Department there was approximately this amount that they were using for activities such as hiring, and it was at the Secretary's discretion. I don't think this was a single fund. I didn't get the impression that this was a single fund. I got the impression that here and there you could use funds without any great direct control over them, programmatic control.
Now, if the chairman and the members of the committee will permit me to read this in the record, and then I'll introduce it. July the 28th, 1971, confidential, memorandum for the Attorney General. Dick Whitney, who is Secretary Stan's political special assistant, spent some time with me discussing 1972. One idea which he brought up might be useful in other departments. The Secretary has built up a discretionary fund at Commerce that will total approximately $1 million. He is using this fund for conferences, hiring, and other activities that will be beneficial to the President's re-election. If you feel it is appropriate, Secretary Stans might discuss this concept with other Cabinet officers to see if they can develop the same kind of fund within their own departments. And then you have a line there for approve, disapprove, and comment, and your name appears, Jeb S. Magruder. And this was your memorandum submitted to Mr. Mitchell.
That's correct, sir.
I submit this for the record, Mr. Chairman.
I believe it's already in there. I'm not
No,
certain.
it was not admitted.
If it's not, why, we'll put it in now as exhibit. Like Senator Montoya, I have a compassionate heart, and I have a great deal of sympathy for the predicament in which you find yourself. I was very much encouraged by your statement that you're not going to let this keep you from going ahead and living a useful life. And I would recommend to you, you get the poem by Walter Malone called Opportunity, which tells us that each night I burn the records of the day. At sunrise, every soul is born again. I think it's the most encouraging set of words ever put together by any man. And despite your very unfortunate state at the present time, you've got about the greatest blessing any man can have. You've got a wife who stands by you in shadow as well as sunshine. And so I wish you success in your future endeavors. And I want to thank you for your testimony. And I presume if we need to recall you, you'll be available on proper notice.
Yes, sir, and thank you for your comment.
We have, since the committee has some internal affairs to deal with on Monday, we will not have a public session on Monday. Now, the next public session will be at 10 o'clock on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Very good, Sam.
Well, that is how one of the longest and most dramatic days of the 4 weeks of hearings ended. Magruder admitting that high campaign officials, including himself, took part in both the planning and the cover-up of Watergate. Magruder's testimony now points obviously towards former White House Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman. His personal aide, Gordon Strachan, as liaison man with Magruder's committee, was kept constantly in touch with the Watergate planning. Strachan has now been added as a witness before Haldeman himself appears, and Strachan is reported ready to say that Haldeman was in on the plans from the start. The hearings resume on Tuesday, when John Dean, the former presidential counsel, appears, another man with a very dramatic story to tell.
Two men who watched the hearings in their entirety with us today are Alan Barth, longtime student of congressional investigations, and John Kramer, a professor at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington and a former assistant U.S. attorney here. Alan Barth, what comments do you have after 4 weeks of the Watergate hearings?
You know, I imagine that a great many people, like myself, are troubled at the picture of their country that is being presented to the world in the course of these hearings. It's not a lovely picture. It's not one we choose as a photograph of the USA. And yet, it seems to me to reflect a kind of soul-searching, a kind of self-inquiry, if you like, that is indispensable in a self-governing society. It's something like what we went through, I think, in the course of attempting to deal with and solve our racial problem in this country. We had first to acknowledge that we had a problem, to face it frankly, and then to try to do something about it. And we've done that. We're healthier for it. I think that one thing that is indisputably clear as a result of these hearings is that the United States has got a problem, to use a phrase that was used over and over again by the witness today. And the only way to deal with that problem is to look at it, face it resolutely, and do something to bring ourselves back to health. I think that what the country is doing through these hearings is the indispensable first step toward a restoration of good health.
How do you define the problem that the country has?
I think that the problem basically lies in a devaluation, not of the currency, but of the ethical life of the American people. I think we have never had in our history a condition like the condition that has been revealed in the last 4 weeks before the Irvin Committee. It's a condition in which people at very high levels of government, leaving the president out of the question for the moment, but people who occupied offices of the very highest trust and responsibility engaged in tactics for the sake of winning an election, which are utterly inconsonant with the American ethos, with what we like to think of as the character of the American people. I think that there's a kind of rot here, and it has to be cut out of our body politic.
Mr. Kramer, as an attorney, probably used to this kind of thing being thrashed out in courtrooms rather than in hearing rooms, do you agree with Mr. Barth?
I definitely think so. I think today was the statement of the philosophy that the ends justify the means, and I think it is a very dangerous kind of thing. In fact, I think it's probably very good for the American public that it came out this way in this hearing, because trials are not the most satisfactory ways for telling stories. They are disjointed. There are moments in which the jury is asked to leave the room for sometimes several hours on end while motions are argued. And this way, the whole story could kind of unfold over certainly the solid 2-hour chunk in the morning, and you get a sense of a continuity and of a wholeness.
From a legal point of view, what did we learn today from the testimony of Mr. Magruder, do you believe?
I think you learned that the prosecution certainly has the makings of a very good conspiracy indictment, and you can see how they would build it from his testimony, and I presume also from the forthcoming testimonies of Mr. Dean and Mr. Strawn, who would each in turn say something about other members of the group and so build a general conspiracy indictment on obstruction of justice.
What did you think as a professor of law, Mr. Kramer, about the revelations and the activities of some members of your own profession?
I think that is not only shocking but very distressing that lawyers themselves seem to also believe that the ends justify the means, and that perhaps covering up is the proper relationship of an attorney to a client. After all, for many of these people, the president is their client, really. They act as his attorneys, not just as lawyers, but as people representing him in other ways. And to think that it is his best interest to cover things up is very distressing.
Mr. Barth, John Kramer, thank you very much. Of course, not all the Watergate revelations come in the hearing room. Things that happen elsewhere do have an impact on the course of the hearings, as Chief Committee Counsel Sam Dash explained to NPAC's Peter Kay this afternoon.
It was revealed at the White House briefing today that the missing file of presidential contributors, the ones that contributed before April 7th, had been found by Rosemary Woods, the president's confidential secretary. Would the possession of this file make any change? Would you then get back into money matters if you had it?
Well, yeah, we are going to get back into money matters. I think it may be misunderstood, and I think I'm very glad you asked the question, because as we made it clear from the very beginning, that our resolution that set up this committee covers the whole area of the presidential campaign of 1972, and that includes the Watergate and the cover-up, which we're now in, the whole area of money matters, campaign contributions, which deals with these contributions that are now being turned over under Stand the Common Cause, which we will get also, and the political espionage area. Now, I think it's been very clear that we have produced witnesses from time to time at this hearing, and the chairman has stated that the witness is being called for the particular purpose of testifying with regard to the Watergate case and the cover-up, and that he will be called back at another date, not at this set of hearings, but another set of hearings in the fall, most likely, to testify concerning the campaign contributions. Mr. Stans is going to come back again. Mr. Sloan will be coming back again. Many witnesses who know something. Mr. Kalmbach will be here for one purpose, but will not be asked questions concerning contributions, but disbursements regarding to the cover-up. And therefore, it's very important that the public understands, and that everybody who is observing these hearings, that we are, in this set of hearings, only dealing with that part of our resolution which relates to the Watergate break-in and the cover-up. It's very important that we present these facts in a coherent way so that it's understood what took place. There's another set of hearings that will be developed that will deal with the other parts of a resolution. That'll be in the fall, and a heavy investigation is presently underway by my staff, which will deal with the political espionage area and also the campaign contributions.
One final question, Mr. Dash. You mentioned your difficulties with Prosecutor Cox in this hearings. After the very dramatic testimony of Mr. Magruder today, do you think this jeopardizes the rights of any of these possible defendants to get a fair trial?
No, I really don't. And I think the Supreme Court and the other courts have reviewed this very same issue, and that was the issue that Judge Sirica reviewed when he had to make his decision recently. The courts have said that the public testimony of this kind does not jeopardize the fair trial. It would only jeopardize it if they were to try the person next week or even next month. But we know that they do not expect to bring down indictments for about 3 months and not have a trial for about 5 to 6 months thereafter. As a matter of fact, when these hearings on Watergate are over, when this hearing room has been darkened, it'll be about 9 to 10 months to a year before their trial comes out. And it seems to me by that time they can have a fair trial and call a jury that won't be tainted by the prejudice of these hearings.
Mr. Dash, thank you very much.
The counsel also told Peter Kay that in the absence of any unexpected developments, the next 5 witnesses will be John Dean, Herbert Kalmbach, Anthony Ulazowitz, returning for his second visit, Fred LaRue, and Gordon Strachan.
And in conclusion tonight, Robin, most of the senators, as we all know, offered their own critiques of Jeb Magruder's abilities as a witness today, so maybe we can pass on that. And as to the content of his testimony, what can you say after you use up gems like incredible, remarkable, staggering, and startling? And you can come up with just as many of those as I can. So as we all digest what this calm, articulate young man had to say, and to look to maybe even more dramatic performance by former White House counsel John Dean next Tuesday, it might be well to sort out just a couple of points from the day and then say good night. First, I think Jeb Magruder's story should, once and for all, put to rest the idea that Watergate is the figment of some newspaper reporter's imagination or some such story. The rumor and speculation stage, in other words, should be over now. The number 2 man in the Nixon campaign just told the world that, yes, there was a break-in and there was a cover-up and a lot of other related evil and illegal things, and they were committed with the knowledge and the help and or both of many important and semi-important people in this country. There will certainly be weeks and months ahead of disputes over the specifics as the trail is followed further. But let it be said that on this day, just 3 days short of the first anniversary of the Watergate break-in, that we all learned once and for all that, yes, sir, it really did happen, period. And secondly, Jeb Magruder finally shed some believable light on the mental attitude of those involved. They felt they were being mistreated by lawless people, so why not fight back with some lawlessness of their own? Now, why is that line so believable? Maybe it's because that kind of rationalization has been common in recent years in this country, in government, on the political left, and on the right, and also right square in the middle. Maybe John Dean will tell us more about it on Tuesday. And we'll be back then. I'm Jim Lara for Robert McNeil and Peter Kay. Thank you and good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.